making their approaches. You see the tugboats operating. Red are tankers, green are freighters, the light blue are the tugboats, which are ever present in and around the Panama Canal. And then you go up here, we've got ships transiting Gatun Lake, coming here to the north end of the canal. You're seeing ships transiting right here through the lock system. Remember, there are 3 lanes in the Panama Canal. You have the 2 older sets of locks right here at Gatun Lake, and then you have the much bigger locks over here, and this gets you out onto the lake up here at Gatun Lake. Panama Canal is a freshwater canal. It needs the fresh water from Gatun Lake to operate. So this explosion close to the Panama Canal causes a little bit of consternation here, obviously, but the good thing is we're still seeing ships move through the canal. So while people may be arguing that, listen, another choke point is threatened, we're okay right now. However, the Panama Canal has experienced issues. We know that with low water over the past 2 years, where the Panama Canal went from a normal 32 to 36 ships a day going through it, went down to 22 ships. It takes you about half a day to go through the Panama Canal. I strongly recommend you don't do it in summertime. It's hot, it's nasty, lots of mosquitoes. This took you up to the live view right now. We can see the Panama Canal, and again, Bridge of the Americas here. This is not a live satellite view, so we don't really see smoke and flame, but what we are seeing is ship movements in and out, and you see a ship.
Insane. I did not know this was a thing. I mean, to this. Wow. That's crazy. Okay, that's like the first question. Oh shit. What? Wow. Wow. Damn. Okay. Does Panama make money from this? Hold up. We gotta know, bro. This is insane. Um, a lot of money. That's so weird, bro. What is a lot of money? What does AI know about? What is a lot of money, dude? Damn. 4.99 billion. That's insane, dude. Damn. Okay, so is Panama a rich country? Wow. Dude. That's crazy. All right.
Ship coming just out right now, and then other ships moving.
Insane.
So Panama Canal is open. So again, if you hear anything that the Panama Canal is shut, they may shut it down temporarily to do some bridge assessment, but right now traffic is flowing. So just want to give you that update. I hope you enjoyed today's episode. If you did, take a moment, subscribe to the channel, and hit the bell to be alerted about new videos as they come out. Leave a comment, share it across social media, and if you can,
I've already done all
support the
that.
page. How do you do that? You hit the super thanks button down.
I love boat grams. Unk boat.
Millions of American Christians voted for Donald Trump when he ran for president in the last election, and millions more Christians around the world rooted for him to win. Many still do root for Donald Trump. Now, why is that? Because of his personal piety? Well, of course not.
2.5 hours, dude. Oh, you see, what? Insane way to start this fucking sentence.
It's not. Trump, to his credit, has never claimed to be personally pious, especially.
I haven't even looked at the Iranian news yet, dude. All right, let's see. I mean, it's Tuesday. They haven't rained down missiles. insane. This cannot be real, bro. I mean, it is real though. Like, I believe this, but every single Iranian that owned a small gun or rifle was shooting at us. Meanwhile, Americans, bro, they don't do shit with their guns, bro. They're too afraid of laws that are butchering them. How do you say? Laws that are neutering them. Reagan, also in his 20s, and linked Tehran said about them hitting energy using atomic bomb while leveling Iran. My honest reaction is that I'm okay with all of them. BBC's manufacturing consent for genocide in Iran. Yeah, I mean, BBC doing BBC things, bro. They are propagating these Iranians, or so-called Iranians, who want this war. I don't know, what are they doing? Yeah, you're okay with all these, but why propagate someone in their 20s who probably doesn't have kids in the country, and his parents are telling him to, like, oh yeah, just go live your life, you're already done, or something like that. Of course he's gonna be saying shit like this. He's too young to understand. This problem is not with Muslim countries, but with the Zionists. I don't know, bro. We're getting absolutely destroyed. They're using here, like, Iranians as human shields too. They're asking them to, like, pull up to these infrastructures, and they're basically doing everything the Israelis are doing. Wow. That's crazy. Yeah. Insane, innit? We're all cooked. Absolutely cooked. Yeah, he said this, what, 2:32 a.m. today? That is almost 12 hours ago. Well, nothing's happened yet. I guess you'll have to wait till tomorrow. Oh, we've seen this clip before. April 7th is all from today. Supreme Leader Khamenei 2.0. Among the man. Once again, the American Zionist enemy having suffered successive defeats in the war imposed on our nation and the valiant fighters of Islamic Iran. Bro, I'm just tired of reading these fucking things. Commander of IRGC, because I don't know what I'm looking for in the news anymore. Before, I was looking for, like, what's behind the scenes. But now I don't even care about what's behind the scenes anymore. I care more about how Americans feel, normal people, and I care about how normal Iranians feel. Every time I look at the news, I don't. It's not what I'm looking for. What I'm looking for is the future, and I don't see that. This is all bullshit. They're just prolonging this war, dude. They're just fighting each other. And
Biden would use the auto pen. We have an auto pen follower. Joe Biden. He didn't sign. He was incapable of signing a thing. So they'd follow him around with this big machine. You know what it was called? An auto pen. and he'd have the auto pen signed for him. He'd take the paper, hand it to his guy.
See what I mean? Yesterday, watching a video from Tucker Carlson was interviewing Father Chad, and he was talking about how like demons sort of like want you to, how do you say, like talk down to them, how wants you to disrespect them because they get power from that, right? And one way they do that is by instigating it, right? And he does that a lot. He's Trump is a possessed man.
I would use the auto pen. He'd have an auto pen following him.
So, you know, he's instigating these kids to either talk down to him or Joe Biden, anyone, right? And if they do, he gains power from that. I mean, the demon possessing Trump gets power from that. And so
He didn't sign. He was incapable of signing a thing. So they'd follow him around with his.
and you know, the only way you can like break through all this is by just being moral.
When you're in very hostile territory, and I don't think it gets much more hostile than Iran, they're capable fighters, they're very tough people, and there are others like that. You don't mind when the enemy is weak, but that enemy is strong. Not so strong like they were about a month ago, I can tell you. In fact, right now, they're not too strong at all, in my opinion, but we're soon going to find out, aren't we? But when a thing like that happens,
Dismantling of all US bases in Persian Gulf, implementation of a new transit protocol that recognizes Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz and allows Iran to collect tolls. So they want to make this toll thing permanent. I mean, makes sense though, because America's not going to pay. Yeah, you can't really trust them to pay for rebuilding the country, but also Iran needs to make progress. But also, what really worries me is that if this same government continues, it's really corrupt. And I don't know if this extra money from the tolls is really gonna go towards progress in Iran if we still have these hella corrupt, not even leaders, dude, like people in the government that just have families abroad and they just, you know, they launder money abroad to like Canada, England, Australia, Switzerland, you name it, bro, they do that, and that's fucked. Hmm.
سردار ما به سمت هلیکوپتر داریم تیراندازی میکنیم.
I don't know who edits their videos, but they're sick. Absolutely sick editors, bro. Wartime edits is crazy, dude.
Yo! Yo! Yo, no deal! Yo! Yo!
What?
Yo, no.
Insane. Yeah, Israel's getting absolutely scissored from Yemen, Lebanon, Iran.
But
頑張って. 誰と? 大丈夫. Okay, 頑張って. Alright, I just want to watch Tucker Carlson, man. Like, in this fucking wartime, Tucker Carlson actually makes me chill, bro.
Actually religious in any sense. They voted for him and they still support him because he seemed like a protector. He seemed like someone who might save them from the growing and highly aggressive agnosticism, if not atheism, of, say, the technology class or the bureaucratic class, godless nations, nations of other religions that oppose us. Donald Trump seemed like someone who would protect Christians from that, who was committed to the free exercise of religion in this country, and who was also committed to ending abortion. Whether or not he himself opposed abortion, whether he was pro-life in any meaningful sense, didn't seem to matter. He would appoint justices that opposed abortion, that thought Roe v. Wade was unconstitutional. He did that. And that he would basically carry the flag for their issues, and that he was sympathetic to them. And they support him on that basis. Can they still support him? That's the question. And that's the question Christians should have begun to ask themselves on January 4th of this year. And that was the day that the president announced the capture, the arrest of the president of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro, who was, no question, an anti-American leader and a socialist, not someone most Americans liked or really had cause to like. So the problem is not necessarily that Trump was against an anti-American leader. In fact, that was a benefit in the eyes of most of his voters. The problem was why we did it and why the president told us he did it. And that was for the oil. So in the days before that operation in early January, the president tweeted out, sent out on his Truth Social account, and also said in public, we're doing this because we want the oil, because that oil belongs to the United States. He never explained how exactly the United States would own the natural resources of a foreign country. Apparently, American oil companies helped develop the oil fields in Venezuela, therefore we own the oil. That was the idea, and they stole it from us. But there was no real effort to explain how that works, how that makes any sense at all. Instead, you had the President of the United States say, we need the oil. Oil's really important. True and true. Therefore, we're going to take it. And therefore, apparently, we did. In the days after that operation, the successful removal of the president of the country and the installation of his vice president, Delcy Rodriguez, as president, our president, Donald Trump, held a widely publicized on-camera meeting with the heads of American oil companies and talked through how we're going to split up the natural resources of Venezuela and why this is great for America. So why should Christians have paused at exactly that moment and asked, can I still support this? Is this what I voted for? Is this what I want? Is this acceptable? And the reason is really simple. Because Trump, at that moment, revealed that the motive was taking something that we wanted. And that's not acceptable for Christians. In fact, that's not acceptable for Americans or any civilized people, because taking other people's stuff by force cannot be allowed. In fact, preventing that is the basis of our legal code. If there's one thing that every person knows, that is, in a civilized country, you can't steal without...
I'm a student in Japan, and this war is going on. But I do have my Iranian sources. And, of course, I'm Iranian. So, you know, I think I'm doing the stream so that I can have open conversations, especially like religiously, culturally, and I don't take things personally, so I can bring the kind of like this side of the picture to the online conversations, because there's so much bullshit going around about how Iran is and how it's going on, and you know, people are getting one-shotted by the news. So yeah, I am right now safe in Japan. Meanwhile, I get phone calls from my parents once in a while telling me they're safe.
Penalty is not allowed. That doesn't belong to you. You can't shoplift. You can't rob banks. You can't embezzle. You can't invade countries to steal their stuff, because they're all varieties of the same theme, which is theft. And theft is wrong. It's wrong under the American legal code, but it's also wrong under the Christian legal code. Theft is wrong. Spelled out really clearly. It's also intuitive. And here was the president saying, we're just stealing this because we can. Well, as a practical matter, that's quite a thing to say out loud, given that we know from history that the things you do will be done unto you. Once you set a standard, you will have to live by that standard. Write a law, you'll be judged by that law. So if the new law is, I can take it because I want it, and I have more power than you, at some point, we can rest assured the tables will be turned, and the things that we want and cherish and have earned and that we own will be taken from us by force at the moment when some other power has more force than we do. It's really simple. Sometimes called the law of the jungle. And maybe the law of nature, but people don't want to live under that law because it is a brutal and unforgiving law. So they create higher laws, or they appeal to the highest law of all, which is God's law, which prohibits that. So this was a profound moment in American history, probably the history of the modern world, where the most powerful nation said, if we want it, we'll take it. No one's ever said that before. Now, they've done it under the guise of ideology.
Oh, shit, you are a
They've made up
first-time
stories to
viewer.
hide the fact they're doing it. But to say you're doing
Yeah,
it implicates everybody else in the crime. You can't...
Well, it's not really a crazy world we live in. And I'll tell you why. It's not so crazy, the world we live in, because, I don't know. How old are you? Are you like university level? Depending on that, on your answer, then, you know, you either have or have not met enough people in your life to, like, 28? Dude, that's perfect then. Here's the thing, alright? This is why it's not a crazy world we live in, because I'm sure you've met people who are obsessed. They're possessed, okay? And it's not really their fault. Like, it is their fault for continuing this obsession and possession. But what's not their fault is that they have succumbed to bad environments, bad nurture, and they're not really using their free will, you know? You don't, but it's totally normal. Like, I've met people who, I've met many people who, honestly, with the smallest amount of power, they would try to hold it, you know? And the moment they get comfortable with that power, they start testing to see what they can get away with. And what we're seeing in the world is just the expansion of that normal thing we see every day. So it's not super crazy. What's super crazy is that selfless and good people are not trying to achieve as much as these selfish and possessed people achieve, you know? You know, good people, they allow things to be the way they are. But also, what's crazy about good in this world is that um it um I don't know, dude. I've met a lot of good people who died so early, who were taken away from this world before they could have the impact that evil has. And that always makes me wonder, why? But that's the only thing I would say is crazy. But what's happening with the world wars, it's not crazy. They've been planning this for so long. As Iranians, dude, for 47, like I'm fucking actually I'm 27 now. Uh, you know, um, uh, the Iranian government is really bad at managing in during peace times, and they're very corrupt. And they fuck up a lot of things, right? And they would just blame it on the Zionist, right? Like, oh, the Zionists, the Israelis, the Americans. Oh, they're the ones who are, ruining our economy, ruining our infrastructure, and we're like, damn, bro, like, it's all you though. Like, they haven't done most of these things. They're just sanctioning us, like, chill. And they always, growing up, they always like tell you, hey, like Israel's gonna attack, America's gonna attack. Oh, they took Iraq, they took Afghanistan. They're making alliances with the Arabic countries. Oh, we're surrounded. And so, like, imagine I'm like, the war started last year, right, in June. Imagine, uh, imagine like I'm 25, dude, and I still hear this shit about like, oh, these countries are gonna attack, and I've spent 25 years of my life, getting desensitized to it. So, it's a normal thing, oh, they're not gonna attack. These people are just, blaming others for their problems, and then suddenly they attack. Holy shit, bro! Now we can't even like all of the claims we had against the government for being bad. Now it's really easy for them to get away with all the bad they've done because they're like, yeah, we told you it wasn't our fault. This whole time it was the Israelis, and as you can see, they attacked us because you're bad, and you should believe me. And so it's really cooked. We're really cooked. The only real people that are actually like suffering here is the Iranians, because Americans don't even know what's going on, bro. Most Americans, especially people my age, they have no idea what's going on, bro. They don't even care. Biggest American news was where is it? This was the biggest American news. A black man putting on a white
But we
face
serve a just God.
and making fun of
Then I
Charlie
rest
Kirk's
easy in knowing that
weird ass
He's
Mossad agent
sovereign,
wife.
but he's just. And so let the Lord
Meanwhile, my
handle that.
country's getting bombed,
I serve a righteous God,
and it's their king doing it.
and that is why we say our prayers.
So weird.
And we are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy.
Don't get me wrong, this is funny as fuck. But this should not be on the top of American people's minds because America's in war. One of the biggest wars in American history in the Middle East right now. This war is shaping out to be bigger than World War II. I have Claude, hold up. So, okay. Over, what is this, 3 years? 1, 2, yeah. And, I think there's a website, right, that counts how much money is being spent. Yeah. 43. Okay, that is almost, no, that is more more than 1 year, the first beginning year. And this is, we are in the first beginning year. I believe this war will last close to a year, maybe a year. I hope not. Like, I mean, that's a good thing though. Like, you know, where are you from, bro?
Can't say you didn't know. Your president just told you on television, we took out their president because we want his oil. And at that point, you're an accessory to the crime, whether you want to be or not. And it's at that point that a lot of people should have spoken up and said, I'm out. Not that I hate Trump or don't like his entire program. Lots of things about it I love. I'm grateful. I'd maybe vote for him again, but I can't support theft because it's immoral. But they didn't. Maybe some did, but certainly the leaders of the American Christian churches, by and large, said absolutely nothing. And maybe because they said nothing, this accelerated. These are the same people who sort of didn't notice somehow that on Inauguration Day, the president did not take his oath of office with his hand on the Bible.
You're from New York? They stole a Christian president out of Venezuela, but that's okay. Dude, a Jewish president stole a Christian president out of Venezuela. And what did he do immediately after stealing, like kidnapping a Christian president? Sat down with oil companies and started talking about how they're going to divide the resources. Oh my God, bro. And then American people American people are just making fun of Eric Kirk, bro.
Don't let anyone disenfranchise.
Bro, your country's fucking stealing oil. They kidnapped the whole president, bro, and they're dividing up resources. I mean, that's why I'm watching this Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson is fuming, bro. Oh yeah.
His wife stood next to him holding it. I was about 15 feet away and saw it, but he did not put his hand on the Bible. And that should have been maybe a clue that we need to pause and think about, what is this? Why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible? If you don't believe in the Bible, you think it's just a book, there's no cost to you to putting your hand on it, just kind of following the protocol, going along with the tradition. All presidents do it. Why aren't you doing it? And you're not doing it intentionally. You're choosing not to put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath. That suggests not that you don't believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care?
Bro, here's what's really happening, okay? The reason why Trump didn't put his hand on the Bible is because Trump is possessed by a demon. He's possessed by a demon, bro. There's literally a demon inside him. Is a demon using Trump. Oh, can demons touch Bibles, bro? No, they can't. If they do, they will melt. So yeah.
Care. You put on the costume and take it off. Doesn't matter. That suggests you know it is real, and you're rejecting it intentionally. You know what you're doing.
Israel mentioned.
Believe it's real, because if you didn't believe it was real, why would you care? You put on the costume and take it off. Doesn't matter. That suggests you know it is real, and you're rejecting it intentionally. You know.
And then if you're
intentionally.
If Trump was just a normal con man, he would have put his hand on the Bible. I'm just saying. He's right. I'm just saying. But he does have a demon, or I don't know who's controlling who. If Trump is using the demon's powers, or the demon is using Trump's body, but Tucker Carlson had an interview with Father Chad, and that guy was explaining that demons have knowledge. Like, that's how they're created. They're created with knowledge. And so the demon knows that you can't just put your hand on the Bible and swear to it. And so he doesn't. It's the most banal, mundane ass demon to ever exist. Trump is doing the same thing all the previous presidents do. He's just a little bit more bombastic about it. Yeah, yeah, that's the saddest part, isn't it? He doesn't even have like Satan inside him. He probably has like some lower tier demon. He has put his hand on the Bible multiple times for the press. No, not when it mattered, bro. Not when it mattered. You know what I'm saying? Not when it mattered, baby. Probably. We don't know what kind of we don't know what kind of Bibles those were. They were probably like some what is it called? Evangelic fucking fake ass Bible, dude. Let's be real. But you know, the Bible they probably have for swearing in presidents is probably the real deal.
You know what you're doing, and you're doing it anyway. But nobody asked questions about that either. It seemed kind of inappropriate, given the celebration that in progress, to ask, why wouldn't you put your hand on the Bible when you take the oath of office to lead our nation?
Yeah,
pretty much
dude.
nobody did. I didn't.
That demon knows you should never make promises you can't keep, because there's consequences for that.
I'll admit that. I saw it and didn't say one word. Bothered me ever since. But right around
and I mean,
January
like,
4th,
I don't mean like, oh, real life consequences. I mean like deep, like biblical consequences for that, dude. Especially for demons, bro.
Came clear that maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And what's inside that book are limits on human behavior.
Bro, who rejected it, bro? It's the demon. The demon rejected it. He's not a lizard alien, bro. That's for sure. He is one of us. He's a possessed human, bro. Lizard aliens don't care about diddling kids, bro. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about eating babies. Okay, maybe for sustenance, that could be a fucking theory, but not putting their dicks in it for fun. You're not familiar with a fake one? Well, fake Bibles are Bibles that do not inherently spiritual, do not have the spirit of the word in them, you know? Depends on who prints them, you know? Like, the word is spread through intention, right? And your intention needs to be good. You must intend to teach, you know, to spread the gospel, you know? You're not, if you have no intentions, you're just trying to, like, you know, have something symbolic, dude. That's idolatry, you know? Dude, no, I thought so too. I thought they were boys. But that's the thing, like, maybe they are boys, because he's still, I'm telling you, dude, like, I think he's just worried for Trump. But also, Trump has been in the Epstein files. Like, I don't think they're boys no more, dude, because Tucker would never be friends with I mean, I don't, like, from watching him, I don't think he's a kid diddler friend maker, you know what I mean? He's a very Christian man, bro. Look at him. He's talking about how he's not happy about the fact that America stole I don't, dude. He's not a Christian man, bro. You gotta explain, dude.
Behavior. Because if there's one theme that spans all 66 books in the Christian Bible, it's that you are not God. And you cannot assume his powers.
Amen.
Because you don't have them. You may convince yourself you have them.
He does not follow the faith. He does not. Bro, you gotta give me context, bro. It's alright. Just keep typing. And by the way, if you guys are first-time chatters, I'm an Iranian living abroad. I'm a student abroad, and I'm in Japan right now. And the war is happening, so I kind of realized that there's a lot of like Iranian context that does not exist online. So I just started streaming, and also I take any questions. I'm open to any conversations. I don't take things personally. So please leave a follow to stay posted with whenever I'm streaming. Other than that, I do have a Discord for community. I have not set up like donation, like text-to-speech stuff either. I've been too busy, bro. But I do have my PayPal if you guys want to donate. But honestly, like, I'm not here for donations. So I'm more here for conversations, bro. I fucking thrive off of conversations, bro. Yeah, please do enlighten me about Tucker Carlson, bro. He does not follow the beliefs. He has no qualms with evil. He's a peddler of it. He just claims to be one, saying you're a thing does not make you the thing. If you live contrary to it, say it loudly, doesn't change that. I think, I think maybe back in his he was in Fox News or whatever, his CNN, Fox News, I don't know. I think back in those days, like, he was more of a peddler. But I think, especially after he got, dude, you gotta watch this. I don't know, do you watch it? Like, I don't, it's not like I'm not defending him. I wouldn't say I necessarily like Tucker Carlson because I've just come to, like, learn about him, and I've been watching his videos for a while. But as you can see, like, I started like around here, maybe last year a little bit, like over here to here, but like very shortly, briefly, right? But I think he's like turning a cheek, like he's actually getting better, dude. All the time. All right, nice, nice. Okay, well, I don't. So that's the thing. I don't want to say I love Tucker Carlson, but I do love what he's doing now because I think, like, he watching his shows, it to me, it brings up a lot of conversations that I'm wondering why Americans are not having more. And like I've spoken in Japan, there's a lot of Americans, expats, and I don't know, man. Like it's a weird talking to these people because especially expats, bro. Expats are like they don't want to be in America because of all these issues, and talking to them as well. It's like they're tired of like the way their country is, so they kind of want to get away from it. So they're not really like deep in the trenches of these conversations either. But I like so again back to Tucker Carlson. He is asking, like he is saying the things I'm wondering why Americans aren't talking more about.
And in temptation in some cases.
Yesterday I was watching. I streamed a little bit of it, but like I watched the whole thing myself, and like with this, like throughout this whole thing,
Things actually are what their nature actually
you
is.
can see Tucker Carlson really reflecting on the whole like, oh, our whole fucking country is being run by demons thing, kind of like dawning in on him. And at one point, he kind of makes the joke uh, that him being fired from his previous job was like a sort of a wake up call for him. Getting better from his earlier depravity does not imply behaving like a Christian. He's a propagandist. It's his job for his message to evolve with the times to be persuasive and for folks to buy. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. But in hindsight, what Tucker Carlson is doing, even if he's not a true Christian, he is at least propagating what true Christians are looking for in America. And I think like in the future, when we want to have a look back on the whole things that are happening right now, the way he puts everything on view, um, that would make you not a true one. Then why wouldn't it?
You may want them, you may have been promised them, but in the end, they're not yours, and you'll never have them, and you can only destroy yourself and the people around you by
But I
pretending.
also don't want to eat, bro. Fuck it. We're just gonna starve. Like I could get up and cook, but I don't want to get up and cook because I just want to stream, dude. Is what? Oh, really? Okay, see, this is why I love streaming, dude. This is why I love streaming. Because me, myself, right? I'm a religious person, bro. I fucking love religion. And I believe in God like no one else does, okay? Okay, I've met some people who believe in God the way I do, right? But what I'm trying to say is like I genuinely believe in God, all right? I am how do you say it? Yeah, like some of the way he asks the questions or frames the questions, right, as a religious person, right, with like understanding of where morality comes from, or what morality is, right? How can we foster morality, right? With these understandings, when he asks these questions, I'm like thinking to myself, yes, yes, these questions are like things I've been wondering too, and I wonder how these people are going to answer it. It's 1:58 p.m. That's really cool. That's really cool. That's really cool that, okay, because I'm not super familiar with, like, I've not met, dude, I think maybe I've met people like Tucker Carlson in real life, but I think it's just like it didn't really, like, I didn't really catch him. I didn't really understand them the way you do. So this is really cool that you're bringing this up. I'm gonna be more careful when I watch him, and also maintain this. He's not a Christian and more of a con man attitude as well, and see how my thoughts and feelings change about if he truly is a person finding the light, or he's just a peddler.
That is the consistent message that spans from Genesis to Revelation. And people who ignore that law are punished, just like people who ignore gravity or freezing temperatures are punished, because these are laws that were not created by people. They supersede people. But on January 4th, when the President of the United States told us he was stealing
Dude, if he's a con man, bro, he's such a good con man, bro. Fuck, dude, he's so good. He's so good because he really understands. See, this is what I mean, right? Like, you'd think Trump would be a better con man. He would understand religion and politics better. Because Tucker Carlson does. And in fact, he's like targeted by governments.
that our country was stealing some.
If I'd never heard of him before, the video you showed me had me done with him in 2 minutes. Which video? The one with the father, or this one?
Belonged to us. People should have piped up and said something, but they didn't. And that.
Oh, by the way, I'm speeding up the video. I hope it doesn't bother you guys. Narrative that excuses what you'd call demonic behavior while purpose. すいません. Hi. Sorry, boys, I'll be back.
Yo, sorry boys, I gotta. I just got. so, so, you know, I've started this whole journey of, um, fucking awakening, and a big part of that is, of course, physiognomy, because physiognomy never lies. So, I ordered fucking two adjustable 40-kilo dumbbells. I've brought one of them up. It just arrived earlier. I brought one of them up. I live on a 3-story building, so I'm gonna go bring the second one up, because in Japan you don't want to leave things outside. It's just disrespectful. So I'm gonna bring that up, and then and then we'll continue the stream.
Yo. All right. I don't know if you guys are here or not, but we back. Sorry for the wait. All right. Whew. That was literally heavy lifting, bro.
That got us all the way to yesterday, which was Easter
Physiognomy?
Sunday.
Yeah.
Easter Sunday is not just a holy day on the
You know, having physiognomy. Yeah, you know what physiognomy means, right? Right, so you know, you gotta make sure that, like, okay, if I'm this like guy who claims to be believer of God, I claim to carry morality and faith and unshakable will and truth with me. Because the way I see religion is that it's only our first step into life. You shouldn't try to find God through the book. You should learn the book. You should understand the book, embody it, have it in your heart, and then try to live it. Right? And so, like, find your connection straight with God without needing to find it through the book. I understand the book helps us not get the book is like it helps us to not have our connection with God be played with, to be corrupted. I understand that, but it shouldn't be a crutch, right? The book should be a first step into going higher, right? And of course, whenever we fall, we can come back to the book. Physiognomy, not racist, right? So if I see it don't work for law enforcement, it don't work for priests, it don't work for any of us. Yeah, right. I'm not projecting this onto others, right? I'm projecting this onto myself. If, part of living God's truth is the way I am right now, right, is I see it as I need to be strong to fight the battles when I'm called for them. No. I'm trying to. So within me, I'm getting stronger. Mentally, spiritually, I'm getting stronger. Right? And if my body is not as strong as my spirit and my mind, then sort of like the Trinity of myself would fail at some point, right? And then I cannot because I use my spirit to keep my will strong. I use my will to keep my spirit strong, and I use those two to find I don't know, like, because my physique is getting very weak. Before this, I used to do a little bit of farm work. I used to just through work, I had a stronger physique, but I haven't like done anything physical for like almost 6 years now. And so I noticed that even now that I've come to understand all these knowledge better, and I'm like running after them and gaining them and getting stronger that way, my physique is falling behind, and I need my physique to catch up with my will and spirit for me to be able to
you know, really bring the things that know I can bring to reality better. In that sense, right? Like, you know, even Jesus, right? Jesus, he wasn't able to carry the cross, if I'm not mistaken, right? And so they asked someone to help him, right? But imagine when there's someone who asks for you to help them carry their cross, you know, metaphorically speaking, and you know, it's a physical labor. So I want to be able to also, you know, try my best at the physical labors that God gives us. No, I am connecting. I'm connecting how I look inside to how I look outside. If I cannot claim to be strong and good if I don't look as strong and good as I can look, or on my way to look that outside. Because when talking to people too, I realize that, you know, seeing is believing, right? So, but I realize that, like, when I tell people, hey, you know, sometimes you don't even need to read a book. You don't even need to, I don't know, like, take a rest. You just need to shut your mind off and walk. You need to hike. You need to lift or something like that, you know. They tire your mind because your mind is restless, and they just don't believe me because I don't look like a person who, you know, does that himself. So, but also besides that, right, I fucked up my shoulder like a month ago, a few weeks ago, and that was like, I've always been thinking like I need to get my physique in check, like I'm trying to get my mind in check. And so my shoulder getting fucked was like me saying, oh yeah, that's projection. You don't shape your own face as a conceit to reflect what you think you've got. That's not authentic. It's not honest. Exercise is great though. Take care of yourself. That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to like do all these weird ass trends of like bone restructuring or whatever. But I'm trying to say, like, listen, if you can't, like, you know, if you got a lady and she's like, hey, Rudy, can you help me move my couch? And then Rudy can't help her move her couch, what kind of a man am I? And it's the same, you know? Sometimes just the physical presence of someone strong telling you it will be okay is better than whatever fucking love song or preacher could ever preach, you know? But physiognomy isn't about exercise. It's about how you understand other people by some man-made belief about what a face should look like. Oh, is that true? I thought physiognomy was about like just, you know, if someone looks like they can lift, then because, you know, like I thought physiognomy is kind of like who Plato was, right? Because Plato was literally, was it Plato? Who was it? The philosopher that was, no, strong wrestler, Greek philosopher. I think it was, wasn't it Plato? No. Yeah, it was Plato, right? So there was a story of like Plato just flexing on people to win arguments. You know what I'm saying? So I thought that's what physiognomy is, you know, to be able to literally flex your point physically. A man can't move a couch. I know, we're gonna. Well, I'm so sorry to hear that, man. Like you said, no, it's a man is a person who can who achieves a lot through whatever he's capable of. And me, I've got working. I'm not disabled, so I should be able to capitalize on what God has given me. And I'm sure God has given you a lot as well, and I hope you are capitalizing on those things, because that's what makes a man. Or at least, like, in God, like, I don't know, because the day of judgment, right? If I stand in front of God and God is like, bro, I gave you a physique to like lift heavy and run far. Why, like, did you do that? You know, and if I tell God, hey, no, I didn't even explore that aspect of gift you gave me, I'd be like so fucking pissed at myself. Oh, really? Well, okay. Well, thank you for teaching me that, because I thought physiognomy check was basically what Plato was doing. Isn't this cool how, like, I'm experiencing, like, whatever that is, like, new age culture in your area of the world through the internet, and I'm, like, completely understanding. Like, I have a very naive way of, like, looking at it. Meanwhile, it's not as positive as I thought it was. Not how you look doing it. True. Maybe not for God, but definitely for people, dude. So this is where I am as a person. Hey, yo, dude, welcome back to the chat. This is where I am as a person, all right? It's not how it's at first. It's like it's not how you look while doing it. It's not about other people's, you know, how other people judge you, right? And so then the next level is like, all right, then I'm just gonna do what's best for me, right? And then now I've like mastered like what's best for me, and so now I'm not doing it because like I care about how people judge me, but I do it because I want people to judge themselves by judging me. And meanwhile, because I've already passed the step of like, oh, like I'm doing what's best for me, then when people judge me, it doesn't really, it doesn't reflect on me, but it reflects on them, and they can see that. So, and you see, like, mentally, I'm already there, right? When I talk to people, they're like, yeah, Rudy, you're right. Spiritually, too, you know, they're like, okay, you know what? You're absolutely right. I was being too superstitious. Which is fine. But then physically, I'm not there. I want to be there physically, too. If you work for man's judgment, your rewards is what you get from them. God won't have nothing for you. That's exactly what I was saying earlier, right? That's exactly true, my guy.
Christian calendar, it is the center of the Christian calendar, is the holiest day in Christian life. Because it's the day that Christians remember the whole point of their...
It's the opposite of what you said earlier. Yeah, but doesn't it take us to the same point? The fact that no? Shit. I totally thought it does, because I hope you're enjoying this conversation, because I am enjoying it. And like, you know, I'm not trying to... Okay. So I'm saying it drives us to the same point because it's not about, you know, it's not about, like, in the first stage of things, right? You have to understand, the first thing you need to understand is that you have to live not for, you know, other people's judgment, but for the judgment day, you know, for when God judges you, right? And so when God judges you, God doesn't ask you, hey, did people like that short, you know, that shorts you were wearing with your junk out in a mall, you know, did the bitches love it, you know? God's not gonna be judging you based off of that. God would be like, you know, did you like, hey, did you save that puppy from the fire? You know what I mean? Because, you know, I gave you limbs, and, you know, I gave you like fire resistant skin compared to others. There was no one else there for you to do it. Did you do that even though you knew in your heart that you could do it? Stuff like that. Dry fast each week, ground beef, sardines, green tea, salad, mind over matter, willpower over impulse. Type shit. You made a claim, the content on your screen contradicted you. You claimed the victory about it. You got called out, you claimed victory about it. Then explain the other people always tell you you're right, but you wish you were strong too. Type shit. Yeah, that's right. Hold up.
Let me break it down for you. It's going all right. It's going all right. We got a new chatter. Earlier we talked about Tucker Carlson and how he's more of a peddler and a propagandist, that, you know, he's evolving with his time rather than actually being a Christian. Also, I just received my dumbbells that I ordered because I gotta get my physique in order, bro. Or else I'm just not gonna be. I'm gonna start being more ashamed of myself. I gotta be more ashamed of myself, bro. The physique. I have a strong body, bro. I just don't use it, bro, and I want to use it. So, anyways, and then we got into this conversation about how, what was it? Yeah, I got exercise equipment. I got dumbbells, bro. I got two 40-kilo adjustable dumbbells, because I need to get physically stronger. He capping, he ain't gonna do anything he says he gonna do. On God, you know me, bro. You know me. That's how you gotta do. Like, that's how you the muscle arrest. Walk each day, at least half a mile per day. The walking part is hard. I mean, when I say the walking part is hard, it's just because I'm so fucking busy. But yeah, you're right. Absolutely. I'm thinking of like either doing it super early in the morning. So I got these adjustable dumbbells that go from like 5 kilos to 40 kilos. And my goal, he capping, dude. I am capping, dude. But that's the fun part, dude. I've reached the level where, okay, so before, right? I want to do something. I tell people, but then I don't do it. Then I started not telling people and then doing it. But then when people saw results, they asked me, hey, are you doing it? I'm like, yeah, I am actually. And then I would stop doing it, right? But then now I've gotten to a point where I'm in this perpetual state of confusion of whether I'm going to do it or not going to do it. And I've found a way to do it through not doing it. So, like, this sort of, like, you know, it's, I don't know, in Persian and Farsi, we say people's vision, like people seeing you, right? Chesh, people's eyes, right? So it's the whole thing, like when people have their eyes on you, like, you know, it's sort of like it's a curse or whatever. It's a superstitious thing. No, I am, dude. I literally got it today. I literally got it today, and the dude came up to my building because I live on the top floor, the third story. And the guy was like, yeah, omoi, you know, in Japanese, he's like, oh, it's a bit heavy and stuff like that. And, we'll watch. Nah, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut the fuck up. I got work to do. Don't.
It's not that Jesus was killed, but that he rose from the dead. That he
like,
beat death,
you can definitely goat me into doing
this
it.
Is the day
dude, that is not physiognomy. Exercise equipment is solid. Good to take care of yourself. Take anything. And doesn't physiognomy means like the physique? Am I tripping? A person's facial features or expression. Oh, it's all about facial? I thought it's about physique. It's supposed to art of judging character from facial characteristics? Okay. Bro, I swear to God, I'm being psyop, dude. Cause I remember Googling physiognomy the other day and it literally said like the shape of your body. Always tomorrow sounds like my wife. Bro, I'm not. Oh, it's physiology? Bro, I've been psyoped, bro. What the fuck? Then where does the word physiognomy come from? Like, face reading, sometimes known by the later term anthroposcopy. Anthroposcopy is the practice of assessing a person's character or personality from their outer appearance, especially the face. Sure. Is that why people keep thinking I'm dumb and retarded? Because they keep looking at my face. It's like how astrology and astronomy can get confused by people. One is scientific, one is something else. Okay. See? This is why I love streaming, bro. I actually learn.
Christians celebrate his resurrection. And in this country, that celebration's been watered down effectively to candy and Easter bunnies. But globally, and certainly historically, Easter is the focus. It's preceded by Holy Week and Lent, 40 days of self-denial.
Terms for everything these days, on God, bro. It's always been like that, bro.
All
English is a silly language.
Easter morning. And for faithful Christians, it is still the biggest day of the year. And it's a day of joy. The thing every person fears most is death.
Easter is like when he was resurrected. And then what? The day before that? No, 3 days before that is like the day he was Jesus was crucified, right? And then there's a celebration on that? Not celebration, but there's a thing there. Killed? Yeah. Killed. Yeah, you're right. That's a psyop. They killed Jesus, bro. This whole thing about crucifixion, this whole thing about like, you know, oh, sacrifice is bullshit. They murdered my guy. They murdered my boy, bro. They murdered him. Fucking justice for Jesus, bro.
Death, we're born fearing it because we're born knowing.
Yeah, he is. Bro spoke the truth. And he was born of the Virgin Mother Mary.
It's coming. And Christianity unique
which
among
is dope.
religions promises victory over it. And Jesus' resurrection is proof that God can beat death because only God creates life. And so the morning of Easter is a uniquely joyful and peaceful moment. And yet that peace yesterday was shattered. That's not an overstatement. It was shattered for many observant Christians by a statement that the President of the United States put out at 8:03.
I'm a true Muslim. 3
a.m. Eastern time on Easter morning that said this. And we're going to read it in its entirety. Not in outrage or self-righteousness.
Not really. There's a lot of things I don't know about Islam myself. But one thing I do know is God. I know God. I know God, and I know that he has a mission for me, and so every day I just live to strengthen myself, to beckon this call. Is that even the word, bro? I'm trying to English right now. Beckon means to be called to, right? Make a gesture with the hand, arm, no. Appear attractive, inviting. Summon, yeah, summon someone, right? Yeah, to be beckoned. I'm just waiting for the day I'm beckoned by him.
But honestly, in horror.
My friend who is Syrian Muslim would love me to join his faith. I've been thinking about it for the last 10 years, no offense. Dude, I'll tell you, you don't, what do you mean join his faith, bro? Like, if you're a Christian, dude, if you believe in God, so the whole point of being a Muslim is to truly, what is it, Islam? Taslim. What does taslim mean? Surrender. Yeah, so you have to, the whole point of Islam is that you have to truly surrender to God, you know, to the one true God, to the truth, to God. And so with that, everything else just starts. So, and the rest of that is just learning about the rest of the things that comes with it, you know, why it came to be the way it is. And how you can reflect off of all that. So it's like, you know, becoming a Muslim is just as simple as that.
Or Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There'll be nothing like it.
My boyfriend is visiting his wife today. It's the Sakura season in Japan right now, so I'm really missing him.
3 exclamation points. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. All caps. Praise be to Allah.
Dude, praise be to Allah on Easter is the funniest shit Trump could have pulled. And he did it. I mean, funny as in like you're damned to hell. But I can laugh at it because I can't believe this happened, right? The ridiculousness of it is what's so funny. Or else everything else is absolutely disrespectful. He also came to Japan and absolutely disrespected the Japanese by saying that Pearl Harbor was a surprise you guys didn't tell us about. And it's like, bro. What?
President Donald J. Trump. Now, a lot of people reading that.
Dude, you have to talk about religion. Like, the whole, if you don't talk about religion, religion is all about morality, right? But if your intention is very important, right? So if you have good intentions, right, you kind of like finding your way to the truth, you know, and that path to the truth, you know, is like the most fun thing to talk about, because like I have Buddhist friends, I have Christian friends, and you know, we recognize that we're genuinely just chasing the same thing, the same truth, you know. It's just different philosophies and different paths, but the whole pact we have is that we continue talking about our discoveries of morality. Yeah, dude, I would love to like on stream break down the Quran, because I think people don't understand, especially like they don't know how to relate the book, even the Bible, to today, modern days, and that's like very hurtful, because it's always relevant. Especially one thing that I think is really holding people back, especially normal people who are not, they don't want to get too deep into it, but they also don't want to be bad people, right? What's really tripping those people up is the do's and don'ts, all right? They don't understand what the fuck is do. No, okay, I don't want to swear. I take that back, especially when I'm talking about religion. I want to get rid of that swearing thing. So they don't understand like what's up with morality, right? Because sometimes like you just have to sin, and it's not like hurtful to anybody else, you know. It's just flow of the things, you know. And so by the book, it's a sin, but then at the same time, it would be a sin to not experience this life, and no one's gonna get hurt by the end of it. At least we don't hope so, right? So why don't I just partake in this sin? Will I go to hell? And it's just, so this conversation, this spiritual conversation, is just something that people don't know how to handle. And so they try to distance themselves from the books because they don't want to bring themselves back to these spiritual conversations. But I want to break it down and be like, hey, listen, you are forgiven. So sin if you truly think it makes you better. Lying is haram, you lie all the time. Exactly, right? I have a very hard time talking to folks about the Bible. The level of misinformation is so high, and folks have hung their entire on things you can't go into the history without. Right? Dude, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Oh my God, bro. Bro, that's what I'm saying. The book, it's supposed to be our connection with God that is like, you know, keeps it uncorruptible, right? Because like the problem with having straight connection with God himself is that at what point are you hearing God, and at what point are you being schizo? At what point is it not God who's speaking to you, but, you know, whatever corruption, right? So that's why you have the book. It's supposed to keep you grounded. It's supposed to connect you to God without the fear of corruption. But that's not true. Exactly, right? So the book has been fucking... Ah, shit, bro. Oh, damn. I just double sweared. I'm so sorry. It is a struggle to be better. So I'm gonna make my point. And my point is, the thing that is supposed to keep our connection with God trustworthy and pure, because again, not everybody is so spiritually and like willfully experienced and matured and understanding and taught to like be confident in whether they're corrupt or not, confident in knowing whether they're being corrupted or not, right? So that's why they come to the book. But the book is now corrupted, the information is corrupted, so now we essentially have lost our secure connection with God. But that's why we have Rudy and his viewers. We break these things down and we get to the point of the matter. But I have one issue, which I hope don't get me banned from this room. For I like to learn about the Middle East. For you are in the trenches, so to speak. Literally, it's not so to speak. But I am an atheist, so from that point, any religion for me is difficult, but I respect everyone, for we all have our path. That's the thing, right? Even you as an atheist, right? You don't need to believe in God, but what atheists believe in is the truth. They believe in the truth, right? You can't. They believe in. So what is the truth, right? The truth is something you cannot deny. It's knowledge, right? I'm surrounded by the enemy. Ah! I can fire all sides. Blah 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 blah. You believe in reason, exactly, right? So, right, and so you have to understand. So you can, as an atheist, talk and relate to religious people very easily, because that's what God is. That's what God is. The whole point of God is to prove to you, to validate that as a human, okay, your moral, your innate desire to chase moral and to chase morality, be on the right moral side, and have reasons for what you do is true. And so the difficult part of not believing is that it's easy to give up when what's the reason behind reasons, right? Why is it that I chase reason, you know? Okay, well, the reason behind reasons is God knows. And that's why we have faith in God. But also, as an atheist, you can easily relate to religious people because essentially they're the same. Truth exists independent of reason. Reason is a tool to uncover it. Atheism is great. Antitheism is chauvinism. That one not so great. I agree with that statement. I have the Islamic faith in the most interesting. I have the Islamic faith in the most interesting when I do talk to your Syrian friend. The facts are still there. That's the thing. Like, the facts are not truth. You know, that's one thing I have. That's like one of my what is it called? Pit. What's the English word for it? Pet peeves. Is that people talk to me about facts, and I'm like, no. Just because it's fact doesn't mean that it's better. Stop it. I mean, dude, you must have a good Muslim friend that, because there's a lot of Muslims I've met who are just like, might as well be fucking atheists or anti what was it called? Antitheisms, because they don't appreciate other religions. They don't appreciate people who are not Muslims or things that do not have an Islamic reasoning behind it. And so, they just don't appreciate or live life to the fullest. And so your friend must be great. Be honest, I'm from Saudi. I would die before I ever be from Saudi, bro. This is a no Arab hate channel, okay? I have a lot of Arab friends, and especially he's not Arabic, he's North African, but he's a very dear friend of mine, and he's told me multiple times, Rudy, your hate for Arabs is not, you should stop hating the Arabs for the sake of hating them. And it's not for the sake of hating them. I've had bad experiences with Saudis, actually. And so, but this whole idea that I shouldn't be hateful towards them is true, because I'm trying to be better. I cannot carry hate on my path to be better. Muslims are dope. I don't find Islam to tie its cousins' faiths together, but I'm on the academia side of religion, so modern trends are how I see these things. Okay, this is really cool that that's the kind of person you are, because I am constantly finding the connection between you know, how, because you know, like you know, I wanna have this title of modern testament on the whole, like, Islamic books, right? And like, so I'm constantly thinking, because I truly believe in the Quran, and I truly believe in our Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon PBU. But also that I also truly believe in Jesus Christ and all his miracles and stuff like that, and not stuff like that, but stuff that comes with that, and you know, I truly do believe that out of all of the prophets, right, Jesus was like sort of an outlier, because he wasn't just a prophet. And so, like, one good, and so I'm constantly looking for that connection, right? And so one of the connections I can give you right now between Islam and Christianity is the fact that, yeah, right, dude, Muslims were rebels too. That's what I'm saying. Moses was a rebel too. They were all rebels, bro. All the prophets were rebels, bro. They're so goated, bro. I love, dude, prophetic stories are so goated, bro. They just be showing up out of nowhere, and they just be doing things, bro. They just be doing it, bro. And they're like, fuck, they're rebels, bro. Anyways, so the connection I can give you is that Jesus died for our sins, right? And so, you know, Jesus did a lot of, like, innovative things that he by innovative things, I mean Jesus did opened a lot of gates or paths that had previously thought to not exist. And you know, one of them was exorcism. And another one is the path to salvation, even after going to hell, right? If it wasn't for Jesus and his sacrifice, or the murder of Jesus, you know, he rose back from hell, you know, to our world and to heaven. If he hadn't opened that door, then you know, in Islam couldn't come in and say, because in Islam they come in, our prophet comes in and gives us the news and says, hey, as long as the last minute, up to the last minute, you agree, you accept God, you submit to God, then even in hell you can find your way back to heaven. And that's what Jesus did. And Islam couldn't have had this claim if it wasn't for Jesus showing us the way. What is your version of Jesus, my guy? Jesus was a 100% submitting follower, but what he followed was against the culture of his time, so those who had deviated saw him as a rebel while he saw them as rebellious to the truth. Yes! Amen, bro. Amen. Amen. Yeah, but Jesus, it isn't the same historical figure as what Christianity had, or the same as the pop culture Jesus, but we all have a version of a dude we identify as the same guy. It's a huge knot to untie with, folks. Amen. Amen. It truly is. But, like, that's one connection I can give you between Islam and Christianity.
Of course, this can't be real. Did the President of the United States really just write that? And it is real. It is maybe the most real thing this president has ever done, and also the most revealing. On every level. It is vile on every level. It begins with a promise to use the U.S. military, our military, to destroy civilian infrastructure in another country, which is to say to commit a war crime, a moral crime.
Holy dude, I am so fucking hyped up right now that I can actually double the speed. If I were in a Fed, you'd follow me, bro. I don't know what you're talking about. Are you talking about Instagram, bro? Bro, I literally haven't received a follow. Dude, why don't you come to fucking... dude, I keep trying to swear. Why don't you come to... Hit me up on Discord, bro. We'll figure out what the problem is. Double speed!
Crime against the people of the country?
In old school Judaism and Christianity, there was no heaven or hell. There was death and resurrection. There was no soul, as we imagine it in the Bible. Those came later, and words conflated ideas until pop culture Christianity has all these things. By the time Islam hit the scene, they were the mainstream notions.
Whose welfare, by the way, was one of the reasons we supposedly went into this war in the first place. They're being killed by their government. We have to rescue them. And now here's our president, not even a month and a half into the conflict, which we are not winning, by the way, because the Straits of Hormuz are not open.
Yeah, I mean, as he mentioned, America's not even winning right now. So this war machine is more like a lose machine. Am I right?
Keep track. That's the measurement. Saying that we're going to use our military.
Trump is doing America a favor, to be honest, breaking down the empire, so America can now actually get rid of their corruption and focus on their own fucking on their own continent is going to be a lot more beneficial moving on.
To kill the civilians of this country who didn't choose.
And I'm not saying he's a good guy. I'm just saying, like,
nothing to do with it.
All right, dude. Take care.
Civilians everywhere. Blow up their bridges? Bridges on military bases? I don't know, just bridges. Bridges that people cross every day to go to school and work and to worship, and yes, church, because there are over 1 million Christians in Iran. This is their Easter too. And power plants. Not the power plants attached to missile factories, okay, but civilian power plants in a country of almost 100 million people. What happens when a modern country, and a country that has a nuclear program is a modern country, sorry, Iran is a modern country, what happens when it loses power? Well, people die. Babies go into incubators die.
Amen.
People in hospitals die.
Yes.
And those are the first level effects. And then people begin to starve.
See, this is what I mean. Like, if Tucker wasn't saying these things, I would literally lose my mind, bro.
And then you have refugee crises. People leave the cities looking for food, and yes, they move into other countries. In the region, in Europe, in the United States, you cause chaos and death, mass suffering and death when you do that. And we have done that. We have intentionally bombed civilian infrastructure.
Yeah, I heard the news, like, earlier this week, Trump was taking away budgets from, like, heating and schooling and, like, all these, like, other places. Like SNAP. He was taking away budgets from SNAP to give to the war, which is crazy.
In Iran, it's totally unacceptable. None of the phony laws of some international body, but under moral law, God's law, killing non-combatants, people who did nothing wrong, who didn't choose this war. We're just people created by God. That is immoral. That will never be moral. That can never be justified. That is always wrong. It can be expedient. We need to do this. It doesn't mean it's right. It's the most wrong thing. And we should always remember that what we do will be done to us. Live by the destruction of civilian.
Dude, what is this narrative though that he's slipping by me because I'm not catching it? I mean, I don't doubt that, you know, Tucker is like some next level psyop, but
infrastructure live by the killing of children, the bombing of elementary schools and colleges. And you will die, and your children will die by those same things.
Trump is like Hitler, bled the money of their money to people to take over the world. No, Trump is not like Hitler. Hitler actually had talent.
Fact. That's never not been true. We don't want it to be true. It's the last thing we...
Dude, Congress has no... I think they're afraid for their lives, because why would they be doing things actively against their own people and their own well-being, dude? I think they have like guns to their children's heads or something.
You want it to be true, but it is nonetheless true. And everyone knows that on an animal level. You can feel that that's true. Ooh, shouldn't do that. You'll be punished for it. In this life or the next, or maybe both. For the president to say that and not bother to tell us, oh, it was an accident we did this? Well, one, it makes you reassess the bombing of the girls' school attached to the IRGC naval base, where the children of Iranian military officers were incinerated in a bombing, not one but two, a double tap. Every person has assumed that was a mistake.
Yeah.
No American could ever believe the U.S. government would do that on purpose. I still don't believe it. But after this, you have to kind of wonder, how did that happen? Was it bad targeting, coordinates given to us, we hope, by Israel, another country? Maybe it wasn't. Who knows at this point?
See what I mean? He's losing his shit. I'm losing my shit. I'm losing my shit, bro. I'm losing my shit every fucking day. Every fucking day, bro. I'm losing my shit, and I don't see enough Americans losing their shit. And I'm like wondering, like, what the fuck is going on, bro? But then when I see Tucker Carlson losing his shit, I'm like, okay. Americans are people too.
President to call for that?
And of course, my beautiful viewers from America too. You guys give me a lot of hope for humanity, really.
It's worth stopping and saying, no, this is not acceptable under any circumstances. You haven't justified it. You couldn't justify it. And it can't be done in our name. And the point, of course, is to get the Iranians to open the Strait of Hormuz. Well, no sane person thinks that's going to work. At which point you have to ask, why would we do it anyway? Well, there are a bunch of possible reasons, but the darkest of all is for the sake of doing it. For the sake of killing, for the sake of exercising the most obvious form of power, which is extinguishing life.
Wait. Do you guys really think, what do you guys think? Do you guys think Trump is doing it for just the sake of doing it? Or like, you know.
That's why we're doing it. The thrill is in the killing.
This framing he's
power is in
giving
the killing,
you
the
includes
exertion of force.
excusing of U.S.
You don't wanna
imperial
think-
aggression so long as it's done with a certain sense of decorum. It includes the framing of there being hostile enemy nations that were a threat to the U.S., like Venezuela, that the U.S. is a theocracy and that is, attack these people who pose no threat to us. I see what you mean. I'm getting what you're saying now. Because before the war, I think it was Tucker Carlson who gave Trump the idea of like, hey, forget about Venezuela, forget about Iran. Let's get Greenland. I think it was Tucker Carlson that did it because during January, after Venezuela, Trump was dead set on Iran. There was he was like saying Iran a lot, and it was like clear that he's like has his eyes there. And then Tucker Carlson like had a meeting with him. No one knows what happened, but then suddenly, Iran was forgotten, and it was just like Greenland all over. He just kept saying Greenland. So yeah, I see what you mean, dude. I mean, Tucker Carlson, right? Why would he even why would he take Trump's attention towards Greenland over Iran if he's a good guy who just say, hey, don't do any of this? Right. So now I'm kind of like, that's clicking in, right? I'm adding 2 and 2 together. If Iran could drop a bomb anywhere in the United States, the Congress will stop the war. Nah. 9/11 happened. War on terror happened. So I don't think that's true. Trump is a dictator, plain and simple. I don't know, dude. It's never that plain and simple. He's a child diddler, bro. Child diddlers are not dictators, bro. They're pussies. Trump is over the top. Just like Trump just talks different from what we're used to about it. Glad we're on the same page. Okay. So, all right. No, I'm getting it. That's why I kept asking you. This is really cool. We're getting educated. All the portals are against Trump. Really, that wouldn't stop him. No, they wouldn't. We don't attack countries with nukes. We beforehand. Bro, Iran doesn't have a nuke either, dude. That's the point. Iran doesn't have a nuke. Oh my god, dude.
But after a message like this, what could possibly be the reason? There's nobody who thinks that if we do this, and we pray we don't for our sake as well as the sake of non-combatant innocent Iranians, nobody thinks this is going to work. But then the tweet continues. Pardon me, the ironically named truth continues. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight. How dare you speak that way on Easter morning to the country? Who do you think you are? You're tweeting out the F word on Easter morning? You'll be living in hell.
No, you're so simple. The reason why he's not going after North Korea is because it's Russia, dude. You have to understand, capitalism and communism are, at least the way they're executed today, are all part of the same thing. They take power from the bottom, push it to the top with no way of it circulating back down. And so this whole thing of like, oh, communism and like, I don't know, capitalism is just bullshit, bro. So since North Korea is already communistic, like they don't need to go after it. But Iran is not communist or capitalist. They're Islamic Republic. They're their own thing, and they're very sovereign. And so, you know, you got to get rid of their sovereignty.
As if hell is a place. Hell is a condition. And this is an example of that condition. Just watch.
I'm a communist. That's bullshit. Well, you're probably a real communist. You're not a communist.
Praise be to Allah. So obviously you're mocking the religion of Iran. Okay.
What is DPRK? Is that North Korea? Yeah, it is North Korea. What does it stand for? Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Okay, bro, chill.
Okay. If you seek a religious war, that's a good idea. But by the way, no decent
my
person.
country is also Islamic Republic. You know what I mean? But it's nothing about it. Not that nothing about it, but a lot of things about it is not Islamic or Republic, dude.
Mocks other people's.
But at least our oil is fucking national, and we're not Zionist. Thank God, bro.
Religions. You may have a
But also, fuck, dude. It's hard. I don't want to seem like I'm picking a side because I'm not like pro-current regime in Iran, but also I'm totally against, whatever that's happening right now.
Problem with the theology, presumably you do if it's not your religion, and you can explain what that is. But to mock other people's faith is to mock the idea of faith itself, and we should never mock that because at its core is the acknowledgement that we're not in charge of the universe. We did not.
It's really cool. I think you're my first communist viewer, dude. But that's really cool. Welcome to the stream. I really appreciate having you. I'm not making a claim based off of a name. I'm talking about historical facts and knowledge about the workings of government, dog. Anybody can just dismiss shit they don't like on vibes type shit, though. Zionists are true terrorists. Yeah. There's a lot of true terrorists out there. I think I would say our government is pretty terroristic as well, but Zionists are like they're top dogs in terrorism in the world right now.
Build it. We won't be here at the end of it. We can destroy life. We cannot create it because we are not God. The message of all faith, at the biggest picture level, is the message in our Bible, which is you are not God, and only if you think you are do you talk this way.
Hold on.
The biggest picture level is.
I want to see his Bible cover.
Message in our Bible.
What is this?
Which is,
dude. I don't know, bro. I don't like this design. What do you boys think? A smudged, charred cross on a off-white paper.
You are not.
It's giving Dante's Inferno, and I don't like that.
God, and only if you think you are do you talk this way. But it's not just mockery.
But again, it's not about physiognomy. We don't judge people based off of their facial things, or rather, in this case, we don't judge the book by its cover. I don't know, bro, but we've been judging Tucker all stream today.
Hey. And no president should mock Islam. That's not your job. This is not a theocracy. We don't go to war with other theocracies to find out which theocracy is more effective. We are not a theocracy. And God willing, we never will be. Because theocracies corrupt the religion.
Catholicism?
No, this is a mockery, not just of Islam.
Well, what do we think about Catholicism? I think it's pretty chill. I mean, again, it's all corrupt. Like, even Islam is, like, very corrupt right now. Which is why we're here trying to just find the good people on the planet, on this world, and work towards a future that is not constrained within these corrupt games, but rather an option that proves that it's all worth it, and the things we've always believed to be true can be validated, because till the times that it didn't feel validated was because of all these corruptions.
It's a mockery of Christianity. To send out a tweet with the F word on Easter morning promising the murder of civilians and then saying praise be to Allah without explaining any of it, you are mocking me and every other Christian because we're Christians. Oh, I get it.
Nice.
We can't support that. Under no circumstances can we support that. Doesn't mean you have to hate Trump or take the opposite position on every issue from Trump. You shouldn't.
Yeah,
a lot of positions are right
that's
positions.
Good to know.
But you cannot support that. That is evil. That is
like
intentional desecration of beauty and truth, which is the definition of evil. And you have to ask, where does evil lead? If the core point of evil is to destroy, which it is, God creates, Satan destroys. It's dualism. When you see something of beauty being created, when you hear the truth being spoken, you are witnessing a manifestation of God's power. And when you see the opposite, you're witnessing the opposite. So where does this lead? Well, on a practical level and a spiritual level, they converge in the same place, which is the use of weapons of mass destruction. So on a practical level, on a strategic level, if you're at the Pentagon gaming this out, how does this work?
Yo, there was a clip of these Israeli councils, Congress, like going on TV, talking about using neutrino bombs, dude. Let me see if I can pull it up, dude. That was really spooky for me. And they were laughing because they're like, oh yeah, like, I don't know, is it called a neutron bomb? I don't know, dude. Oh yeah, it doesn't destroy buildings, but it kills people. Why don't we just use that already, bro? I was very scary because these people will literally do it, and it on my country and my people.
Down markers, you can't go past next Tuesday at 2 p.m. or whatever. You must open the straight, or else you'll be living in hell, as if we're not there already.
So I'm very worried. Like Like, personally, I hope, knock on wood, praise be to Allah, I hope this doesn't happen and I am wrong. But I think they will use the N-word bomb. The N-word, they'll use the N-word. And last war, the N-word was used to end the war. I think this war, it will only be used to escalate it. But again, knock on wood, smite me down. If I'm right, I do not want to be right about this. But, I got a feeling. And I've been wrong before, so I hope it's one of those times. And every day, dude, every time I open the news, I'm praying.
What we're doing is revealing we've exhausted conventional power. If there's some tricky way to open the Strait of Hormuz by air, probably would have done it by now. Because we are on a path to plunge the world into global depression and famine. And that's not hair on fire panicism, that's math. 30% of the world's fertilizer, 20% of its energy? Yeah, that's a global depression and famine. What happens to Africa? 1.5 billion sub-Saharan Africans without enough fertilizer? Well, why don't we live in the United States? That's just going to happen. It's right across the Atlantic Ocean. Check a map. So getting the strait open is the essence of the mission. It is the strategic goal. By the way, not to be bitter, it was open on February 27th and had been. The pirates from the strait for modern history to open, but now it's closed because of this war. Okay, so there's that. But leave that aside. Okay, that was
the fact that Iran hadn't been taking tolls from the Strait of Hormuz this whole time was such a mindfuck to me. I was like, okay, again, no swearing. Was such a mind boggle for me because they could have done this the whole time. They could have asked people to pay money to go through the Strait of Hormuz and they didn't. That is so nice of them.
Open. Conventional airstrikes will not open the strait for very obvious reasons. You can close it with mines.
So, I mean, so they gave some, let me see if I can find it. They gave, 10 things about, surrender, right? They want America to stop the war. Iran has 10 requests, and a few of them are listed here. A permanent end to the war on all theaters in the Middle East, including Lebanon, Gaza, with guarantees. The dismantling of all U.S. bases in the Persian Gulf. Implementation of a new transit protocol that recognizes Iranian control over the Strait of Hormuz and allows Iran to collect tolls. So now they want to continue collecting tolls even after. The lifting of economic sanctions on Iran, acknowledging Iran's rights to peaceful uranium enrichment per its inherent right under the NPT and the United Nations Charter. So, so they don't want to make nukes, but they want to continue enriching uranium. The paying of reparations for economic damages suffered during the war. So these are just demands they have, right? And there's 10 of them. I think there's 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 4 more of this, right? And it's stated over here. Anyways, I read it somewhere that they have 10 of them. And so 5 of them is this. So when I read the thing about the tolls, I was like, damn, so this whole time they could have done it, but they didn't. That's so nice. They just let the world have trade for free through their corridor for free. Insane. Empire scrambling, bombs could well go off in the death throes. Hopefully not, but to cut things off before that point, the people in the U.S. will have to be united force capable of preventing it. That's what I'm saying! Save free America. They always say, I don't know, free Venezuela, free Cuba, free Gaza, free Israel, free Iran, whatever, dude. Free America, bro. Free America. If America gets freed, then all of this will be done. I sound like a communist. Don't say shit like that. I'm a full-blown capitalist, bro. I'm a real capitalist. I'm just kidding. No, for real, we do need liberation. I'm a socialist democrat. Dude, I used to believe in like in a perfect world, I want UBIs. I want universal base incomes. In a perfect world. Trump and Hexeth wants to control Iran. Sounds reasonable request, but Trump won't go for it. Thank you, Trump.
So if you reach the end of your conventional power, where does that leave you? Oh, with non-conventional power. What's that a euphemism for? Nuclear
In a
weapons.
perfect world, I wouldn't
And the
need
effects of that
income.
hardly need to be explained. Well,
Fuck,
it's really known
dude.
because modern nuclear weapons have never been used.
Oh my god, I hope one day we get the chance to like really go deep into like sort of like what would be the perfect uh world where commerce can happen much more naturally, right? Because I was talking to one, actually he's a Christian friend of mine, and he's very knowledgeable. He's a fast absorber of knowledge, and he's very spiritually awakened. And so talking with him is really fun. And one time we are like kind of toying around with the ideas of how can we have a better system, like economic system, because we need we need a better economic system. And I was like, okay, what if, right? You go to shops, like a restaurant or something. Doesn't matter if it's in your country or another country. You essentially just pay by being nice, right? So you go there. It's like an emotional thing, right? It's a vibe thing, right? If they if they vibe with you, you show them you order whatever you want when you're leaving, you just show them like your ID card or whatever, and they're like, okay, Rudy came to this shop and ate, and it's just paid for. And like if you go to another country and you go to restaurants, you pay with your vibes. You're like, okay, and they came, and then so okay, you ate. You're a foreigner who is eating in that country, so you're using that country's resources, right? So that country takes like a monthly toll or a yearly toll of like, people from different countries that came and ate in their country, and they're happy with it, whatever, and they give this to the country that they came from, and the government of that country is like, oh shit, okay, that's cool. This many people from my country came to your country, and they used your resources like this. Here is the repayment, whether that's in money or resources or whatever. So we're like toying around with these ideas. Lenin had it almost perfect, but when he got in office, the power went to his head. That's what I'm saying, bro. The demons.
But you can just draw obvious conclusions, like life.
I mean, even Gaddafi, right? Gaddafi was doing so good. I mean, dude, my government. Look at my government. They had it so good, but they ruined it.
In Iran, not possible. So you wipe out a country of
I want to eat some
92 million
kimchi.
people.
Hold up.
What about directly across? Hello, I'm back. Eat salad, bro. Kimchi is just fermented salad, so
I like North Korea, best among existing nations, free food distribution. No, but people have no taxes. The society still needs work, and people need purpose. So you need a job. You have a right to work. Let them know you're gonna be working there. Yeah, I didn't know North Korea had it like this.
Across the Persian Gulf.
Kimchi's
What about 7 other
great,
countries,
bro.
all of them allies of the United States, the biggest oil-producing countries in the world? Could you live there? Or with 100-odd million people who live in those countries? Maybe not possible for them either. Would a nuclear strike be followed by peace? Probably not. The U.S. isn't the only country in the world with nuclear weapons. You could have a global nuclear war. That's why we haven't used nuclear weapons in 80 years. No one has. Because you don't know where it goes from there. This is insane, okay? This is insane. It's hard to believe you need to say this out loud. Oh, but you do.
I don't think communism
Because
is the answer.
all things being
though.
equal, that's where we're heading. How do we know that? Well, there are a million signs, but the most obvious is the
People
dumbest
get
neocons
lazy.
in Trump's orbit are saying it out loud. Now,
Or,
in some cases, you don't want to mention their names because these are not
it's easy
decision
to
makers.
be
These people are very much like Jeffrey Epstein.
not
They're not
cool.
actually the evil mastermind. Jeffrey Epstein's kind of an idiot.
I
He's
don't
an employee, obviously.
I
He's a
think
communications hub.
education and stuff
He's
like
to
that
get
should
the message out
definitely be free.
to your people. And it's the same with America's most prominent neocons.
Whoever
They're not
controls
policy.
the internet,
They don't
we
understand anything.
know
They
what
don't have
they
huge
want us
audiences.
to
They have no
know.
organic power.
Yeah.
They're messengers
And
and flag
there's
takers.
also a lot of
They're the ones who get the
psyop
abuse for the policies of others. What's some
against,
lunatic on TV? Rah, everyone can hate him. But is he coming up with the plan? No,
North
of course
Korea,
not. He's
but
got a weekend show on
also-
Fox.
Come on.
But it's useful to watch what he says. In fact, the President of the United States himself has said
No.
this. Watch Mark Levin on Saturday night.
I don't know, bro. I'm
Think Trump is
from
dumb?
Iran.
Think he's doing this to juice
I
Mark Levin?
see all this psyop about Iran online. As a person from Iran, there's a lot of good things about living in the Iranian society, but it's just they don't make your life easy. Yeah. You know what I do with? I like one of my favorite snacks is lettuce and vinegar. I have some apple vinegar. I use the vinegar like a dip. Very good.
Ratings? No. It's not possible to increase the ratings of someone nobody wants to watch. The point is to send a message. That's not a conspiracy theory. It's true. The Levin Show, written probably not by Levin, which has almost no viewers, has been a place where the future is revealed in its broadest outline. It's a place to test ideas. It's a place to announce obliquely what's going to happen. And his most recent show should get you sitting bolt upright in your chair. And yes, this ran this weekend, Easter weekend. As if the defiling of beauty couldn't be more obvious. Easter week, could you pick another weekend to give the finger to Christianity other than Easter weekend? Apparently not. In fact, of course you couldn't. That's the point. Do it on Easter. Anyone who will accept this will accept any humiliation. In any case, here's what Mark Levin said on his Easter weekend show about what we ought to do next in Iran. Watch.
And the casualty numbers, as
Yeah.
far as any casualty
Yeah.
is, need some context. Let's look at World War II. The Battle of the Bulge, 80,000 to 90,000 plus casualties, deaths and injuries and so forth. Nearly 10% of all the casualties in World War II happened at the Battle of the Bulge near the end of the war. The Battle of Okinawa, 50,000 plus casualties, over 12,000, nearly 13,000 killed on that island, which is what convinced Truman that we would lose a million men if we didn't drop the atomic bombs that we did. So this is a war for a peace mission to stop nuclear weapons that can blow away millions of Americans. Every bit as important as World War II. This is a crucially important military operation war. Call it what you want, peace mission. And we ought to be celebrating the success of our military, unifying around our military and our commander-in-chief, and urging them to complete the task so our country is safe from nuclear weapons by insane, suicidal primitives from the 7th century.
Did you catch that? Did you make it through the whole clip? It's not easy. It's not easy, but embedded in there, and that's why we prefer a transcript over the actual audio. Embedded in there, something you need to know. It's an argument that is being test-driven, and since no one, to our knowledge, has pushed back against it, maybe in full operation now, it's an argument for nuclear weapons against Iran. Here's to restate, in case you couldn't make it through the accent. Here's what he said. Nearly 10% of all casualties in the Second World War happened at the Battle of the Bulge, which, of course, at the end of the war. The Battle of Okinawa, 50,000 casualties, nearly 13,000 killed on the island, which is what convinced Truman, Harry Truman, the then president, in 1945, we'd lose 1 million men if we didn't drop the atomic bombs that
Yeah, you're right. Japan was trying to surrender. They tried to go through different channels, but it failed.
we did. Did you hear that? That's Mark Levin's counsel to our sitting president, Donald Trump, right now. You are looking at a choice between the catastrophic loss of your troops in a ground war or the use of nuclear weapons, which, in a sense, if you think about it, just think about it for a second, is actually an act of peace. It's an act of peace. The most humane thing you could do is to end this now with nuclear weapons. That's the case Mark Levin is making to the president, who just last week recommended that all Americans watch Mark Levin's show. Okay. This is not like crazy dot connecting here. This is one-to-one. This is really obvious where we're moving. And again, we're moving toward the use of weapons of indiscriminate mass destruction, possibly nuclear weapons. But
See, these are the conversations. These are the conversations that have me really worried. Has me really worried about the use of nukes. These people are itching to use the N-word, bro.
but non-conventional weapons. Not bombs dropped from the air, missiles launched from launchers, but the use of weapons that have never been used in war, ever. And the argument is the same argument that you heard in 1945, or didn't hear, by the way, from an American civilian. No one ever cuts you in on this. They come in from Mark Levin saying it out loud, so the rest of us at least follow along and know what we're in for. They're located in. But the argument that it's actually much more humane
Well,
to
this
kill
will
tens,
make your
hundreds of thousands,
will
millions
even
of civilians than it is to
stronger.
like fight it out with the Marine Corps.
I'm like,
The rocky
this is
shores
actually
of
like
mainland
really
Iran.
good
That's
too.
the
I
argument.
just thought of
But it's not just the
idea.
argument that one guy in cable
A
news
little
is
bit of
making.
QP
It is the
mayo,
logic of
kimchi,
escalation in this war, because in
and
some sense,
seaweed,
Mark
bro.
Levin is right. We
My
are not
friend
going to
came
open the
home
streets with the
with
United States
so
of America,
much
second airborne, or
seaweed,
the
and
tier
he
1
doesn't
operators
eat
that
it.
everyone in cable news seems to know so much about. The tier 1 operators, tier 1. Just guys, like some of the best guys actually in America could be killed in this. That's a better way to put it. It's a more real way to put it. They're not going to open the strait. And so unless somebody puts the brakes on right away.
I did a 3-day water fast 5 days ago. It's good it's good stuff. It's good stuff. I recommend it. I'm probably going to go back on a fast soon as well.
We're going to wind up in a place that we can't even imagine. Not just on
Tucker's
us
a
and the rest of the
sob.
world.
He's a knob, dude.
And so that means, because this is obviously anyone who's paying any attention.
But I like him. I like him because I think like there's so many positive things to be learned from his personality. Like you know, he is well connected and all that stuff, but a person like him is in situations where we like, you know, teaches him experiences that teaches him things that we could never experience and learn. So by watching him, we can understand these things and try to adopt them, but, you know, for positive and good intentions. Yeah. Does dry fasting means no water either? That's insane. Exactly. That's the experience I'm talking about. I'm not gonna be able to flunk out of alphabetic, you know, agencies, CIA, CNN, FBI. I don't know, FOX, and you know, marry into a rich family. But the outcome of it can teach me a lot of things. Or electrolytes. That's hardcore, bro. So in my water fasting, second day, I was essentially doing just water, no electrolytes. On the second day, we had a meeting somewhere. I had to drive us because I'm the only one with a driver's license. And dude, I just felt so sick and weak. Not like sick, but rather weak. And so I thought like, you know, if I keep pushing my muscles were weak, you know, because the ketosis hadn't started yet. So my friend was like, hey man, I think it's the electrolytes. If you fix your electrolytes, you'll feel better. And I did, and it just, everything started going so much better.
In the White House, we're in the U.S. military. Now it's time to say no, absolutely not.
It was
say
really
direct to the president, no. In case you're thinking about using some weapon of mass destruction against the population of Iran, in whose name we liberated Iran, we killed their religious leader for their benefit. Do you remember that? This was last month. Those people who are in direct contact with the president need to say, no, I'll resign. I'll do whatever I can do legally to stop this because this is insane. You're giving me what I'm not carrying it out. Figure out the codes on the football yourself. Because everything hangs in the balance right now. This is not hysteria. This is 100% real. And yet, the people in this country, wow, the future will be pretty much like today, maybe a little different.
I'm
That's
glad
not the lesson of history. Things change fast and forever. There are pivot points where nothing is the same. Sometimes it's better, but mostly it's not.
My chat.
This is one of those cases where it might not be
Dude,
at all.
When I started streaming, I was so worried about like basically idiots, and I thought like I'm too outlandish, and like I'm too not streaming material, and people, I would never be able to find people who I can have normal conversation with on a stream. But hey, I was so wrong, and I'm so happy for that. Those aren't the experiences that educate you in the ways you want. I thought you had him on side eye. You already bought back into the op. No, you don't understand. In Iran, we have this saying. Adab ra az ki yad migiri? Az bi adaban. Who did you learn manners from? From those who don't have manners, right? And so that's the kind of perspective that I was talking about when I was saying learning from Tucker Carlson as the person who he's become through these experiences, right?
But there's something else to think about, something maybe even more important than whether we have a nuclear war. What could be more important than that? Well, your soul. the way we worship God, whether we acknowledge God or not, that's more important ultimately
thank you.
than anything else.
I think you're pretty.
And you have to think through, like, could there be a spiritual component to what we're watching? Is it just
chat is a blessing, bro. And like today, like I learned so much about from our new viewer, the Jugashi villain. Damn, I just realized you have a villain in your name. That's so funny.
Conventional escalation ladder in a.
So you're learning what you want to be by looking at who you least want to be like, essentially, yeah.
Badly thought out war with ill-defined goals.
But the thing is, people who have bad manners, right, they have it for a reason, right? They have bad manners because it takes them somewhere they want to be, right? And the thing is, you gotta, what bad-mannered people prove to us is that, because having good manners, right, you know the outcomes. You're a good person, and this is the good outcomes, and you should be accepting of them, right? But people with bad manners, they show you what is really possible. And you have to, and like, achieving what is possible can be done through good manners. It's just that people with good manners are too good mannered to ever think about different possibilities, right? And so you watch those who are bad mannered and, you know, justify themselves and you know, who like justify themselves or with, you know, how the world is or something like that, and you go against that, but you still achieve greatness by not doing it the way they did it.
Wind up in this really tough place where we face either humiliation on the one side or a nuclear launch on the other.
Jug is a well-educated person. Yes, he is, and he's apparently, and he's American, so he's bringing a lot of interesting perspectives into our discussions. Villain used to mean peasant, villager, poor person. Funny how terms like that come to mean bad. Yeah, it's just a socialist thing.
That's part of what it is, but could it be something bigger than that?
Yeah. This whole chat, this
what
whole
you're watching
stream
is a very
about
stealthy,
philosophers
yet
getting
incredibly
together.
Effective attack on what, from a Christian perspective, is the
I
faith
want to
in
bring
Jesus.
back, dude.
Is that what really is under attack?
Dude,
What,
the Greek times, dude. I remember learning about the Greeks and thinking like that's so cool. People would just like gather in like public spaces and just like have philosophical debates, and it would just like they would take time out of their day just casually to philosophize, and like they would all like learn from each other and take that with them, and then they would come back, circle back to it, right? And like whether it was at the gym or in public places or, you know, whatever, and to like I want that, and we have streaming, we can totally do that.
What's been under attack for a long time, maybe our whole lifetime.
I'm a
Because
hick
everything
from
we see
Alabama,
is
but I
an
appreciate
attack
the compliments.
on
You're
that faith.
welcome, dude. And
The
I'm
one
a
faith that is
hick from
always attacked, always and everywhere.
I'm a hick from Shiraz, bro. Not even Shiraz, it's Qazaran. I'm like, dude, my family come Yankee from Philly, whatever this means. Dude, exactly. See, we're a bunch of small people from small parts of our countries, our worlds, and here we are, dude. Absolutely loving it.
For 2,000 years, many faiths have been attacked.
And learning, I love
for
it.
the past 2,000 years.
And so
But
this
there's
is
been
what
only
it
one
is.
sustained
This is
effort
the
to
Greek
exterminate a faith, and that's the Christian faith.
What I'm
Would that be
trying
part
to
of it?
do is what the Greeks were
And is it
doing
possible
with
that the president sees this
philosophy
not
and
just in
learning from each other.
geostrategic terms, military
religion.
terms, and economic terms? Got to open this straight. Okay. Is it possible
It's
the president
pretty
sees
cool.
this in
I'm
bigger
really
terms?
enjoying streaming.
Sees this as the fulfillment of something, or the elevation to some higher office beyond the president of the United States? That's entirely possible. And that's not an attack, but it's also not a guess. Because at every turn since the inauguration last January, there have been religious leaders on the scene telling us out loud, most of us ignored it because we're just so secular, we sort of ignore it. Got some sleazy Southern Baptist preacher who says whatever for money. Okay, got it. We've ignored that this could actually be real. There's something going on here.
Actually, you guys are both American. I want to know what you guys think about Charlie Kirk, right? Especially because I know he has different phases. Because, like, you know, he was a public speaker, and like, you know, his whole thing was to question everything, right? What do you guys think about the later phases of Charlie Kirk? Greeks were some of the best thinkers. I love Aristotle. Dude, exactly. Oh, dude, I love Aristotle too. Like, his idea of, first of all, the Greeks were so close to essentially becoming what Abrahamic religions are today. Like, dude, I was like Aristotle with his understanding of the forms, and Plato's understanding of he said something about how we are a shadow of dude, what was it? Dude, I was learning about this last year. And so Plato was like talking about how this is not the truth, it's just a shadow, and like, you know, the truth is like we're just learning the truth, like it's a whole different thing. And essentially bro was getting to describing what God is, what truth is, and things like that. And Aristotle with his understanding of the forms was so beautiful. He was so beautiful. Like he believed that understanding is like you see a tree, right? And so you absorb its form. Like everybody has a form, and you absorb its form. So now you know what a tree is by touching it, by learning it, and then you become the tree as well. So now, after knowing what a tree is, you walk around being a tree as well because you've absorbed it, right? So it's the thing, right? And so, yeah, dude, the Greeks were so. They literally, and this is what I mean by, this idea is that even without religion, without the prophets, we can reach God, the truth. And, if you're an atheist, right, the truth, right, you don't need religion to tell you. You need to have faith and continue to finding the truth, right? And so they find God by finding the truth, is what really, like, makes me understand that, hey, as long as you're a person who's chasing the truth, really thinking about it, then it doesn't matter what religion you're in, you're going to be automatically on the path. It's just like side effects of chasing the truth. You become morally better, you become a bigger thinker, you become, you just improve. God is the only truth, exactly. God is the only truth, that's what I'm saying. But in religion, we learn that we need to find God. We need to go towards God, go back to God. And that's essentially what the Greeks were doing by chasing the truth.
And we shouldn't ignore that. We should always remember that just because we are a secular nation,
amen,
overwhelmingly secular,
we all need to be like you, my boy,
doesn't mean that we live in a world where everyone else is secular. And it definitely doesn't mean that the spiritual realm has been eliminated, that it's not real, that the only things that matter are the things that we can see and hear and feel and taste and measure. Talk about fake. Talk about a silly religion.
See? Plato, literally, like what he's saying, right? He's deriving these things from his religion. Or as much as he understands of religion. I don't know. And Eurocentric for my taste. Right. We'll get to the Eurocentric part. But everything he said about like the spiritual realm, the whatever, dude, like Plato was getting to that just by sitting and philosophizing and like really understanding things. And it was so beautiful, dude. It's just it's so delicious. No, I also believe in like again, Socrates. I don't know if I'm a big fan of Socrates though.
Every person lives no matter what your religion.
I feel like I mean he's the teacher of Plato.
Things you cannot explain or see or touch or feel or taste or measure.
Great guy.
Maybe determinative. Maybe the most important things in your life are the things you don't fully understand. All of us know that. And so when people start making reference to mystical religious principles that we don't understand, it doesn't mean that it's fake. They may be getting it wrong, but it doesn't mean there's not something real at the center of this. Of course there is.
I feel like Socrates was more of a politician than a philosopher.
And only a civilization as bereft of spiritual language as ours wouldn't pick up on that immediately. What do you mean, praise be to Allah? What does that mean? Why are you sending this out on Easter morning? I mean, obviously it's designed to offend and degrade and defile. Got it. But there's something else going on here? One of the keys to this is
By the way, the translation of praise be to Allah is Allahu Akbar. So, Trump literally went on Twitter on Easter and said Allahu Akbar while claiming that he will, like, attack and do whatever. Bring you to hell. That is literally whatever the Western people think of jihadis, the suicide bombers. That's a suicide bomber ass mentality, bro.
Behavior of a woman called Paula White. In a moment, we're going to speak to a man who studied her.
That's why it's bullshit. A equals B equals C. C equals A, bro. That's something a politician would say.
If an app fell, fascinating conversation which we just finished. where he tries to understand who
So
are these
Trump-
people
Trump
encouraging the
literally
president of the United States
said
to see
Allahu
himself
Akbar, bro.
as a millennialist figure, as part of the eschatology of like part of the end time story. Who are these people who are encouraging the rebuilding of the third temple in Jerusalem, whatever that is? Like, what is this? Is this Christianity? Is it something else? And there's a lot about it. It's a fascinating conversation that I hope that you will watch. But at the center of this is the most unlikely person of all, a ludicrous figure, someone who's so absurd on one level that it's possible to take this person seriously. That would be Paula White, the president's spiritual advisor. And because she's so self-evidently not worth taking seriously, most people don't, and they just tune it right out. Who cares what she says? What does that have to do with the economy, oil prices, GDP, reopening the strait? I don't know. Maybe you should listen more carefully. So here's one example. This is something that Paula White said about the president right before this recent escalation during Holy Week at the White House, a gathering to which many American Protestant leaders, big ones, Franklin Graham included, were invited.
Hold up, we got videos of Tehran. Damn. Three a.m. فرودگاه مهرآباد. This is an attack on the airport. Let me show you Mehrabad airport. Oh wow, you can see. No? Okay, okay. I thought okay, these are not updated. I thought these were like, you know. But this is the Mehrabad airport that we see attacked in these clips. Shiraz. This is where I'm from originally. Ah, this is where your tax dollars are going. This is your tax dollars. What is your tax dollars doing in my country, bro? On God, bro. What is your tax dollars doing in my country, bro? Get it out. Get it out. Yeah, my mom was in Shiraz earlier last month, and she left now. She's down south, which is also getting attacked. I'm too afraid to show these videos because I might get banned, because one time I accidentally showed some dude bleeding, and that got me banned for a day. Okay, this is from Bamdas Furugaya Mehr. Okay, okay. So this is other views on the. If they had their Starbucks blown up, there'd be an outcry. I don't think so, bro. They got Dunkins. They don't care. You know, that's the whole point of American capitalism. You just have a lot of options. Too much reality for Twitch? On God, bro. On God, bro. And it's so bad because Twitch doesn't have any good news reporters. You get the best Twitch has for news and political conversations is Hassan and Asmon Gold. Those are weak contenders, bro. What is this? خرمشهر تصاویر دریافتی حدود سطح 4.5 کشتی سازی شهید موسی خرمشهر. Okay, so this is a shipbuilding area that they've hit in Khorramshahr. I'll show you guys Khorramshahr on the area on the map later. So yeah, they've attacked a ship. I don't know, like a shipyard. Khorramshahr. See, this is the stuff you don't get anywhere else, bro. I'm like literally breaking down Iranian news. So this is Khorramshahr. And so I think, yeah, the places they hit is like around here. I have it. If you guys follow me on my community on Discord, I have these. I use this map as well. I don't know how. What do you think would force the American people to have an outcry to stop the war? I don't. That's genuinely why I am like streaming and like having this conversation with you guys, because I don't know. Like in Iran, by now we would have had multiple. I mean, that's what we do. Like in Iran. Oh, that. Oh, I think they shut down the website, dude. That's bad. Hold up. Please. Okay. It saddens. So I don't know what will. Cause in Iran, dude, like I mean, so many people have died in the protests. That's because that's how it is in Iran. The mentality is, you either get up and fight for a better life, or you die trying, because it's not worth living if your life is not better. And it's, to me, it seems like such a normal thing to have, such a normal mentality to have. But then now I'm living abroad and I realize, oh, like that is not a normal mentality to have for non-Iranians. Like, people would rather just stay home and continue living a shit life that has the chance to get even shittier, and not go out, not protest, not, do something about it because they're afraid or whatever. I don't know, whatever reason. Oh, we don't know everything. Well, then go out into the streets and find out what's really happening. They just don't have that mentality, and I was so surprised to learn that. So I'm streaming right now because I want to know, what do you as an American think would push Americans to have that mentality? I can't live a better life anymore. It's either I live a better life or I die trying. Where's that mentality? How can Americans have that mentality? It saddens me that Trump is threatening to cut Iran's water and civil needs. Same calling them terrorists, and he said he is the president of peace. Yeah, well, it saddens me too. Very, 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 very much. Khorramshahr. Where was it? Right. It's... Ah, shit. Yeah, this one. Here. Oh, I'm not going to show that video. Definitely not like Vietnam protest. The American will is gone. Which is so bad. Because, dude, like, I grew up learning about the American Revolution. The whole Tea Party, bro. And I'm like, wow, Americans are revolutionary, bro. They will stand up for what they believe in. And then all of that turned out to be a lie, bro. Like, come on, bro. Do something, bro. Your life, your tax, your money, you don't have anything because it's being taken away from you, and that's being used to bomb my country. On top of all these other horrendous things. And it's like, what? You're just gonna stay there and take it? And let yourself be manipulated by, like, left and right ideologies? What is right and wrong? PC? What is political correctness, bro? Who cares about politics, bro? This is about you and your life. It's not a political... Your life is not a political thing. So you being in the streets and protesting is not a political thing. It's a very human thing. It's the most politically correct thing to do. You know what? It's a human thing. It's not political at all. But then in America, there's this image of protests being political. It's not. Protests are not political. They're anti-political. I don't get it. I'm so confused with Americans. I am genuinely so confused with Americans. And Iran's a pretty big country too. So, like, you can't say, oh, Iran's a small country, so that America's too big for these things to matter. No, it doesn't. It matters. I was a child in the 60s. My cousin even took to the streets to protest. Now, never happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, what? You guys are all about progressivism. Progressivism is not a top down thing. It's a bottom up thing. You got to be in the streets before progress happens. And you guys were like, America was, again, I don't know if I was being psyoped, but you know, America was this progressive, like democratic progressive symbol of everything, right? You know, and I feel so weird thinking about America these days. America and Americans, dude. The level of miseducation, just don't care unless it's directly in the backyard. We're not about progress. We sometimes play with the word, but that's not us. Yeah, I've noticed. The thing about it is 95% of the people of age to protest doesn't know what actual struggle or oppression is. I don't really. Do you really mean that, bro? What do you mean people my age or age of protest do not know about a struggle in America? That's impossible, bro. Everybody's in America struggling. Like, dude, being in debt, everybody's in debt in America. How are you not struggling? Do you know what it means to be in debt, bro? Being in debt is so bad. You can't do anything. Every expenditure you have, you know, it's not your own. You really? That's crazy. So your lives in America is just that good? What about the struggle of others, you know? Like, I don't know, you guys don't have a cousin that's struggling? We missing meals, losing home, suffering with untreated illnesses, working wild hours. We wish we had it as good as 40 years ago. Yeah, I mean, so do we in Iran. That's why we protest in Iran. We protest. We were lied to by our politicians. We were lied to by the regime. The regime was supposed to make our lives more affordable, better, so on and so forth. And the regime did not make good on those efforts. And so we go out in the streets not afraid to die because fuck it. Most Americans don't have a concept of the rest of the world. Yeah. And that is insane. Which is crazy because the rest of the world comes to America. Like, you guys have so many people who are like either first generation or second generation immigrants. So you guys, you know, all these struggling people come to your country. So it's not like there's no way for you to not know about struggles. You know, you guys are very much in touch with the struggles. So, would you guys like me to continue with the Iranian news? I mean, it's just a lot of انتخاب من.
We are obliterating their country. And I hate to do it, but we're obliterating, and they just don't want to say uncle. They don't want to cry, as the expression goes, uncle, but they will. And if they don't, then they'll have no bridges, they'll have no power plants, they'll have no anything. I won't go further because there are other things that are worse than those two.
Not the high class music playing in the background while this dude is sending his own people to die in a trap. What is this classist bullshit, bro? And dystopian.
Well, the thing, if I had my choice, what would I like to do? Take the oil. Because it's there.
Take the oil.
There for the taking. There's not a thing they can do about
No.
it.
Bro, they're literally doing something about it. They closed down Strait of Hormuz, and they're asking for tolls in Chinese yuan. I don't think Trump reads the news, bro.
Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home. If we're up to me.
Did he say unfortunately, bro? He said unfortunately American people want us to come home. But you got, dude, how are you guys not in this. How are Americans not, bro? What?
About it. Unfortunately, the American people would like to see us come home.
Did you hear that? Bro literally said, unfortunately, American people want us to come back home. Yes! Listen to your people. You're the president. What? As an American, I would go into the streets and die trying to overthrow, like, trying to fix my country rather than let this guy talk like this. That's insane.
If it were up to me,
He knows what the American people want and need, and he goes against it.
I'd keep the oil and would make plenty of money. And I'd also take care of the people of Iran much better than they've been taken.
No! No, you can't. You don't understand the religion. You don't understand the culture. You don't understand anything about Iran. How are you going to take better care of me than my own fucking shitty regime?
It's been a horrible. They've killed 45,000 people.
That's that. What the fuck, bro? Yeah. They've been killing protesters for so long. You guys didn't fucking attack us early. Why didn't you? Bro, what? How about the American government killing so many of its own people? I'm not talking about sending people to senseless wars. I'm talking about homelessness. People who Americans aren't even used to going to the doctors, bro. Americans in Japan still think they're in like, dude, they still don't go to the dentist like regularly. They'll go to the clinic for like small issues because, you know, they have this brain worm that, oh, going to the hospital is probably gonna fucking run me dry and put some thing on me. But in Japan, you have the national insurance, so like necessary things like cold, dentist checkups are pretty cheap. Like, I'm talking like a checkup is like no more than maybe $20. And so they don't go till they have to, and when they go and they're like, oh my god, Japan's so nice. Yeah.
A month and a half ago.
So, you know, those people in America are literally dying of untreated diseases. America doesn't even have good mental health institutions anymore.
25,000 protesters. We don't do that. So, if I had my choice, I'd keep the oil. But I also want to make the people of our country happy. I think
Insane, dude. We have the counter up, dude. Boom. This would fix all your medical expenses in the whole country. But instead, it's being hold up. Let me pull up videos. Instead, this is what's happening. Hold up. There's a lot of these videos. One's about to pop up. Oh, there you go. Instead, this is it. Okay. Let me clarify this, okay? America doesn't have this money. They're spending this money, these numbers, doesn't mean shit. From the way I understand it, America does not have this money. This is more debt. So, who gives them the money? Whoever that wants them to do something with the money. No, this no, you're not tripping. This this is 43 large B's, bro. Hello, welcome to the chat. I'm an Iranian. I'm stuck abroad. I mean, I'm not stuck. I'm going to university. I'm a student here in Japan, and war started. And well, online there was a lot of misinformation, and so I was like, hey, I'm gonna stream, so I can like have better conversations and stuff like that, religious, philosophical, war related, or just whatever. I'm open to conversation. I don't take things personally. Yeah, welcome. Leave a follow so you can stay up to date. I have not set up donations yet, so if you really want to donate, just follow me instead. Or I think I made a PayPal. Did you know for Iranians PayPal is illegal? So I just have a friend who is like, hey man, like I know it's illegal for Iranians to have PayPal, but you know, since you're starting out, in case there's anyone, you can use my PayPal and I'll just give it to you cash. So yeah, it's just really hard to be an Iranian, dude. Anyways, enough of the sob stories. So yeah, America doesn't have this money. Someone gave them this money, with for the purposes that they're using it. So, yeah, they could have not used this money to help you and your hospitals or education. $43 billion wouldn't actually put that big of a dent in healthcare for American healthcare. It helped, but not as much as you think. Yo, what can I search to like know how much America needs to put a debt? What is American? Hold on, I have Claude, bro. I gotta get used to AI. Health care debt. Holy 220. I mean 43 is also a big number off of this 220. Damn. Damn, 3 million people more. Damn. Damn. 100 million people are affected and damn. God damn. Hold on. Million is a chump change, bro. The game has definitely elevated a lot more. Iran's health debt situation is quite different. It's more of a systematic funding crisis, right? An individual patient debt. Here's what the picture looks like. Prices of medicine, medical equipment, and healthcare services in Iran surged by around 70% following the government's removal of subsidized exchange rate for drug imports. So $393 in Iran is a lot of money, by the way, per person. So this is like quite high. In Iran, it used to be a lot cheaper than this. The system. Iran's healthcare system is based on 3 pillars: the public governmental system, the private sector, and the NGOs. Total health spending was equivalent of 6% of GDP. In summary, Iran doesn't have the same kind of large-scale personal medical debt crisis that America has, but its healthcare system is severely strained by sanctions, inflations, and underfunding. Meaning ordinary Iranians struggle to afford care is in a different... Okay. I think I'm getting a better picture of what you meant earlier when you said the struggles of typical Americans is not... Well, the topic of the stream is... there's no fixed topic. We're just circling around the war, politics, what's going on, really. So if I had to put a topic on it, it would be like what's going on and just conversations about that. And so like right now, the reason why we came to the healthcare, right, is because this is how much America has spent on the war so far. And so, you know, I was I said like, yeah, fucking, you know, you could have used this money to help people with, because you know, I know a lot of Americans and they always talking about healthcare issues, and because especially the cost, right? Because America has one of the best healthcare technology advancement in the world, but it's very expensive. It's kind of like a pay-to-win system, right? So a lot of people are in debt for like necessary medical issues, and so this expenditure in the face of that reality is crazy. Healthcare costs for U.S. are complicated by the corporations running it and lobbying the government. We'd have to radically change our approach to healthcare, bro. America's fucked. I don't know, dude. I don't know. Like, America is fucked because you guys don't even have a moral system. Like, before it was Christian, but now it doesn't have the same moral system either. So what are you guys gonna build up off of? Your history is way too dark. What are you gonna build up off of, bro? Everything is political. Politics doesn't give you better life. Politics is what, dude? No, I don't know, dude. I don't know how Americans would do anything at this point. I'm not trying to be pessimistic. I'm actually like genuinely thinking, or rather thinking out loud with you guys, because there is hope. There's always hope. But I just am not American enough or know what a normal American day-to-day experience is to kind of see the path to bright and true America. I could see that from my country, right? And so that's what I can tell you guys about. But I can't, like, America, like, because for Iran, you know, we have Islam. And so, like, we have, like, you know, we've had the whole Shia thing for a very long time. And that's always a good basis for us to fall back onto. And we've always done that. Anyways, so yes, but Congress will struggle to say we're pulling out if there is an ongoing invasion, actual Americans wounded, and an actual ground campaign on the way. Exactly. I mean, you know, they've already ordered so many bombs, you know, they got to use it somewhere. Hence why I say if Trump is serious about taking Iran, he should be getting staged for an actual invasion before the 60 days. Yes, because America was not ready to go to this war. And so right now, America's just getting ready to go to this war. But the thing is, because they're already in this war while getting ready for this war, it's taking a lot of expenditure. And right now, it's becoming a warm weather, you know. But once it becomes like winter, you know, and you guys gotta help feed the people, so on and so forth, you can't just be cutting costs. You know, you gotta start spending for the people. And how are you gonna? Hello, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. Christianity doesn't allow for genocidal colonizer behavior. The U.S. was founded on precursor to Zionism. Yes, yes. I do know that.
And he gave a blessing to Donald Trump as he accelerated this war against the civilian.
Anyways, welcome to the stream. Leave a follow so you can be notified of when I'm streaming. This is an open conversation stream. I do not take anything. Yes, man ایرانی هستم. Man ایرانی هستم. Valley. I don't know. Are you Iranian? Or should I just... Anyways, I'm a student in Japan. And there's a lot of shit going on. People don't know Iranians, bro. People don't know Iranians. So I'm streaming to kind of have conversations. To kind of like, you know, be like, hey, I'm Iranian. And this is my country. This is my religion. This is my culture. And I know they say these things online, but this is true. This is not true. This is what we want as people. Because our government does not represent our people. Or at least... it didn't used to this degree before the war. But now, you know, it's kind of fucked. So that exactly, this fucked. بله قربان ایرانی‌ها ولی کانادا زندگی میکنم فارسی اینجا اوکی یا برای تماشاچی انگلیسی صحبت کنیم دادا هرچی راحتی من با تو فارسی صحبت میکنم با داشتای دیگه انگلیسی عشقی نگران نباش. Anyways, back to Tucker Carlson.
In the population of Iran. Here's what she said about Donald Trump. Watch this.
Jesus taught so many lessons through his death, burial, and resurrection. He showed us great leadership. Great transformation requires great sacrifice. And Mr. President, no one has paid the price like you have paid the price. It almost cost you your life. You were betrayed. and arrested.
Dude, yeah, they were coding the only part of the Bible that doesn't even mention Jesus or God, bro. It was bad, bro. It was bad, bro. You guys got demons in you guys got demons in the Congress, bro. You guys got demons up there, bro. You guys need to literally, you're talking about how this war is biblical. It's not. This war is not religious, as in like fighting a religious war out of America. The religious war is in America itself. I think it's a psyop that they're saying, the religious war is being fought across the sea. No. This is bad. This is bad. This is bad.
Falsely accused. It's a familiar pattern that our Lord and Savior showed us. But it didn't end there for him, and it didn't end there for you.
It's hard to believe that's real. That is so vile. It's such a sacrilege. Standing in front of American flags in the White House with some kind of beta evangelical leader nodding along as you liken the President of the United States to Jesus, the Christian Messiah, God in human form.
Insane.
How could you say something like that? How could the rest of us sit by?
I am more of a Jesus than Trump is. And I'm not saying that because that's sacrilegious. That's a blasphemy, bro. But morally speaking, yeah.
And not protest when she said something like that. How could any Christian watch that and not feel revulsion? Well, because people didn't pay attention. Or they didn't think about it. Oh, it's just the praise that Trump demands. Fine. Not the first vain president. Not the first vain leader. That's for certain. But to compare him or any president to Jesus has got to be a deal killer. That's the end. You cannot allow that. In good faith, if you're a Christian, you have to say no to that. Doesn't matter whether you vote for Trump, campaign.
Yeah, but even in Iran, Islam is used to manipulate the people and control them. That's why it's not real. Evangelicals and Zionists versus hardliners, Shia zealots, to oversimplify. You're absolutely right. That's literally what it is.
For Trump, across many states, defended him for 10 years, still like him, doesn't matter. You cannot compare a president, a secular president of the United States, or anybody, any human being, to Jesus. Why? Well, because again, it is sacrilege prima facie. But because it distorts who Jesus is. It is a lie about Jesus. Did Jesus command the disciples to go out and kill people? Where in the New Testament is that? Most people probably don't even know because they don't read it. Because their understanding of Christianity comes filtered through people like Paula White and Franklin Graham and many others of varying levels of good faith, or maybe entirely good faith, but they don't read it themselves.
Religion is a social tool everywhere. Dude, everything is a social tool everywhere. Education is a social tool everywhere. Media is a social tool everywhere. Anything, okay? And religion is just one of those things. Religion is a tool, but tools are not misused everywhere that exists. Yeah, I think the only places that religion as a tool is not being misused is on a very individual level, unfortunately. And Mormons. Honestly, I met a few Mormons. Mormons seem really chill. Even though, Mormons.
Kind of weird if you think about it. It's a great story. You don't have to believe in it.
How fast can we make Tucker Carlson? Dude, I'm really... Let me see if I can understand him on 3. I do not know the U.S. No, I've never stepped in U.S., bro. The only thing I know about U.S. is through Hollywood movies, bro. And, don't look at my accent, bro. I just grew up watching a lot of YouTube and movies. I freaking love movies. I didn't even know the N-word was, that big of a deal because I grew up, listening to music and, movies. And, they say N-word this, N-word that. And I thought N-word is just, I don't know. Well, yeah, I knew the history, sure. But I thought in today's modern context, it's more of, my brother, a real brother. So one time I made friends on Discord and and we got on a voice call and I just said it. I was like, yo, what's up, my N-words? And immediately I got banned. So later on in my life, I met a black person. We became friends and I was like, hey man, truth be told, I have the question. And so I asked him about the N-word, and, he explained to me, and I understood it better.
Enjoy it, to learn from it, actually. And if you're really need to read it, it's hard to read it. But it's on Amazon.com. Try this. New Living Translation NLT.
Yeah, نگار. آره بابا، اونقدر من خودم یه رفیق دارم ترنس سربازی آشنا شدم. خیلی آدم باحالیه. بعد سربازی تغییر جنسیت داد، الان اسمش نگاره. عشقی نگار.
From the modern colloquial English translation of the Bible, easiest to read. It's great. It's $4.30 on Amazon Literature NLT. Just read it. Just read 4 Gospels.
It's worse than the C word. I don't know, bro. I don't mind Dude, I've had people walk up to me and calling me sand N-word, you know? And it's like funny as hell, bro. I like it. I don't mind it. Or I've had people call me turban head. That's chill, whatever. So like I don't know, dude. Maybe it's a personal thing.
About the Messiah you read about, recognizable as you listen to these people talk about him? Does he send his disciples to kill? Well, that was the question. No, he sends them out to be killed. He says to them, go out, tell the truth. The world will hate you for it. Take no weapon, take no food, take no money, take no talking point. I don't know what to say. Just tell the truth. God will speak through you. Totally unprepared. Doesn't give them a map. Doesn't give them a plan of any kind. He gives them no defense. And he says point blank again and again, you be guilty. Probably will be. They all were. So far, they were all killed. That's the first message. You may think that's absurd. Many have. Nature was revolted by it. But that is what Jesus said. He did not say bomb the bridges and the hospitals and the power plants.
Hard R and A.
No, he said just the opposite.
I like it with hard R.
If you want to change the world, it never works.
I prefer with hard R.
You have to lay down
if
your
you're gonna
life.
say it, say it.
You think God couldn't come to the Romans out of Jerusalem? Oh yeah. Of course, he chose the opposite.
عشقی داشت عشقی عزیزی شب بخیر شب شیک خوابای خوب ببینی سلام برسون بخونید امیدوارم همه سالم و سعید باشن و این جنگ سریعتر تمام شه.
He should submit to them. Why? Because in that submission is victory. That's the true victory. That's the whole story right there. Anyone who prefers that is doing a grave crime. Because they in that action. You can argue about all kinds of points of doctrine and transubstantiation and everything you can argue about, and Christians have argued about for 2,000 years. But you can't argue that Jesus sends his people, God's people, his disciples, he sends them to do the opposite thing, to die. And they do. And the world is transformed because they did.
This is crazy, dude. I put him on like 3 times speed, and I can literally understand what he's saying.
And anyone preaching the opposite gospel.
It almost feels like I don't know. This is really funny because on 3 times speed you can literally see the psyop. But when it's slowed down, you know, normal speed, like you don't really realize you're being psyoped, but you can feel the psyop.
Any Christian denomination is saying something vile and dangerous, and should call out for saying it because the message is not conquering; it's of submission. Put your hand on the Bible when you take that oath, because in doing that, you acknowledge I'm submitting to the law.
Okay, this is really good, right? He's speaking of submission too. But then I was talking to a Christian friend, and he said, well, you know, Christianity isn't really about submission. It's about seeing, it's about your Lord, your master. And like, I have a question, right? What's the difference between submitting? I can even push Tucker further beyond. Well, I can push him further beyond. I don't think I can. Hold up, times 4.
Myself. My own desire, my own whims, my will is not the final word. There is a limit to what you can do. And that limit is set not by you or any person, but by God. That's what that means. Submit. There's time to fix this. There's time to prevent whatever's coming next. Whether it's the murder of civilians and children by air or
yeah, bro, he's possessed. He's possessed.
Time to fix it. All lost. But the first step is also the first step toward faith, submission. There are things I want to do that I will intentionally not do. I will submit to a law higher than my own desire. That's the first step toward civilization. And it's the first.
When I moved to where I am, I have they would tell me independently where the old lynching tree was, not just as a random fact aspirationally. Those slurs have power because of what they bring about. The desire to kill people or what they look like is still strong in the U.S. Insane. Well, I'll tell you this. Outside of America, it's not like that. So the N-word just doesn't have the same value. Outside of the lands where they were used as fuel to the fire. No, him on 4 times speed is freaking me out, boys. I'm just gonna...
First and absolutely mandatory step toward averting the true disaster that is coming. And we pray that the president will take that step and those around him will take that step because everything hangs in the balance. And here's our conversation with Nathan Eppo. So thank you for doing this. I think you will unravel mysteries I'd never...
Applied as control over non-blacks. That's a very interesting take. And, like, surface level, first time hearing that take. I immediately think I agree with it.
Heard of Paul White. I ran Paul White for the first time. Her name for the first time I ran for a person that led the office last winter, right after
yeah, I'll go to 2.
The inauguration, and she introduced herself to me and said I'm the head of the Religious Liberty Commission or something. Thank you. I'm so glad there is such a thing because we need it. We need religious liberty almost more than anything. And I said I felt moved to say, just like escape from my lips. Thank you, and I really hope that you will do something to protect the Christians of the Middle East, particularly in Levant. There are a lot of great Christians there, and they're being hurt, and nobody seems to care. And she like recoiled. I remember thinking she doesn't like this at all. That was my first and only experience with Paula White. And so I've wondered ever since, who is Paula White, and how did she become the president's main spiritual advisor? You told me this morning that you went to church on Easter Sunday, which was yesterday, at her church.
Mm-hmm.
And so before you give us the overview, can you just describe what that was like?
It was an interesting experience. When you see Paula on stage next to Trump, or you see any...
Dude, one of my favorite clips online is this older lady, older black lady, scolding these younger black, kids, teenagers, with sagging their pants, and she was educating about them on the history of sagging their pants, and how like in prison it's like a sign of like, whatever. And so you mentioning your experience of like getting taught a lesson, harsh lesson over, misusing the things without understanding them. It reminded me of that clip. I was
big
brought up
evangelical leader, Jeff
with
Copeland,
sticks and
Franklin Graham,
stones
you'd
may
expect
break
their
my
church to be
bones,
massive.
but
Yeah,
names will
thousands
never
and thousands
hurt
of
me.
people. They're
So
pastors.
if
They
you
have
call
churches.
me
They're
a
pastoring
grease
people.
ball, no problem. I'm God.
And
I'm
so
God.
we pull up, and I
I'm
expected
God.
a very big building.
Where is it?
It is in Apopka, I think I'm saying it right, Florida, so just north of Orlando.
Okay.
I joke about being a terrorist here and there. I mean, especially with my beard now. Not all Iranians are chill though. There's a lot of PC Iranians who are like brainwashed by the Western media. But usually, like typically Iranians are more of like sticks and stones.
And I've been to Joel Osteen's church, you know, tens of thousands of seats. I've been to Second Baptist, 93,000 members in that church. I know big church, right? It looked like a...
Is this dude okay? He's so sunburned.
Those metal sheds, you know, one of those big, like 5,000 square foot, looked like an airplane hangar basically. And I was like, this is just awkward. It was, the parking lot probably fit 50 cars. And so it was just an overflow in a dirt lot. This is a good size, like setting for you. They just had a simple coffee maker, like a standard pot coffee for their entire congregation. And so I walked in, I counted about 400 chairs. And when I got there, which was the time the service started, there was 7 people sitting.
On Easter Sunday?
On Easter Sunday. And so we walked in, they put us 2 rows from the stage. And ironically, Paula's daughter-in-law approached me. And I was there with my girlfriend, and she approaches us and goes, who are you? And I'm wearing a floral shirt, yellow sunglasses, and an Alabama hat. Like, I try to be awkward in these situations. And she comes straight up, and she goes, I'm Paula White's daughter-in-law. And I'm like, I'm Nathan. I don't hide who I am. And she's like, would you take a photo in front of our Easter display? And I'm like, sure. So I walk over, and
who's this guy? I missed the introduction.
It's the first step towards civilization. And it is the first and absolutely mandatory step toward averting the true disaster that is coming.
Good makeup? Nah,
and
bro.
we pray that the president will take that step and that those around him will take that step because everything hangs in the balance. And with that, here's our conversation with Nathan Apfel. So
Nathan
thank you for doing
Hatton?
this. Yeah, thanks for having me. I think
Who is he?
And with that, here's our conversation with step and that those around him will take that step because everything hangs in the balance. And we pray that the president will take that step and that those around him will take that step because everything
So he's
hangs
a guy
in the balance.
around the
And
president?
with that, here's our conversation with Nathan Apfel. So thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I think you will unravel many mysteries.
I gotta find out who this guy is. Hold up.
Toward averting the true disaster that is coming. And we pray that the president will take that step and that those around him will take that step because everything hangs in the balance. And with that, here's our conversation with Nathan Apfel.
Apfel. Who's Nathan Apfel? That's such a cool name though, Apfel. Like an apple fell from a tree. Is an Emmy Award winning filmmaker, director, writer, and okay. He's best known as director of The Religion Business, and multi-part docu-series. Oh, that sounds interesting. Financial and sexual abuse within religious organization, how they are intimately tied together. Wow. His journey took him from being a filmmaker in the action sports industry to becoming the creator of docu-series that I might check that out some other time. I'm gonna put that on my Discord, so I don't forget. All right, sorry boys. Let's continue. Where's the video?
So thank you for doing this.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I think you will unravel many mysteries. I'd never heard of Paula White. I ran into Paula White for the first time, heard her name for the first time. I ran into her in person right outside the Oval Office last winter, right after the inauguration, and she introduced herself to me and said, I'm the head of the Religious Liberty Commission or something. And I remember thinking, I'm so glad there is such a thing, because we need it. We need religious liberty almost more than anything. And I said, I felt moved to say, just like escaped from my lips. Thank you, and I really hope that you will do something to protect
Crazy,
Christians
bro,
of the Middle
because
East.
Tucker seems so
There are a lot of great Christians there, and they're being hurt, and nobody
sincere
seems to
about
care.
the religious
And
freedom
she like recoiled.
conversations.
I remember thinking she doesn't like this at all. That was my first
Your
and only
religious
experience
liberty.
with Paula White, and so I've wondered ever since, who is Paula White,
Am I
and how did she
misunderstanding?
become the president's main
Probably.
spiritual advisor? You told me this morning that you went to church on Easter Sunday, which was yesterday, at her church.
Mm-hmm.
And so before you give us the overview, can you just describe what that was like?
It was an interesting experience. You know, when you see Paula on stage next to Trump, or you see any big evangelical leader, Kenneth Copeland, Franklin Graham, you'd expect their church to be massive.
Yeah.
You know, thousands and thousands of people.
They're pastors. They have a church. They're pastoring people. They
Pastors,
are
shepherds.
Exactly. They're the shepherd.
Yeah. And so we pull up, and I expected a very big building.
Where is it?
It is in Apopka, I think I'm saying it right, Florida, so just north of Orlando.
Okay.
And I've been to Joel Osteen's church, you know, tens of thousands of seats. I've been to Second Baptist, 93,000 members in that church. I know big church, right? It looked like a one of those metal sheds, you know, one of those big, like 5,000 square foot. It looked like an airplane hangar, basically. And I was like, this is just awkward. It was the parking lot probably fit 50 cars, and so it was just an overflow in a dirt lot. This is a good size like setting for you. They just had a simple coffee maker, like a standard pot coffee for their entire congregation. And so I walked in, I counted about 400 chairs, and when I got there, which was the time the service started, there was 7 people sitting.
On Easter Sunday?
On Easter Sunday. And so we walked in, they put us 2 rows from the stage, and ironically, Paula's daughter-in-law approached me, and I was there with my girlfriend, and she approaches us and goes, who are you? And I'm wearing a floral shirt, yellow sunglasses, and an Alabama hat. Like, I try to be awkward in these situations. And she comes straight up and she goes, I'm Paula White's daughter-in-law.
Is this just me, or
and I'm
is
like,
this
I don't hide who I am. And she's like, would you take a photo in front of our Easter display? And I'm like, sure. And so I walk over, and Paula White's daughter-in-law is taking a photo of me. And I'm like, okay, can we get it? And I wouldn't be surprised if it's on their Instagram this morning, because it was for like their Instagram. So we go and we sit down, and it packs out to about 200 people
the easiest thing to
on an
use.
Easter Sunday. One of the 2 biggest, Christmas and Easter, the 2 biggest holidays for Christianity. 200 people show up to this thing. Mostly African Americans. I was one of 6 white people. And then you got this white woman on stage. And that was the setting.
That's her church?
Her church, yeah.
Well,
don't get me wrong. They got the lights and the fog machine and the jib arm that flies over the crowd. It's a production studio is what I would call it. Production stage.
So the point is not to minister to the people in the church, take care of their problems, counsel them, bring them closer to Jesus. The point is to produce a TV show? Is that what you're
That's what I would say. Similar to Joel Osteen, he's a TV producer by trade. You know, Kenneth Copeland, same thing. When I went to Kenneth's church, it was very small. Sat maybe 400 or 500 people, and it was a massive studio with multiple jib arms, multiple cameras, security, massive stage. I produce TV. Like, they produce TV. Yeah.
That's fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
So did she preach?
No, her son preached.
You know?
Yes.
So she got up and gave a little message in the morning, a little prayer. And there was a really weird dynamic between her and her son. And I've got their bylaws, which I think explain why. But her son gave and got up and gave, honestly, a really sound message. Like, I give a shout out to Brad. Like, that dude knows the Bible. And it was very interesting to me because I saw him visibly wrestling with this idea of shepherding, and then the idea of the institution. And there was times where he would look at his mom and just throw daggers at her about corruption, power. It was a very interesting dynamic, and she would belittle him too. It was wild.
During the service?
Yeah. During the
on Easter Sunday.
On Easter Sunday. And then once he finished the sermon, which, hey, Brad, great sermon until the very end, because then he's like, I don't want to do an altar call. I'm a charismatic, so I have to do an altar call. You don't have to do an altar call.
What's an altar call?
It's basically him saying, hey, if you're not a Christian, come down to the stage. You're going to say, Jesus is my savior. I'm a sinner, and boom, you're a Christian. And that's a relatively new technique in Christianity. 200 years ago, altar calls were not a thing. And so altar calls are just a kind of a new tool that churches use to read metrics. Because at the end of the day, how are we performing?
Insane.
Oh, here's how many salvations we've had and how many baptisms we've had.
That's crazy.
And so he's not for the altar call, but you can tell he's wrestling with the institution that his mom gave him.
In America,
and then after the altar call, she got up and I'll quote her here. She goes, I'm going to speak for 60 seconds. She spoke for 8.5 minutes. I have the recording, how to give her money. And yeah.
She did an 8.5-minute money pitch in church?
Correct. Yeah. At the end.
What did she say?
She said, and she had an envelope, and she goes, my son moved me so much in this
God
envelope,
save
I have
America
a sacrificial
on
gift
God, bro.
for him in this church. She didn't tell us what it was or how much it was. And she goes, well, if I could, I'd sell my house, but I can't sell my home.
Why?
I don't know. I would ask her the same thing. And she goes, I have shoes
so
and jewelry, but I
bad.
can't sell those.
I think
and so this is my
the
sacrifice.
devil,
And then she looked out
even
and she
the
goes,
devil
you guys
could at this
need to
point
sacrifice. She
save
goes, that nice
America
Easter dress you're wearing,
with
your
how
sacrifice
bad
should be
this
more than that
situation
dress.
is.
And she goes, Christ was the sacrifice and the offering and the tithe, but that doesn't mean it stops with Christ.
Oh, it is a hard sell.
Hard sell. So you need to sacrifice.
Jesus died, so send me money.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then it was cute. She goes, oh, and we do so much for the community, which they do things for the community. She goes, we do a food pantry and we give away food. Well, you don't pay for that food.
Well, again, I'm in Japan, but yeah, my friends and family, one of the days, one of my friends was able to send me pictures. This is not off of the news. This is my friend sending me this picture, and he wasn't able to send more videos and pictures because right now, like in Iran, there's a, it's very sensitive. They don't want these pictures and videos getting out. Yeah, in Japan. But this is literally outside my friend's house. Yeah. And this is Tehran. This was March 15th. I haven't had contact with him since March 21st, so I hope he's alright. That's close. Yeah, no, that's basically on top of him. Thank you very much. For the fall of America, but death for the safety of those over there. Dude, I don't pray for the fall of America.
I pray for the freedom of American people from whatever if it's Zionism, if it's Freemasonry, if it's some other shadow government. I pray for you, and you pray for me, and together we'll create peace together for each other.
That food is delivered to the church and then the church distributes it. So you're raising money for a food pantry that you have, but you don't have to buy the food. And so it's the carrot. I always say churches will use a carrot, or organizations will use a carrot to get you to give.
But the thing is, like, since I'm streaming, right? So I have my Iranian source news, and so you know, like, I kind of bring that to the table. I can read Farsi, so I can show you guys, because you guys don't see these videos of the damages done to Iran on your media, or at least not enough of it. But through my sources, I can show you these pictures so you guys can see what's really happening, what's the damage on our end. No, it's the same, dude. America and Iran is literally a mirror of each other right now. The government does not represent its people. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's why we're streaming, baby. You guys, I have my sources. I use Telegram. I'm not on X or anything. I use Telegram, so these are I've posted my sources on my Discord community channel I created called Cafe Club. And so you guys can create your own Telegrams and follow these channels I've posted there, and you know, just you can share these photos, or just even better yet, invite people to come and watch the stream, follow, so you guys can keep up with whenever I'm streaming. I wasn't able to stream for the past almost 10 days because I'm also really busy, and I'm a student again. I'm a student in Japan. I'm a foreigner in a foreign country trying to make a living, make a future. And so I have to keep that up as well. So right now I'm running a startup with one of my classmates, and we're trying to get that running. So I've got multiple projects. One of them is this streaming, one of them is our startup, one of them is my university life, and now I want to also like improve my health and stuff, right? So I'm also doing a lot of religious studying. I'm doing a lot of philosophical studying. I'm doing more journaling, and now I've got the dumbbells too, and I ordered a bench earlier, workout bench. So you know, I saw PewDiePie just be able to, like, you know, get really healthy off of like these adjustable dumbbells and a bench to just, and you know, he looked really good, and I was like, and he was like, that's all you need. So I ordered it, and so yeah, every day I'm trying my best. And I think you guys deserve the truth, right? You guys deserve a space to have conversations that is just genuine, and a space where you don't get judged for your knowledge or your perspectives, but rather a space where you're allowed to put your knowledge and perspectives to the test and reflect off of that. And here I am, an Iranian. Here you are, an American, and I'm sharing these perspectives and what I know, and you're sharing yours, and we're making things work. On the U.S. side, some of our sources for satellite imagery have gone dark at the request of United States government, not to stop us from seeing the carnage we're doing. You have to understand, Iran is the same too. These channels that I'm following, except this one is, I think, it's just a full-on
Iranian news propaganda thing. These channels that I'm following are they're independently run. If these people who are running these channels, even if it's pro current Iranian regime, they'll get in trouble. But you know, this is how Iranian people are. They don't care. They do it because that's what's just. And so yeah, let's just fight all of this censoring and yeah, keep a better understanding of what's going on around us. So this channel, the Fotros Resistance, shows like focuses on the strengths of Iran, how Iran is retaliating, how Iran, you know, the strengths and not the Iran, but the regime, right? The strengths and the smartness of how they're handling the current war. This one is more on the Iranian people side, like, oh, Iranian people are under oppressive regime, oh, Iranian people this and that, oh, Iranian people are getting bombed. So this focuses on showing images and things that are happening inside the country. So you see, these are all Iranian pictures of Iran, in Iran, right? And then this is my Western source, Clash Report. I got this from actually Turkish viewer of mine. Love the guy, great guy. And so earlier, yeah, but we gotta get info out there. Yeah, absolutely. And so you know, so I have my sources, and if you see like this Iranian one, is just all in Farsi. You know, like you can't digest this information as fast as I can. But of course, you know, like you can always use Google Translate, right? Google Translate is pretty good for Farsi as well. So, but you know, like I'm here introducing and having these conversations. So you guys can follow along however you like and stuff like that. What's the website name? This is Telegram, dude. This is Telegram. It's like WhatsApp or something. Yeah, right. It reminds me of when I was a kid. I'm like, oh, my parents was like, my teacher would say, oh, you need to read more books, and I would just pick the book with the biggest picture. But honestly, like even that would tell me the story, like enough of the story for me to like understand. Yeah, but you know, I think they also, I don't know, do you have X? I think they also have X. Some of them have X accounts. This one has an Instagram account. You know, you can follow through here as well. Yeah, this guy has an X account. And then this one, I found this one somewhere, and it's like hella, you know, Trump bootlicking thing. I don't know who Caroline Leavitt is, but you know they're really sucking up to Trump. But you know it's really good because it's not a good channel though. They don't update it as often as I would like them to. But you know you kind of see like the propaganda on the American side as well. Oh, we got him! Inside daring raid to save U.S. Iranian airmen stranded behind enemy lines. They don't even talk about how many of vehicles they lost in this pursuit of getting their people back in a war they shouldn't have started. Back to the Future, America returns to the moon. Wait, I don't know what picture you're talking about. That sounds funny. You should send me the link. I'll look it up. And Pam Bundy is like fucking 60-something years old, bro.
Before the war began, and it's a defensive
Is
alliance,
Botox
obviously, the
that
Western
good,
traditionally
bro?
engaged in the Middle East preemptively. Why is it
Is that the sound of her breathing?
NATO before the war began, and it's a defensive alliance, obviously, that doesn't traditionally engage
Oh, it is.
in the Middle East preemptively.
That's insane. That's a good mic. It's picking up everything. So, anyways, yeah, this is how I keep up.
And out of your gift, let's say it's 100 carrots that they get, and they're going to use that 1 carrot to kind of dangle in front of your face.
Did you get a sense that Paula White was leading like any kind of pastoral care? You know, people have problems in churches as in everywhere else, and one of the main jobs of a pastor is to be the shepherd for that flock, right?
It sounds like her daughter-in-law likes to do that. Charismatics are very charismatic, you know, so she prays in tongues and, you know, they do all that. So they're very into that. But Paula walked in after the service started. I saw her come in, and she walked out before it left. Or before it ended, and she left.
Actually?
So, oh, yeah. I wouldn't say there's any on-site shepherding that Paula does.
So who is Paula White exactly? And pardon my ignorance, but it's just she's become this figure. She's one of the people who prayed over the president and encouraged this war with Iran, a country with over 1 million Christians in it. But she's like played a role in our foreign policy. So I think and of course she's been used and has allowed herself to be used to justify this war and violence in the name of Jesus. So I think it's worth asking, like, where does she come from? Who is this person?
I don't know her upbringing, but I'll start with this. I will give Paula the benefit of the doubt that she came into the church space wanting to do good.
Yes.
She wanted to save souls. She wanted to preach the gospel. I believe that. But I also believe
I think that's we should always extend that benefit of the doubt to people.
Okay. So when she's presenting that gospel, she has to play in a certain legal realm, which is religious institutions, corporations in America. I firmly stand on my word that legal architecture will corrupt anybody that goes into the mission or that ministry full time.
Insane.
So she started a church in Tampa called Without Walls with her husband, Randy
Interesting
Knight.
take.
I went to the building Saturday because I wanted to see where that was. So I drove up to Tampa, and now
If
it's
the
a
American
bar.
system
it's like a,
for
restaurant
churches
bar.
and stuff
And so I
is
went
the
in.
reason
church is
why
a bar?
Well, so I went in and talked to
churches are so
the restaurant. I'm like, hey,
corrupt,
was this
and
Paula
that
White's church
could
Without
make a
Walls?
lot
And
of
the manager
sense.
was like, yeah. So he's like, we get this question a lot, actually, which is fascinating. So I don't know the financial exchange or the real estate side of things, but the original Without Walls church was bulldozed, and then that restaurant bar was built on the property.
So she and her husband started a church in Tampa.
They started a church in Tampa called Without Walls. There's some scandal wrapped around that church. They used to work, or they're very loudly talking about how they work in prostitution. They help prostitutes. They help the needy in that area. And so I talked with a past employee who said that, and we're getting the tapes right now. We found some old VHS tapes from Paula back in the day. So those are actually they just arrived in my house. Very excited to look at those. But they said, oh, there's a rundown hotel on the property next to us. We bought that hotel. We're going to turn it into a rehab facility for prostitutes and drug addicts, and that's going to be our main witness. Awesome. That's right where I think Christ would be, is hanging out with the hurting, the needy, the prostitute, the widowed.
Yeah.
And so they started.
Hold on, I wanna just double check. What is a seminary? Schools designed to train people for religious ministry leadership. Oh wow. Jesus College. Hell, I mean, heavens, yeah. Sounds awesome, dude.
Raising money for this hotel that they had built. And they raised, I don't have the exact amount, but hundreds of thousands of dollars. And some of their congregants mortgaged their homes for it. Well, come to find out, they never even bought the hotel. This was just all theory and a good intentioned idea. And so that really crippled the church. And at the same time, her husband kind of, I'll just say, fell off the wagon. And so they got divorced. And her spiritual advisor was T.D. Jakes. Do you know who T.D.
Yes, I've met T.D. Jakes.
Yeah, so her spiritual advisor.
Famous black preacher, built like a linebacker.
Yeah, huge. Yeah. He was her spiritual advisor. He was also another pastor's spiritual advisor in Opopka. And unfortunately, that pastor in Opopka OD'd in a bathtub. And
on drugs?
What?
On drugs, yeah. And
what? What am I listening to, bro? Is this real? Spiritual advisor ODing in a bathtub, bro? What is America, dude? Jesus. Yeah, I mean, dude, that's awesome, dude. Well, then I'm really glad to have you on the stream.
He was with a prostitute. The prostitute made the call, the emergency call. He died. And so T.D. Jakes, as Without Walls is crumbling, T.D. Jakes, as the spiritual advisor, tells Paula to go take over this church in Opopka. So Paula White moves to Opopka, takes over that church, which they rebranded to...
I mean, you know, we had a whole scandal with a bunch of mullahs, which is like essentially Iranian, like, Muslim preachers who were caught, like, having gay affairs, gay relationships, homosexual relationships. But still, dude, I think dying in a bathtub of, like, drugs is worse than being caught being a homosexual. Or, I don't know, dude. I don't know. The whole image of, like, a spiritual guy ODing in a bathtub, like, it's like having your sobriety like guide, getting back into like drinking alcohol or doing drugs.
Story Life Church, and that became her home church.
So there is the coolest movie we can imagine. It's a new film adaptation of George Orwell's amazing novel Animal Farm. 1984 gets all the attention, but Animal Farm is better.
What?
It's coming to theaters May 1st. You probably remember that
Animal Farm gets more attention than 1984 did.
It's not actually about
They're both
animals.
really
It's
good,
about
though.
human nature, the desire for authority, and how quickly people tend to fall in line and give up all of their God-given rights. The movie follows Lucky, a young pig whose curiosity and courage guide viewers through the farm's rise and fall. We see hope, betrayal, and above all, the danger of totalitarian power. This is a movie to watch with your kids, especially if they're old enough to ask real questions and to notice when the answers don't add up. The book affected generations of American school kids, no longer taught, of course, because it's too true. What do you do when the rules start changing and you're told you're not allowed to notice? Do you speak up or do you just go along with it because, hey, that's easier? That's the conversation you should have with your kids about power, corruption, and freedom. This movie's entertaining, it's sharp. Not many studios would do it at this point, but Angel did because their guild members voted to bring it to the big screen. So see it, talk about it, decide for yourself what it means. Animal Farm, theaters, May 1st. Tickets available now at...
I mean, I knew Orwell was a spy, but what do you mean by propaganda? I thought it was like strictly trying to wake people up from the propaganda. Please do explain. I've never heard that take.
Angel.com/Tucker. That's quite a story. So then what happened? She gets remarried, or
she's remarried to one of the band members of Journey, that awesome band that I love to listen to. Yeah. So he plays piano for her on stage, you know, as she preaches. It's a great husband-wife duo. Yeah. So she did pastor this church. She's since passed it down to her son, Brad Knight. And why did she pass it down? Because she became a special government employee under Trump, and you can't run a church. You can't. I believe the rule is you can't run a nonprofit, or you can't be raising money outside.
So I don't want to judge her as a person. There's a lot written about her personal life. I don't know, what is true and what is not true. So I don't want to repeat it. But it's kind of defined by personal scandal.
Correct.
Right. True or not? Right.
There's a lot of personal scandal that I won't even go into.
But of course, because I don't know, and I don't want to repeat things that are not true.
Mm-hmm.
But it's sexual scandal. Those are the allegations. So there's that.
Mm-hmm.
And I do think in order to maintain credibility, I also think like your faith requires you to like explain that and to show people that it's true and repent, apologize, be better, or prove it's not true. But like that seems all kind of unaddressed. So how did she wind up, given all that, the president of the United States chief spiritual advisor?
That's actually
I've talked to a past employee of hers who, Paula's a very bold woman, very loud. I had never seen
I don't consider that a compliment at all. I just want to be clear.
What, bold and loud?
Yeah, I'm not into it.
No, either am I. And so I had never been around her before. But when her son was
okay, I see.
preaching, and her son would say something, she would always be the loudest one, yell, "Amen, brother, go, son." She just wanted to.
I find that awful. Yeah. And we're like told we have to think that's great. I don't think it's great at all.
Yeah. But
sorry.
So
well-behaved women really make history. I don't know about that. I mean, stop.
Yeah. But
excuse me.
I would agree with you. But so the stories that I've heard from her employees are Trump was a mark from the early 2000s. So she would go down to Mar-a-Lago and hang out at Mar-a-Lago.
Mar-a-Lago, dude. Isn't that Epstein thing?
Just waiting for Trump to pass. And when Trump would pass, she'd approach him. And she's a very bullish, bold woman. So she kind of had a mark on Trump for decades. And then same thing in New York. She rented an apartment in Trump Tower. And she stayed in Trump Tower waiting to have FaceTime with Trump. So she's been playing the long game with Trump.
Is she like a well-known theologian?
No.
So, but I guess all I'm saying is there are all kinds of predators around all power centers, including 100%. The White House, right? It's just that's the nature of power. It's like a bug light. It draws the Michael Cohens of the world into your orbit, right? People who want power and money. But if you're going to be the spiritual advisor, you would think there would be some like track record of, I don't know, Christian living.
So I got a question for you, Tucker. Can I call you Tuck?
Call me whatever you want.
So should your business model, if you're a pastor, should your business model emulate Christ?
Well, I think your whole life is supposed to emulate Christ.
Perfect. So here's her bylaws, which are marked confidential, by the way. So her church cannot read her bylaws. The people who fund her cannot read her bylaws. The only reason why they came out was because of a lawsuit. I'm going to jump to page 2 really quick about membership. Members of the congregation are non-voting. Members of the board of directors are voting. So congregants who fund it have no say over anything. We'll jump a few pages further about removing officers.
No way. Let's check it out. Is there blood? If it's blood, I cannot show it. No, there isn't. Hell yeah. That is so funny, dude. This is American patriotism. Dude, I bet one of these people took it back home and is wearing it right now. That's so funny, dude. Thank you for that image.
So if for some reason she had a scandal, right?
I might
Usually
actually
we
save
remove
that.
off.
That's legendary. I'm gonna save the photo. It's actually so funny, dude. I might not be laughing out loud outside, but I'm laughing really loud out inside. Alright, I just saved that photo. I'm probably gonna put it on my Instagram.
Officers from corporations that have scandals or abuse their control and power. But not for her. Ready? Any officer except the pastor president, she is the pastor and president, may be removed from his or her office by the board of directors. The pastor president shall have the authority to remove any officer from his or her office at any time at her discretion. So she cannot be removed because any officer except the pastor president can be removed, and then she can fire anyone at any time for anything. So she has unilateral control. It gets better. Ready? Section 5 is resignation, removal, succession of pastor president. If the pastor president voluntarily resigns, she may designate her successor. The pastor president shall serve as president and a member of the board of directors until her death or resignation without need of election or appointment. She shall not be subject to removal.
It says that?
Says that.
Is this a monarchy? What is this?
It's a monarchy. It's a monarchical power. Death. Upon her death, the pastor president shall be succeeded in the office of pastor president and as a director by her son, Brad Knight. It's a dynasty in bylaws that congregants can't see.
Is this a Christian principle?
No. No. And then this is the banger. Ready? Powers of officers. The senior pastor is the president of the corporation. And this is a sticking point for me because most pastors will say, my church is not a business. Well, no, it's a corporation registered with the state. It's very much a business, right? So the senior pastor is the president of the corporation and is referred to within these bylaws as pastor president. Here's the drum roll. The church finds its headship under the Lord Jesus Christ in its pastor president. So you don't find your headship in Jesus Christ. You find it under the Lord Jesus Christ in Paula White. So if I want to get to Jesus Christ, I have to go through Paula White.
I believe we had a Protestant Reformation to get away from this idea.
You can keep that copy.
That the leader is infallible and the leader speaks always and everywhere for God himself.
Yes.
Isn't that why we had the Reformation 500 years ago?
Well, that's the point of Christ. Christ came to remove middlemen, to remove the Levitical priesthood.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Wow, that's so how unusual. I've never heard of anything like that. How unusual is that?
That's pretty aggressive bylaws, but here's Second Baptist bylaws. So I had a fun interaction in Houston the other week. This is a church with $1 billion in assets in Houston, $1 billion. It's 98 years old. So that means generation after generation of generous, Christ-centered Houstonians have funded this building.
Some of my favorite people in the world and relatives of mine who I really look up to as Christians, have spent a lot of time in that church and helped fund it.
But would you say that this type of corruption is rampant in America?
There we go.
So I know that there are true
amazing people,
Christians in that.
Temporarily embarrassed millionaires is such a good term.
93,000 members had voting rights. And voting rights are, hey, just like a democracy, just like America, a republic. We want to have a say in
just like the church in Acts.
Yes, we want to have a say.
The earliest church.
And that's what we should probably be modeling ourselves after, right? We want to have a say in how this all operates. A couple years ago, one very interesting lawyer from Dallas, who I've had multiple interactions with, and then the Young family decided to, in a shady back-end deal, remove voting rights of 93,000 members like that. So $1 billion in assets that was voted on by 93,000 members in a single meeting on page 7, removed the voting rights. As such.
If Christian leaders had to meet their congregation open fields, they'd never show up.
Members are not entitled to vote in person, by proxy,
Put that on
or
a
otherwise.
T-shirt, bro.
So $1 billion in assets were put into the hands of 6 people, 5 of which are related.
On a bumper.
When did that happen?
2023, and now there's an ongoing lawsuit because the congregants are suing for their rights back.
How can you do that?
You can't, but shady lawyers. So this is a big thing that we talk about in the religion business in season 1. The church was never meant to be a capitalistic endeavor.
No, it's not a business.
Yes, but capitalism has crept into it, and shrewd, smart businessmen and women and lawyers have realized it is the perfect legal architecture to either scam people or build empires in the name of Jesus.
Spring is the most refreshing time of year. Nothing compliments it better than black.
But that's the thing, like, they're not the first to realize that religion is like a really good system to exploit. It's the easiest system to exploit. Because once you say, oh, it's for God, like it's really easy to get away with it. It's really easy to be on the right side if you are on God's side.
I'm going to give them...
And like, it's not just America that like suffers from this. We have that in Iran as well.
The benefit of the doubt. They're doing it unconsciously. Whether that be the idea of tithing, whether that be Zionism and Israel, it all tilts towards protecting the status quo of the institution.
Boy, you see this in all institutions, though. Isn't the point of every institution over time to protect and enlarge the institution itself?
That's good.
That is the mission.
But I miss the sun, bro. Like in Iran, I used to, I don't know if this is too much information or not, but my family are shrimp farmers. And there's a whole shrimp farming business in Chabahar. And so this is essentially all desert, right? And so I used to love working in the heat, in the sun. And now I'm in Japan, especially in winter and autumn, dude. I get no sun. I literally get powered up by the sun. And so I really miss working in the sun. I don't even know if my skin can handle it anymore. Sun's pretty brutal. Damn, that's crazy. See, that's what I mean. We gotta talk more about that stuff, like the Gulf being more toxic than people care to admit. Actually, the shrimp we grow in Iran is shrimp from off the west coast. It's a type of shrimp called vaname. The reason why we have the vaname shrimp is because of its resistance to the white spot. This is right now the most farmed shrimp in Iran, and they're American actually. Pacific white shrimp, king prawn or white shrimp, is a species of prawn East Pacific Ocean, commonly caught or farmed for food. The sun provides vitamin D more than cow's milk. On God, bro. And I love drinking milk too, so I would drink milk on top of the cow, on top of the sun. So
that's the need for reform in everything. The Bible story is so beautiful because it's a story of birth, death, and resurrection over and over.
Yeah.
Christ talks about when the seed falls, it has to die.
Give me sun cancer,
but what
bro.
we created is institutional structure that can't die. We can't reform this because too many people feed off the system. There's too many parasites. But if we killed systems and reformed them, which we need for new birth and regrowth, then people lose power. People, lose their control. And it's baked into human nature.
And loss of power and control is a prerequisite for for religious transformation, for letting God take control.
Correct. Yeah. So that's a big deal. Christ literally gave up all control and hung on a cross. And this is one place I want to get to, whether you're a Christian, my 160 million self-professed American Christians out there, my brothers and sisters out there, we can see the Bible as the Word of God. And I can speak to it on that. My atheist and agnostic friends, let's see it as a history book. And today I want to talk with you about when he said it is finished on the cross, the last words that came out of his mouth, he meant it. So if you're a Christ follower, we're going to break down a lot of scriptures that, depending on your theological approach, you will have to say it isn't finished. And so that's what I want to get into, and power structure is one of them. When he hung on that cross, he broke all power structures. He is the only way, the truth, and the life, and no one gets to Jehovah the Father except through him.
So what does that mean? I mean, I understand. I always understood Jesus to be talking about his life on earth. But you're saying that
when Christ said it is finished, he was talking about the old covenants, the Abrahamic covenant and the Mosaic laws, all 613 of them.
Huh. Is that acknowledged by churches?
No, because if you acknowledge it, then
oh, they don't acknowledge that, bro? This is insane. I don't want to believe this.
Church structure, modern day church structure, has to really rethink and reform.
And what are you left with?
The gospel, the saving grace of Christ, love.
So it's interesting when you look at even churches that you agree. I'll speak for myself that I agree with and love.
Mm-hmm.
You love the liturgy, love the people of the people. I mean, you can have pure-hearted people in a corrupt system.
Yeah.
The congregants. What was it?
Oh, stereo. Yeah, actually, it was. They
guy came up. He was like, "Omoy," and I was like, "Yeah, leave it downstairs. I'm gonna bring it up."
Okay, so you brought up?
Yeah, I brought it up. Nice. And also, our garbage was returned. What? The burnable? We put this in the burnable on Monday.
Yeah, on Monday, right?
Yeah.
Put it down.
Yeah.
No, it was today though. Today's not burnable, right?
This is our garbage from yesterday. We put it there yesterday. They said it has recyclable plastic on it, in it. So they returned the garbage. Have you read the paper? And it was downstairs, so I brought it up. You see the yellow paper on it?
Yeah, 絶対違う、絶対違うじゃないこれ。It's not us.
Are you sure?
これうちのじゃない、うちのじゃない。It's not us.
That's definitely ours.
No, 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 it's not us. 100%. Whose is it?
肉玉そばなんて食べた昨日誰か。昨日お好み焼き食べた？
You ate okonomiyaki yesterday?
No. So that's not ours?
No.
Really? I brought someone else's garbage up?
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I'll put it down.
Yeah.
What?
違う、だって月曜は we put burnable because like Monday's burnable, right? So we put garbage before they came, right? On Monday. So it was like.
What? Okay, I thought this was ours.
No.
But today they returned it today.
No, it's not returned. They put just that paper because we saw when we came here. This was here, but without paper.
I'll take it downstairs.
Yeah.
Sorry, boys. I gotta take care of. I'll be back real quick. No, because it was really bad over there. And I thought we're the only ones who use this kind of plastic. So.
絶対に違う。誰がこんなもん食う？誰もこんなカレー味のカップ麺なんて食べてないよ。
いやでも証拠あるやん。昨日の肉玉そば誰のやろ？誰だよ？
タバス？
そうだ。タバコもらいます。
キロ。バカ野郎。どうもお前。もうバカにするの。I'm back.
As I just said, it's about Second Baptist in Houston. But the church itself is like, it seems like almost all of them have deep
Holy
corruption.
shit, I missed a bunch of things, huh? Okay. Mans couldn't even get God's name right, and now I'm supposed to just take. So for all this, God equals Son. I'm okay with that. I've read Albert Pike's book, Morals and Dogma. I have not. He traces the history of all religion. Originally, God meant Son. Oh yeah, there's a whole thing. I recently watched clips of the Zeitgeist. I don't know what it's called. And there it was talking about the relationships within the stars and the sun and God and Jesus and his rising. And how these universal coincidences are all just lining up so perfectly. As to absurd claims, nobody has traced all the world religions through time. We don't have records to do that. For many ancient ones we know about and don't know how many we don't know about. Not all religions have the same concept of what a deity even is. That's true. You will wonder why you're even in college after reading that 1,000-page book. Why would that be offensive? I always wonder, why am I in college? And I don't even read 1,000-page books. Just get the book. Your eyes will reopen. Reopen? Have they ever been opened? I do still read though. I read enough to know how absurd that claim is. It's unfortunate because it's without lie. It's a very reasonable subject. Sun worship was common. It was pretty common. Fire worship, sun worship. Unfortunate thing you told me, it says means I take it as seriously as secret lizard people ruling the world.
Corruption in them.
Christ said in multiple Gospels, it's one of my favorite lines. He says, "You've taken traditions of men and you call it doctrine."
Yes.
Our churches today are nothing but tradition. And they're based off of a 14-point checklist that the government put forward. They're based off the nonprofit sector created in 1913. That's all just traditions of men. That's not inherently bad. This room, there's no inherent goodness or badness to it outside of what we apply to it.
Right.
And so we've taken traditions of men and call it doctrine. One of those traditions is the legal architecture of the nonprofit sector, and then the religious exemptions applied to all churches, mosques, temples, you name it. They play by the same rules in America. That legal architecture, there's only one conclusion to it, and that's corruption. There's only one. When you look at how it's structured, there's no external accountability from an exterior source to hold the institution accountable. The government does not hold religious institutions accountable. So what it means is we hold ourselves accountable. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard scripturally. Like, we can't hold, should we just sit around and be like, hey, Tucker, you and I, we've got $1 million sitting on this table. What should we do with it? Well, let's just hold each other accountable with what we're going to do with it. No, we need some outside pressure saying, hey, let's oversee what we're going to do and how we're going to steward those resources. And the best part about that million, or the ironic part, is it's not even yours and my resources. It's the donors who gave it to us. And so the system right now is just set up for failure.
Inflation makes credit card statements particularly scary. You work 40, 50 hours a week just to buy groceries and gas, things you used to be able to afford without thinking that much about it. Then the banks charge you 20% interest. If the system is designed to keep you underwater, it's working, but there's another option. Our friends at American Financing are doing something the big banks despise. They are helping people. Mortgage rates in the 5s, supporting the American dream of homeownership, and they're showing homeowners how to take their hard-earned equity to wipe out high-interest debt. Now, we're against debt in general, but in this economy, most people have no choice at all. So don't go bankrupt, enslaving yourself to a lender. Average savings are about $800 a month, and it takes only 10 minutes to talk to a salary-based mortgage consultant. No upfront fees or obligation to see how much you can save. Give American Financing a call, 800-685-5696. That's 1-800-685-5696, or visit americanfinancing.net/Tucker, America's home for home loans. And you think it's uniquely bad in this country because of the nonprofit structure devised in 1913, same year as the income tax, I think, correct?
Same thing, same year as Jekyll Island and all sorts of interesting things.
And then made reference to the 14-point checklist. Can you just fill us in on all of that, since I'm ignorant?
Yeah, so in 1913, the IRS carved out, or the government carved out the nonprofit sector. It looked at all the institutions in America, and it said, wow, there's really brilliant institutions that help social good, and this is a big one. They build local social capital in their community. 1913 is pre-early technology. You know, your life was like an 80-mile radius, basically.
Yes.
So you cared about your local community. And so the government said, hey, these businesses do things that we can't. The Salvation Army was a great example. So the Salvation Army does things for its local community that the federal government and state government cannot do. So we're going to carve out these businesses and say, hey, you don't have to pay taxes. You have more freedom to pursue your mission, which is building social capital in your community, helping the homeless, the needy, basically Matthew 25, which is who Christ told us to help. Flash forward to today, there's 1.9 million nonprofits. So it went from 12,000 organizations in 1913 to 1.9 million. And you have to ask why the jump. And most arguments are, well, Nathan, population increase. Okay, population increased 4.3% in America from 1913 to present day. If you do the math, that's around 50,000 organizations today.
Keep it after they die.
So population increase didn't increase the nonprofit sector. So how do we go from 12,000 to 1.9 million? Well, I think a lot of good-intentioned people wanted to help people, but the lack of accountability in the system has turned the nonprofits.
What the fuck? That's so cool. Do you know the cross that Jesus died on was used for execution by Babylonians? Nice. The same one. I do still read though. I read enough to know how absurd that claim is. Okay. Jug, get a hold of Albert Pike's book, Morals of Dogma. Unfortunately, the thing you told me means I take it seriously. All religion. Yes, all religions. Can you look some sort of proof? I will try to get the book link for you. I'm supposed to keep it after they die. If you actually knew how much history we don't have access to, that's what I'm saying. The secret government is hiding a lot of books and knowledge and history from us. Like even a lot of parts of the Bible is being hidden from us.
Sector into an opportunity for massive abuse.
That's okay. I completely support these tangents.
And inurement is, I don't have the definition in front of me,
but it's basically
no founder, family member, or executive.
Stream. It's a stream of tangents, and it's really good. Usually I get like this many viewers, and with this many viewers, it's really good. It's really easy to go on tangents. But once I get like more than 10 fucking viewers, and like everybody's on a different tangent, that gets a little harder to keep track of. But I'm not, again, I am appreciative of whatever scenario, but yeah. But say Pahlavi and saw Pahlavi and thought you were just a joke. Yeah. It's all a joke, isn't it?
Can inure themselves by the benefit of the organization's net assets or net resources. So,
but no. Well, thank you for coming back, though. I mean, you must have really been bored to come back to this stream then. But I'm glad you're back, and yeah, let's enjoy.
I get a salary, but I can't use it like a personal.
I have learned a lot today, so thank you.
These guys use it like a personal piggy bank, and most people use the nonprofit sector not like a personal piggy bank.
How do they do it?
From a church perspective,
yeah.
Well, you can Tucker start a church right now. You can just say I'm a church, and because you say you're a church, you get that designation from the IRS immediately. They don't have to approve you of it. Because of this, what I would argue, separation of church and state, and that's like a double dip. You know, they love to say separation of church and state until they want the state to help them out, and it's an interesting rabbit hole to go down. But then you just file with the state, you file your articles of incorporation, so you are a business, but you never have to tell the Fed what you're doing at all. And then if you're in the evangelical world, in the non-denominational world, there's no denominational hierarchy. So then it's the sky's the limit. It's how charismatic are you? How good of a teacher are you? How good of an entertainer are you? And at that point, it just becomes how quickly you can scale. And we call it religious economic theory in the religion business. Because it's now, if I start a church, Tucker, down the street from yours, now we're pitted against each other for consumers. And so I'm going to get a better stage than you, and then you're going to get a better lighting system, so I got to outcompete you. And naturally, the system just becomes a production, like just production. And we need consumers in, so we got to keep them entertained. And so the nonprofit sector has just corrupted.
Oh, thank you. Nice. Magneto 9K. Okay.
Over time because of the lack of accountability and from the.
Smitha, I've been tuning out of the video the whole time, but I enjoy the conversation. I'm flipping my sleep schedule. I'm normally a late sleeper, but I have morning things this week. All right. Well,
secular side.
Thank you.
Nonprofits used to look local.
I don't know. So are you gonna go to sleep now?
why it was carved out originally, right? A nonprofit was supposed to build their local community. Well, now with globalism, nonprofits want to look global. It's way more appealing for me to put a starving kid from Africa on the cover of my newsletter than a white kid who needs some school books down the street.
Coming to the stream.
And so the secular side
No,
went global, so they forgot about the local
Okay.
community. And then the church started pitting against each other for
It's fine. I
consumers.
think I'm gonna be
And so the
streaming for
nonprofit
another,
sector just
like,
naturally is corrupted, and it's never been reformed.
So that's how you wind up with churches, air quotes, that are
Well, I'm
actually
trying to
TV studios.
I'm trying to finish watching this video like all day since I started to stream, and it's been 5 hours. It's a 2-hour fucking video, and we're only in 1 hour, dude.
And
I'm never
ironically, so
gonna
the
make it through this
14-point
video.
checklist, which I originally thought came from the IRS, because there were so many churches popping up. Someone was like, "How do we define what a church is?" You know, like there was a big lawsuit. I can't remember. It was in the 50s or 60s, and it was literally a wine distillery was registered as a church. And so there was a lawsuit about it because they're like, "You're not a church, dude. You're just selling wine," you know. And so the word on the street is the IRS was like, "Hey, we got to put some structure to this." And so out popped this 14-point checklist, and the checklist came from that lawsuit. It was in California, and it's really simple. You need a house of worship. You need a place. You need a physical building. You need a congregation. That congregation has to what do they call it? It's basically a faith statement. Your congregation has to have a specific faith statement to itself. And then you have to meet once a month physically. And most churches already acted like that somewhat. And so boom, you get the exemption. Well, what that does is it shoves all religion and faiths into that simple box. And so Islam, Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, you name it, Scientology, they just play by the same rules now. And so that
If they want the tax exemption, they have to behave.
If they want the tax exemption. But what does that do?
So that's not really separation of church and state. That's actually the state constraining church.
Correct. And you have to ask, like, why? Let's talk about, okay, we'll give everybody the benefit of the doubt. Why? What happens? What's the byproduct of that 14-point checklist? Every mosque looks like every Christian church, looks like every Jewish synagogue. It's the same thing. The exterior might be looking a little different. Your message from the pulpit might be different, but structurally they're all the same. And what it does is it pulls all resources inward. It calcifies the institution as opposed to going out. And the beautiful part about Christianity is it was an outward gospel. It was help your neighbor. It was go out and make disciples.
Of course, Jesus sends the disciples out.
But now it's come in. And naturally, what does that do? If I'm bringing everybody into my church, hierarchy starts building. We need resource to do this. And it's just a natural conclusion to what happened in 1913 and then the 14-point checklist.
That's amazing. So some of these churches have become very rich, it sounds like.
Very. Yeah.
This one?
The Mormon Church, they're sitting at like $350 billion in net assets, billion with a B. They're the second largest private landowner in the U.S. now. They'll hit $1 trillion in market assets if they keep the market profits in the next 15 years.
Why? What's the point of any church having that much money?
Well, they'll say it's for a famine, and they'll say it's for the second coming. That's literally their argument.
Yes.
And so you go, okay, I'll even give you that. Ready? So, and they use the story of Joseph and the famine in Egypt as an example.
They have the largest ranch in Florida.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're turning it into a city.
Deseret?
Yeah. They want to build a, I can't remember, 133,000 acre city. Yeah, they're working on that right now.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. But so what they say is they point to Joseph. Well, Joseph only stockpiled for 7 years.
Right.
The Mormon Church has stockpiled indefinitely. So they've reached something that the Widows Might report calls escape velocity. They make so much in the market in interest alone, they could fund the global LDS church just off a fraction of the interest and grow in perpetuity. They would never have to ask $1 from any congregant again, but they still ask you for your money.
It's interesting that they point to Joseph. I mean, it's a wonderful, amazing story. I mean, it's a huge chunk of Genesis, right?
Yeah.
And a great, great story. But it's kind of the opposite of the way Jesus commanded his own disciples. He sends them out with nothing.
Correct.
With no preparation whatsoever, no food, no arms, no extra sandals, no extra clothes. He doesn't even send them with talking points. He doesn't tell them what to say.
Well, and can I ask you, why do you think he sent them out with nothing?
So they would rely on God. He says, when you're hauled into court, don't think about what you're going to say. The Holy Spirit will speak for you. Just open your mouth and start talking.
Amen. And so they would rely on the generosity of others.
Yes, and of God.
Yeah.
Like,
that's like such a Buddhist thing too. The Buddhists have the same thing. These monks, they don't eat. Like Buddha didn't eat unless someone fed him, and even then, they don't eat too much. So their whole survival relies on generosity, and I find that to be so beautiful.
Put yourself out there, and God comes to the rescue. Display weakness, and God will become your strength. So he's like telling very explicitly people not to prepare for that eventuality. I mean, all of us disobey it. I certainly do. But I hope I'm not sounding self-righteous, but like that's not the message of the Gospels that I can tell.
I agree. So what have we built? We've built corporations labeled with Jesus on them. We've built products labeled with Jesus. We've built energy drinks labeled with Jesus. We're selling Jesus. And man, does he talk about selling his name and his father's name?
He does.
Yeah.
Explain.
Well, there's a story, and it's right before they want to kill him. He walks into the temple, and he starts flipping tables over, and he has this whip, and he's whipping people. And he goes, "You've turned my father's house into a robber's den." And the place of worship where you're supposed to worship Jehovah, my Father, you've turned this house into a robber's den. You're making money in my Father's name. And what are we doing? We've turned the entire religious structure in America, Christian structure, into a money-making endeavor. Even well-intentioned denominations, they have to accept money to keep the machine moving. It's a hungry machine financially. And so I believe the model's totally backwards. Americans are good at, well, all humans are good at building, but Americans are really good at building. And we've just built things to the point where they've corrupted. And the casualty of that is the true body of Christ is now chained to the pews of the institution. Because they have to be.
Yes. Yeah, I grew up in a church like that. A church that built buildings that were so beautiful that you could not go to them even when they became pagan.
Yeah.
It's like such a beautiful church. I mean, there aren't many of those left in the United States, but the Episcopal Church built the prettiest buildings probably in the whole country.
I love cathedrals. I travel a lot, and my favorite thing are cathedrals. But, during the Protestant Reformation, they burned most of them down. They broke the stained glass. They were overbuilding things. Because when Christ came, he goes, you are the temple. The Holy Spirit dwells in you. There's no more physical temple.
Right.
And so what are we building? We're building physical temples. And the LDS side of things is fascinating too in regards to the temples they love to build. And you have to ask why they want to build those temples. And that just goes into the history of Joseph Smith and Mormonism. But I tip my hat to the Mormon church in regards to you figured out the cheat code. Like in any video game, you figured the cheat code out in the religious exemption side of things. Because the only reason why they got rolled and busted by the SEC is they had so much money invested and they weren't filing what's called a 13F. So when you have a
13F? Bro, religion is supposed to be simple, bro. This is way too much for me, bro. The Jainist monks who keep their mouths covered and carry brooms so they don't accidentally swallow or step on a bug, them are really interesting to me. Yeah, I know.
$100 million invested in the market. You have to fill out an informational 13F.
It's crazy.
Which is just an informational filing saying, hey, here's our stock portfolio because you could technically sway the market.
Of course, yeah.
And they have billions, tens of billions.
They're
invested
idolaters.
Do we know where? Can you know where?
Yeah, you can. Now they fill out the forms now, and so they're heavily invested in pharmaceuticals. They're heavily invested in machinery of war. So the LDS Church profits from war and from COVID.
Is that true?
Yeah.
How from COVID?
They are heavily invested in Pfizer and Moderna and all the vaccine companies.
That's verified.
Verified on their 13Fs.
So when the government under Biden, very liberal, anti-Mormon, you would think government starts commanding the population to take the vaccine, how does the Mormon hierarchy respond to that?
They put out a marketing video saying you should get the jab. You should get the vaccine.
Actually?
Yeah. And the prophet got a shot live on camera. I don't know if it was a real vaccine or just a dummy.
For his sake, I hope it wasn't.
Yeah. But yeah, they encouraged their church congregation to get the vaccine.
That's true. Fact.
On camera.
I mean, it's only been 5 years, but that's like so shocking that any church would do that. But they weren't the only church that did that.
Yeah, lots encouraged it. Churches have become political, whether right or left.
Wow.
And churches have become a weapon of the political parties. It's a box on a shelf. When I need that evangelical vote, I'm going to pull it off.
So you know for a fact that the LDS Church is invested in weapon manufacturing?
Yeah, they're heavily invested in Northrop Grumman and multiple other.
How can a church invest in like weapons that kill innocents?
I think it's extremely antithetical to what they believe. But their argument is, Nathan, we're just following the status quo of the market. Whatever the index is, we just invest in. They don't care about what they're invested in.
Then they've said that.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to be clear. I like a lot of Mormons. Just like I like
a lot of. Let me be very clear, Tucker. There are so many good Christians, Mormons. Like, people are awesome. Institutions are what I can't stand because they corrupt. So it's how do we bring accountability and reform into institutions, whether that be religious institutions or government institutions. There has to be accountability, transparency, and accountability.
Right. No, it's totally right. I mean, you run into, the longer you live and the more you travel and the more people you meet, you run into people in institutions that you revile. Mm-hmm. There's obviously evil CIA, FBI, IRS, who are just great people. And you're like, wow, I feel sorry for you. But it's also just important to make a distinction between individuals in whatever institution they're serving.
100%. I love people.
Yeah, I do too.
I love people.
I do too. So Franklin Graham, how much money has Samaritan's Purse amassed?
Franklin, Billy's son. So Samaritan's Purse does great work. They work with refugees. They work immigration. They work natural disasters. They do good work. And I want you to think about that carrot. There's always that carrot that nonprofits dangle. This is their 2021 990, which is just an informational sheet that churches do not have to file. So the beautiful part about the 990 is
What is this? What is this? Wait, don't I have his picture with his mask? Yeah, but it's yeah, this was funny. This is funny because they also spent so long saying that Corona was a scam or something, like it wasn't real, and then finally the guy got the shot,
And I mean, look at this guy's not even. He doesn't even have the mask on right, bro. Like, what kind of propaganda is this, bro? When he's supposed to be a trained medical professional, why doesn't he have the mask on right? It really says a lot about the government of Iran.
The first 2 pages. A 990 is just an informational sheet that every secular nonprofit files annually, and it shows the IRS and then their donors roughly where the money goes. So there's 2 things I want to bring up, and if I forget, I want to talk about Alaska. Just say, let's talk about Alaska. This is 2021. Up in the top right, there's 2 numbers highlighted. What's the first? And then
the first number highlighted, holy smokes, is 923,718,989. The second number is 1,222,609.
So from 2020 to 2021, their net assets jumped from 900 billion to 1.2, right?
Yes.
This is their 2024. So remember, guys, 900 million in 2021. This is 2024, a few years later.
It jumps to almost 2.5 billion.
2.5 billion.
What does that mean? How can a charity have $2.5 billion in assets?
They're building a war chest. It's the same thing with the LDS Church. They've realized that the nonprofit can do some good with a carrot, but then just stockpile money. And so donors are giving, looking at the carrot, saying we're doing good work, as the nonprofit itself, as the corporation just stockpiles resources.
But to what end?
To the LDS Church's end. They figured it out to the point where there's no end in sight.
At least the Mormons have a consistent theology where there's going to be a famine and we're banking against it. And
yeah, but I get that, okay, for 7 years, but you're talking about indefinitely. They're banking on an indefinite famine.
Right. I don't really see where God fits into that.
No, he's not there, bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
But why would Samaritan's Purse, which is not a Mormon organization, why would they have $2.5 billion banked?
I don't know.
In assets.
In assets. I don't know. It's a great question for Franklin. And
so how much do they spend a year helping the needy?
Estimates are 60 to 100 million. So, but they're raising hundreds of millions annually. So they're building this war chest. And this
how can Franklin Graham be raising that much more than he's spending on the needy?
Because he's a good fundraiser.
Yeah, but like, don't people give to him
to do good? Yes. So what I see is nonprofits. The nonprofit structure right now is just draining, and taxation is draining the American populace of resource, of wealth. For what end, I don't know. But life's getting more expensive. Nonprofits are cheerleading, saying they're doing more. As homelessness rises, as poverty rises, the entire system and architecture is broken. And institutional religion and politics in America go hand in hand, even though they say they
I mean, I always gave to land trust because I don't like, ugly development, and I really love nature so passionately. But then you realize the land trust not all land trusts, but a lot of land trusts exist for their own benefit, and then they gave the land and you can't use it.
Yeah.
So you can't hunt or fish on their land. So like, what's the point of this exactly? Like, I hunt and fish on timberland, paper company land.
Yeah.
But the second some nonprofit from Vermont takes over, you can't go on the land. So like, why do you exist exactly? And they own all the land in a lot of places.
Why does the nonprofit sector exist? It's a great question.
For itself.
Yes. That's what it's corrupted into.
So can I ask you, and I don't want to focus too much on certain.
God, this video is too American for my non-American brain.
It's purchased because I know that there are many groups like it, but they're at $2.5 billion, clearly one of the biggest. A lot of these guys fly private.
Mm-hmm.
And as someone who flies commercial, often coach, I mean, because you should, because like, why would you be wasting money on a private plane all the time? Like, how does a Christian organization justify having a private jet?
It's usually their schedules are too busy to cover. That's it.
No, the whole sun conversation about the God is very metaphorical. I know what you're trying to say. I mean, I'm also interested in reading the book, but it has a lot to do with like metaphorical stuff.
That's their rationale. Copeland, Duplantis, they say no one could fly public with my travel schedule.
Maybe you slow down your travel schedule a little bit.
Maybe.
I only say that because I've flown private enough to know that it's like next level expensive. Like there's no way, even for businesses, rich people don't buy their own planes because like, I just can't justify that. I'll charter if I need it.
There's a funny story.
So to have a private jet that you own and pilots use retirement you pay, fuel costs that you shoulder, the endless maintenance on the plane, incredibly expensive. Like ask any rich person.
Mm-hmm.
That rich people don't do. I mean, some do, but most rich people are like, I'm not rich enough for that.
Yeah.
Right.
There's a great story.
I know a lot of rich people trust me. They're like, I'm rich, but I'm not that rich.
Sure.
Then you see some preacher who's got a private jet. It's like, what world are you living in?
Mm-hmm.
What is this?
Well, and the congregation will justify it too. That's what's so backwards.
Sorry, that makes me mad.
The blind lead the blind into a ditch, as the scripture.
But how common is that? You've got your own jet.
I wouldn't say it's that common. There's a lot of pastors try to get into that space, and then their congregations do sometimes push back. And so, who was I just talking to?
If I had a pastor in a church that I was attending on Sunday say, we need a private jet, I might stand up in the middle of the service and say, son, I know more about this than you do. You do not need a private jet. Jesus didn't fly private. He rode a donkey. Like, what are you doing?
Well, then they'll say, oh, but the donkey was literally, I had someone say that was the fastest mode of transportation.
It wasn't. It was the most humiliating form of transportation. That's why he chose it.
Yeah. But they'll justify it. Samaritan's Purse has, I didn't print their entire 2024. But last year they had, I think, 134 million in plane assets.
What?
Let me see. Yeah, it's not on this doc.
I'm way more comfortable with a pastor sleeping with his assistant, which is totally immoral, than I am with him having a private jet.
I agree.
Because at least everyone realizes like, you're not supposed to sleep with your assistant. It's totally sinful. It's wrong.
Well, the planes are
but a plane is like a subtle kind of evil. It's like no one even notices. Oh, it's so important. He's got a plane.
Well, that's the prosperity gospel message creeping in, right?
What is that exactly?
This is Paula White. This is Kenneth Copeland, Duplantis. This is if God favors me, I will be prosperous. And it comes from Malachi 3.
Malachi 3.
Yeah. Opening the windows of heaven and you're going to be prospered. Malachi 3 is talking about one thing. It's talking about rain for their fields. It's saying if you bring into the storehouse, I will open the windows of heaven to you and pour out a blessing like you've never seen. Malachi was talking about rain falling on the land so you could refill your storehouse. He wasn't talking about a private plane.
Well, especially for a Christian to be like, well, why are you doing that? Malachi 3. It's like, we've got a whole New Testament and 4 Gospels in that. And like, why don't you read those and tell me if you should have a private plane at other people's expense?
Well, this goes back to our conversation earlier about
Malachi 3.
If you don't read the scriptures in its entirety and see it as one book and one glorious story, you can bastardize a couple verses and have detrimental effects on the global church. The body of Christ, when I say the church.
I'm sorry to do this. Now, I just want to be totally transparent and say that Franklin Graham called me an anti-Semite. So I'm obviously no to Franklin Graham. So I should just say that just so people understand that I probably have mixed motives in doing this. I'm not a pure person. But I also think it's worth just pausing on Franklin Graham for a second because his father was a great man. I think Franklin Graham is like a sober, serious person in a lot of ways. He's not a transparent, ridiculous figure like Paula White. It's just, I mean, it's almost too easy to be like Paula White. Okay, yeah, the great theologian Paula White. But Franklin Graham is a much more serious person, and he's always on Fox News and all that. And so that's why I do think it's worth pausing and having you restate how much do they own in private aircraft?
Around 130 million.
That's just très bonkers, as the French say. Like, that's just beyond. $130 million?
And this is a great track to move in.
I said très bonkers, like the French say. Tucker Carlson over here being multilingual. How cool is that?
To Alaska. So he bought a piece of land with his wife on Lake Clark in Alaska, very remote. I've been to Alaska a few times, so I understand how remote Alaska is. Beautiful. It's the most pretty country in the world.
Hard to get to, though.
Very. And this is what gets interesting. So I believe, I don't have the document in front of me, he and his wife bought this little lakefront, half acre, I believe it's half acre, maybe even a quarter acre, very small property on beautiful Lake Clark. A few years, and they purchased it personally because Franklin loves Alaska. He loves fishing. He loves bear hunting. He loves the outdoors.
Yeah, no, I like that about him.
And I'm a big outdoorsman, you are. And well, what happened was a few years later, Samaritan's Purse bought the lot next to him. And flash forward, in the little town it's called Port Ellsworth, there's only a couple hundred people that live there full time. There's no signals, you can't drive to it. There is no road that gets you from Anchorage or any other city to Port Ellsworth. The only way to get there is by flight, private plane, and there's a dirt runway, there's two of them, or by boat, by barge up these rivers. And this is a good story for backstory. So I was up in Alaska probably 4 years ago. No, longer than that, 5 years ago. And we're in the middle of nowhere. I'm with Inuits. Like, we're going back, packing on float planes to find a property that my friend was inheriting from her parents. I'm like, I'll go with you. This sounds awesome, right? So I'm carrying the tag, I got a 10 mil strap to my chest, a shotgun, a bear gun, and I'm like, we're going. We're in the middle of nowhere. We're sitting with this Inuit. We're staying at her cabin, and she's making us a meal, and she asked what I do. And I say, the religion business. And I give her the story. We're filming it, and she goes, oh, you won't believe it. Her husband owns a barge, and barges equipment up and down these rivers. And she goes, we just barged a soft top Ford Bronco, brand new, 2021. So it's right when the Ford Bronco came out. And I'm like, what is a soft top Ford Bronco being barged up a river in the middle of nowhere for? And this is where you couldn't get them. They were very hard to get. And she goes, yeah, we barged it up for Samaritan's Purse. And I was like, what? And she goes, yeah, here's the invoice. And she put the invoice in front of me that said Samaritan's Purse.
This is so corrupt. I can't believe this is real.
And this is where it gets crazier. So I was like, wait, what do they do? And she goes, they have this camp which is awesome. My brother's a Marine, my best friend's a Marine or military, my business partner's retired military. I have massive respect for armed forces. So they started a nonprofit up there called Heal Our Patriots. And they bring husband and wife couples up there to reinvigorate their relationship and reaching them to Christ. Awesome idea, right? And so, but I'm like, what's a soft top Ford Bronco doing in the harshest environments in the world? I mean, like, no one takes nice things up there because they all rust and get destroyed within a few seasons. So I start doing some research. Sure enough, I find it. They bring a couple hundred people up there a year for 3 months out of the year. They have these massive lakefront cabins. Now I said there was 2 dirt runways. Samaritan's Purse bought one of the runways. So now they have their own private airstrip. And so Franklin and his wife have a house, and they bring a couple, Mike Pence has been there multiple times. And so ironically, I'm like, I'm going. So a camera operator and I, we went to Anchorage, took a plane to a little Cessna to somewhere else, and we got on a float plane. And we went, we're in the middle of nowhere, Tucker. And all of a sudden, have you seen the movie Truman Show?
No.
Great movie, but it's about a fake world. It was a fake world. There wasn't a blade of grass out of place. Like, the amount of upkeep and care to make this place look perfect. And the crazier part is, this is where I go conspiracy theory. There's these massive fuel storage tanks, massive, 20,000 gallons at a time. And this plane would fly in and land and just refuel these tanks. And I talked to the pilot, and he's like, yeah, this place is like a bunker, basically. You just camp out. And I'm like, oh, this is like Franklin Graham's World War III like hideout. Like, if things go south, he's going to ping up here. They've got gardens. They've got full greenhouses. I'm like, this is the bug out zone. And that's just my conspiracy theory. But
I mean, every rich person in the world thinks that way.
So the reason why I'm saying this is this organization is paid for by donor dollars. It is a multi-million-dollar a year operation. Franklin Graham, I have his flight logs, flies his private jet back and forth from North Carolina to Alaska during this.
I'm not even American, bro. It's less about religion, more about politics, bro. Okay, I think I'm done with this video, to be honest. Is there anything else? Oh, this guy's
in 2021, popular yoga guru and BJP ally Baba Ramdev sold a cow dung chip, a dried disc of cow dung marketed to be used in mobile phones to stop, quote, radiation poisoning. Made from authentic, real Hindu-blessed cow dung, it sold like wildfire across India's Hindu belt, the most religious areas of the country. Mind you, no scientific evidence back.
Yeah, it's just, boy, you must be glad I moved on, huh?
This up, but it sold in millions and now currently resides in millions of phones across India today. Now, you may be saying to yourself, wow, that's crazy. And you'd be right, but what's even crazier is that this party that he represents isn't a fringe or extremist party that exists on the sidelines of society. No, this is the BJP, the #1 political party in all of India. And trust me, folks, it only gets weirder from here. Folks, welcome back to The Narrative with me, your host, William, the host with the most and the most Hindu cow blessings. Folks, today I want to take a look at an interesting topic here. India has been in the news over the past weekend, especially in regards to the Strait of Hormuz. You might have seen various figures like Candace Owens, Tucker Carlson, Nick Fuentes, even Theo Vaughn covering the Strait of Hormuz and the war in Iran. It's something that I talk about a lot on the channel. But today I wanted to take a look at one of the key players in this grander non-US coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. See, it was announced recently that India will be working alongside the UK in attempting to find a way to reopen the Strait of Hormuz, all while finding a way to ensure that the political balance isn't upset and that Israel still receives full support. Because let's note, BJP-run India is very, very pro-Israel. But what does that mean, that little 3 letters there, BJP? You might hear it a lot. You might hear especially about their prime minister, one Narendra Modi. Prime Minister of India, the supposedly largest democracy in the world. We don't know a lot about him here, but in that part of the world,
yeah,
he is a controversial and divisive figure with either immense support or deep disdain. You might remember he's the one who did yoga. You remember that? He did yoga with a bunch of delegates from the United States. He's also met with Netanyahu several times. He's arguably Netanyahu's favorite Indian prime minister to ever come out of the subcontinent, and they have built a solid relationship between one another. This is because, again, like I said, the BJP and thus Narendra Modi are very, very pro-Israel. Actually, if you've ever seen Indians online being very pro-Israel, maybe you've seen all the memes about it.
I love you, Israel woman. I love you so much. I want to marry Israel woman in life. Thank you so much. Please marry me, dear. Bold and beautiful Israel woman.
They are most likely BJP voters. They're most likely part of the BJP, if not large supporters themselves. Bigger supporters of a grander thing that I'd like to discuss here today. See, because India has its own Zionism. Yes, that's true. India has its own Zionism. And no, I'm not just talking about Indian support for Israel.
Please marry me, dear. Bold and beautiful.
They have their own ideology that is rooted in very similar principles. I've spoken about them before, and I even did a live stream where I got really in depth on the BJP, but I thought I'd make a full-length video actually diving into who these people are, because like I said, this is the largest political party in the world, in the largest democracy in the world. I mean, these are very, very important people. This is a very important party. The BJP represents an ideology called Hindutva. This is, like I said, the Indian Zionism, more specifically Hindu Zionism. That's the better word for it. But before I break down what I mean, be sure to like, subscribe, comment. I mean, all. I do this every episode, but folks.
No, some of these Indians get one-shotted, bro. One-shotted by PSYOP.
Let's get into the story surrounding the largest and weirdest political party in the world. Now, like I said, the BJP is the party of Hindutva. It's a grander ideology that goes all the way back to pre-partition times. That just means back when they were a colony of England. Now, Hindutva literally means Hindu-ness, so like the state of being Hindu. The term, in its modern form, was coined by one Vinayak Damodar Sarvarkar in his 1923 pamphlet, Hindutva, Who is a Hindu? See, according to him, he posited the idea that a Hindu, which was the term we used for all people living in India at the time, was one who followed Hinduism. Remember, while Hindus make up the vast majority of India, there still are a sizable amount of ethnic and religious minorities. And especially during this time, before partition, before the creation of the state of Pakistan, there were a lot more. But in his worldview, those who are Muslim, Christian, whatever, they don't exactly fit into Indian society. It was his...
Oh, damn, I'm seeing where he's going, bro. Oof. Indian Zionism would be worse than... Can't believe I'm saying this, but that's why we come to the stream. If Indians go full Zio, they'll be worse than the Zios today. I'm talking like their first action would be to nuke. Like whoever they don't like. They won't try to like use it as a bait to get what they want.
Belief that India should become not only a free and independent
I'm a moron. I'm not an oxymoron.
state, sovereign of British rule, but it should become a Hindu state, ruled by Hindu law, more specifically the caste system, and that all non-Hindus need to be removed from the state. This is sort of the basis of his ideology. Now, his work would go on to be quite influential in the conversation around independence. You have to understand, after World War I, a big conversation formed in India surrounding independence from the crown. This is because, obviously, as you know, England sent fighters from their colonies to fight in World War I. And so a lot of Indians who had never left the Indian subcontinent and had never really known any other kind of nation, they were now fighting alongside Europeans who were coming from sovereign independent nations, and this idea of nationalism began to take hold. Now,
bro, Winston Churchill hated Indians. He was super racist.
Himself, the story largely ends there. He was basically just a thinker, but his work was picked up by another young political revolutionary by the name of Keshav Balaram Hedgewar. Now, Hedgewar would go on to found a...
I don't know, bro. I think, earlier we speak about physiognomy. I think physiognomy works when it comes to Indians, bro.
Very important organization that needs to
Nah. No, that's a joke.
Remembered
That's a
right
joke.
now. Oh God, you're gonna make me pronounce this. Okay. The Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, RSS for short, and that's absolutely where we're going to keep it. Literally, the National Volunteer Union. This is when they formed. Now, the RSS is a
No, the Zionists do not believe in one God, bro. The Zionists believe in absolute control and power.
military organization, more specifically a Hindutva paramilitary organization. So they basically acted as like local police or local guardsmen for Hindu communities and formed before partition and then played a major role in the partition of India. I'll actually show a video here. They're exactly what you think. They're goofy. They're goofy looking. Okay, they still exist. They are still a thing. They're going on over 100 years, and they are just as goofy now as they were back then. But very influential organization.
No, Israel is not an American base. If Israel was an American base, they would actually fight in a war that is for America, not the other way around. America is a Zionist military base. Zionists are secular? Nah, bro. Nah, the Zionists don't believe in shit.
Not only would they defend their communities, they would go on the...
No. Everything Israel does. Dude, do you not know about Nixon? How he wasn't gonna help Israel, and Israel just pulled out. Oh, secular? Did I miss? Oh, shit. Yeah, secular. Exactly, they're secular, so they don't care about God or shit. God or any other thing. And no, Israel is not on the leash of America. If Israel was on the leash of America, America would have been doing a lot better.
Offensive and host pogroms on Christian communities and Muslim communities across the Indian subcontinent. As this ideology grew and grew, especially in the face of upcoming Indian partition, one major event would solidify both their existence and their extremism. And that has to do with the life and times of a figure I think we all know. One, Mahatma Gandhi. Now, I'm not going to do a deep dive into the life of Mahatma Gandhi. I think, like, we all learned that in school, and also, like, it's not that important. It would have been really important, but then this happened. Mahatma Gandhi, big revolutionary, gains all this public sympathy, wants an independent India. Eventually, after World War II, when England is kind of broke, and sort of like social liberalism has taken over academia in England, now they're starting to decolonize. They decide to give India a state, what we now refer to as, well, India. Now, Mahatma Gandhi, he was on track to become the first prime minister. Everyone liked Gandhi. Gandhi's whole thing was pluralism. He worked very closely with Muslims and Christians. And while, yes, Pakistan was formed to push minorities into it, he was actually pretty against that and believed in the idea of pluralism in their society. He was very peaceful, very faithful. I mean, when you think of Gandhi, I mean, that's like, he's synonymous with the idea of like the peaceful protest or being very pious. I mean, that was his whole character in this bigger political struggle. But the reason he didn't become prime minister is not because he didn't win the votes. It's because he was assassinated. So like right after partition, Mahatma Gandhi in public is assassinated. Now this sent shockwaves, not just across the Indian subcontinent, but across the world. I mean, Gandhi had kind of become a bit of a fascination, especially in Western academia, as this sort of like noble savage and this figure who everyone looks at and goes, oh, well, that's sweet. And then, you know, like that's kind of what Gandhi's position was. And so this sends shockwaves across the world. Eventually, as the
Everything Israel does in the perceived interest of the U.S., not ours, but theirs. The U.S. state benefits tremendously from them. Is a linchpin to the U.S. hegemony. No, the U.S. does not benefit at all from Israel. At all.
Dust of his assassination settles.
They actually lose a lot of money and power.
He was assassinated not by the British, not by a Westerner, but by one Nathuram Godse, another Indian.
Yeah, they every time America pulls funding from Israel, they just threaten nuclear Armageddon.
Nathuram was an RSS member. He was a devout Hindutva. The reason he did it is because he said it was because of Gandhi's quote.
And also AIPAC has bought everything in America now. America's not in American hands.
Appeasement of Muslims. See, Hindutva obviously doesn't like minorities, but it is especially
I mean, I can also like think of instances where, yeah, America pulled the leash, but you see, like, every time America pulls a leash on Israel, Israel gets really mad. They're like an untrained dog. I mean, the best example I can give is JFK.
especially targeted at Muslims. They really, really don't like Muslims. You have to understand, this is because in the Hindutva mindset, the Muslims are sort of like a leftover of Mughal rule, Muslim rule over India. People forget that for a very long time, India was ruled over by Muslims, and it was like a caliphate, basically. You know, the Taj Mahal, you know, not the casino, the actual Taj Mahal, that big monument building that we all associate India with. Yeah, it's a mosque. People don't realize that the Taj Mahal, that's not a Hindu temple, that is a mosque. Something that the Hindutvas, let me note, are fucking furious about. They hate that. More on that later. But they view Muslims as sort of this historic remnant of Mughal rule, and so they don't like them and want them.
Like, America didn't want Israel to have nuclear weapons. But Israel went ahead and made nuclear weapons anyways by stealing from America.
To be debased and sort of disempowered in Indian society, and Nathuram here was no exception to that. And so he went and assassinated Mahatma Gandhi. After this, the RSS is obviously like heavily banned, and like tons of its members are arrested, and it's a whole thing. And people are really unhappy with the RSS.
Well, you see, I think to better understand, we got to define who they are, right? Sure, the pro-Israel, pro-Zionist, pro-control everything world government. People in American politics want Israel to be Israel, do whatever Israel wants. But then the more pro-American, the more nationalistic American politicians never did want Israel to have nuclear weapons, because it just complicates things for them in the Middle East.
Eventually, though, they managed,
and their alliances. I mean, can't just be an empire with a rogue state.
To appeal to courts and get themselves unbanned in 1949 under the strict agreement. They restrict themselves solely to cultural activities and do not get involved in politics. Now, guys, come on. We're talking about India. Do you really think they stuck with that rule? No, they did exactly what you think they would do. They found loopholes. They found many loopholes that arguably made them more and more powerful. And so this is where we get to meet the family. For anyone who knows Indian politics, they absolutely know the family. And no, I'm not speaking about the Soprano family, unfortunately. I'm speaking about the Sangh Parivar. This is the umbrella term for a loose collection of Hindutva organizations that were founded by either former or current RSS volunteers. Basically, they were told not to get into politics, and so they left the group and then started a bunch of completely unrelated organizations all involved.
Bro, Indians are fucking rich as shit, bro. Like, you don't understand how the richest people in India are richer than their colonizers now.
Involved in politics and everyday aspects of life.
The U.S. government, particularly the highest echelons of military power, the MIC, etc., all controls the benefit from Israel, and its actions benefit from Israel having nukes. It's not a rogue state, but trying to use the rogue state idea as cover to pull more beneficial shit with plausible deniability is absolutely the sort of thing the U.S. is into. Like, previously, I would say yes to that, but with this war leading to absolute loss, and like, people in the world do not trust America anymore. Making a deal with America is like really fucked now. Bro, I don't know the Jatis. Now I'm learning about the Jatis, so I gotta.
For those who don't know, they game the system. Which, I mean, come on, do I gotta say it? Like, do I have to? Come on, listen, it is what it is. Basically, this organization exists well into today, and it dominates much of Indian society, reaching into aspects of everyday life, everywhere from religion to education to social services, all the way to, like I said, centerpiece of it all, the RSS, which is their paramilitary organization. Now, part of this grander umbrella, this grander family, is the BJP, which for a long time was just kind of a fringe political party. It didn't really do anything. It was just kind of a political outlet wing of this grand organization. Something that, let me note, the organization denies. Like, BJP denies that they are involved with the RSS. But like, come on, come on. Like, this is exactly, guys. You know how they would operate this. Okay, they say no, we're not involved with the RSS at all. But then meanwhile, all of the BJP leaders and politicians were part of the RSS, and all of the RSS people are pro BJP. Like, come on, it's just basic scamming. Like, come on, what do you want me to tell you? This was the
basic scammings in a conversation about India. What's new?
Start of one of the biggest events.
The war is in the U.S. interests. It's not the same thing as what the world wants. Yes, the war is in American interest, but America was given misinformation and about their preparedness and intelligence. They were given the wrong intelligence, so they were dragged into a war that seemingly is in their interest, but they can't win.
Events in modern Indian history, an event that for that part of the world is like it's their 9/11. I'm speaking, of course, about December 6th. In 2004, U.S. soldiers stationed in Baghdad, Iraq, noticed that local peddlers were selling an interesting product. The Osama bin lighter made waves in the U.S. military. Only a limited amount of these were purchased with no tracking number by U.S. soldiers in Iraq.
Yo, I'm guessing you're not a BJP guy. India is the motherland. Israel is the fatherland.
Never to be seen again, until one brave man decided to bring back this iconic product. Available for pre-order now, Lord Miles has brought back the Osama bin lighter. Now sold in a perfect stainless steel metal casing, USB-C recharging, and of course,
the U.S. isn't dragged into this war. The attack was planned. Israel is taking the brunt of the blame for the initiation. Sure, that doesn't change the plan that the U.S. had to attack and use Israel as part of it. The U.S. isn't dragged into this war. The U.S. absolutely is dragged into this war, bro. The U.S. is absolutely dragged into this war. I don't know why my brain isn't working right now, but we can definitely talk about why the U.S. got dragged into this war on another stream. Right now, I'm really into this. How do you get dragged into a war you are already on the way to go fight? Well, when you get dragged into it prematurely, with not enough intelligence or preparedness. America wasn't trying to get into this war. America was trying to threaten Iran to sign a deal. But signing a deal with Iran is bad for Israel. So they are constantly killing any potential ways that Iran could make, any potential ways of making a deal with Iran. So they're literally assassinating leaders. People, like a few days ago, there was news in Pakistan where some officials, Iranian officials who were coming to make a deal were targeted. How do you get? What do you mean? Why was this time not a real attack? So yeah, they're constantly targeting like officials. Like America wants to control Iran, but Israel wants to get rid of Iran. Like America doesn't care who rules Iran as long as like the strait is open, and they can constantly use Iran as a threat to get the GCC to continue, obeying America. But now that there's a war and America wasn't able to protect the GCC like they always said they could, it's bad for America. And they could have defeated Iran in like few weeks, but they did not know about they did not know about Iranian military tactics, doctrine, The military was not ready yet. They just didn't have the scenarios down. Israel definitely instigates. That's a Jewish trait.
An included soundtrack.
No, worst part, it's a Zio trait.
Folks, be sure to check the link in the description of this video to get yours today. Folks, time is running out on these. Only a limited number will be created, so be sure to pre-order yours today and secure yourself a new piece of classic history with the iconic Osama bin Laden. Now let's get back to the video. After all these people get elected and now the BJP is on the map politically.
Because before America, right, Israel was just, you know, the Zionists were using Europe, twisting the arms of different European countries, especially England during World War I and II, to kind of help with making Israel. So, you know, Israel was its own thing, once its own thing, and sure, America wanted someone they can have full control over in Middle East, and Israel basically, you know, is essentially saying that that's who we are, but in reality, no, they lied.
This is when December 6th happens. This is the largest, this is their big day of mourning. Now, all the way back in 1949, somebody, let me note, somebody, we don't know who, put an idol of Ram, one of the Hindu gods, inside of a mosque in the town of Ayodhya. So he took him an idol,
actually hilarious.
Ram, put it inside of the mosque, which, you know anything about Islam, that's a huge no-no. And Ayodhya's it's kind of a holy city to the Hindus, and so they see, well, I mean, every Indian city is a holy city. I don't even think they really know what they believe, but Ayodhya, I guess, is a holy city. And so the fact that there's a mosque there, they already didn't like that. So all of a sudden, all these Muslims, they're very upset. And this has been a back and forth for decades over a building called the Babri Masjid, the Babri Mosque. Now, eventually the BJP, they decided to hold a rally in support of a Hindu nation, in support of the deportation, the expulsion.
Stern and Haganah gangs instigated it all in 1920s, 1940s, yeah. Our government and ones like it do not have an internal united front on all things. We regularly see squabbles and differences of goals for tactics that does not imply a rift between the various parts of the states. I would agree with you if things were different now, but right now, there's a lot of rift between the various parts of
Muslims from the country, and they decide to hold it in Ayodhya in front of that mosque. A crowd of over 150,000 activists, supporters of the BJP, members of the RSS showed up to protest the mosque. And while they initially said that it was going to be a peaceful protest, eventually it devolved into them literally barehandedly, physically taking down the mosque, with pickaxes, hammers, and some of them literally just picking at the stone. This went on for several hours until the mosque was completely destroyed. Riots happened across the country after that, leading to the deaths of nearly 2,000 people. Basically, this event kicked off sectarian violence in the country that they've never fully recovered from. And that is the political circumstance that we basically live in today. Now, I say all of this, I mentioned the BJP lightly, but what am I referring to today? What does all of this matter? Sure, it's kind of funny to think that people who look exactly the same, eat the same foods, and come from the same culture, that they're this hell-bent on destroying one another. How's that relevant? What does that matter today? Well, like I said, it's India's Zionism. And that comparison does not start and end with the desire to have a one faith or one ethnic government. That goes very, very deep. And to understand that, we have to understand the BJP today. Now, you're not going to believe me when I tell you some of this. And so before making this video, I have meticulously looked through screenshots, gotten all the sources I can, because you are not going to believe the things I'm about to claim to you. The BJP is known for being...
What's going on, bro? A lot. I'm actually thinking of ending the stream soon, actually, but right now we're getting into Indian Zionism.
A little wacky. When you think of an overzealous, over-patriotic, just kind of...
How's it going, my guy? Been a minute since I streamed.
Silly, goofy
Welcome
Indian
back.
guy. That is the BJP. It is the party for those guys. They've only grown in power, gaining their first prime minister in Narendra
I'd
Modi.
end my
Just
life
like
on
how
stream,
they have their
bro. Why
weird
would I
kind of
need to
shadow
end the
organization
stream?
in the
You can
family.
watch
The
me
BJP
bleed.
runs itself in a similar
Because I'll
layer
cut
kind of
myself, I
mafia-style
know,
system,
bitch.
but less gabagool, more Gujarati. See, what they do is that Narendra Modi, he's not publicly very extreme.
So I remember
he's a
you
right-wing
asking me about
candidate.
D&D before. Yeah, I do. I don't remember the context, but I remember.
Is a nationalist. He does obviously favor
Conversation about
Hindus. He
D&D.
talks about the Hindu character of the nation, all that. But he's not actively calling for anyone's expulsion. He's not actively doing anything crazy. He mostly just turns a blind eye to BJP politicians. Now these are the guys we want to talk about. I'll give you some great examples of BJP moments. In March of 2020, as COVID-19 spread,
D&D would
members
never
of the
interest me. No. I think I'd be pretty interested in D&D. I think while they still out there doing it.
BJP.
Yeah, but I've also heard like D&D you need like a proper group or something. And yeah.
Organized a, quote, cow urine party, inviting
Oh my
attendees to
God.
drink something called Gaumutra, a traditional Hindu drink made from cow urine, and to eat cow dung, all as a preventative measure against COVID-19. Also,
Hold up, that's a very American sentence. God, my ex-girlfriend was American, and sometimes she'd talk, and she would say things like brand names or, I don't know, like things, you know, and I would be like, just staring at her like, what? She's like, oh, you've never had Tutti Fruttis? And I'm like, no, what is Tutti Fruttis? It's like, yeah, like, oh, every, like, you know, they're sweet, they're whatever, like, oh, you've never had Tutti Fruttis? And I'm like, no. Or I don't know, like, just an example, right? Or, fuck, dude, I don't even remember, bro. One time we were in a Japanese Costco, like, searching so long because she really wanted mayonnaise. That was, like, American mayonnaise. And sometimes, yeah, just, it would be hard to understand what she's saying. And so, yeah, hold up. I just got one-shotted by your sentence. Well, then, I'm really curious. Would a Star Wars Evil D&D campaign maybe interest you to join? It's a political strategic theme. Star Wars Evil D&D campaign, bro. See what I mean? Like, I don't know. Am I tripping, or is that just a very American thing? You know, I wish I was American till everything happened. Now I'm kind of glad I'm Iranian, dude. At least they won't call us the modern day Hitlers. I mean, they used to, but now I don't know. I'm not interested in, like, I'm just too busy for. I mean, that sounds interesting. I wonder what a political strategic theme is, and I'm not like super into Star Wars. Like, I think lightsabers are really cool, and I grew up watching the Clone Wars. But I don't, and also Star Wars, was it Rebellion? I don't know. I didn't finish watching that one. The Disney X Plus or something. Those were pretty cool. I think that would be cool.
BJP politicians. Now these are the guys we want to talk about. I'll give you some great examples of BJP moments. In March of 2020, as COVID-19 spread, members of the BJP organized a, quote, cow urine party, inviting attendees to drink something called Gaumutra, a traditional Hindu drink made from...
You're telling me I'm a think I can be a supreme leader, bro. I'll be
cow
urine. I want to be a
and
universal
to eat
leader.
Cow dung, all as a
above
preventative
supreme.
measure against COVID-19. Also leading to the World Health Organization having to put out a notice saying that no, drinking cow urine and eating cow dung doesn't cure COVID.
This is
In
nasty,
2015
bro. Fuck, I can't believe there's people who do this shit. How brain zapped do you have to be to smear cow dung and urine all over you? Oh, dude, almost puked.
the prestigious, let me note, like actually recognized internationally for its level of acclaim, Indian Science Congress, attended by Prime Minister Narendra Modi, featured a paper from the top Air Force captain in India claiming that ancient Indians had built airplanes thousands of years ago that could fly between planets, become invisible, and could hear the thoughts of enemy combatants.
Awesome,
the paper
dude.
cited just religious texts. They just cited like old mythology books from the Hindu
Nice.
mythology, and was given approval by an academic board, and then was presented in front of the global scientific community alongside the Prime Minister. This moment solidified the fact that we was pilots. SAR. This is also where the idea of Greater Bharat was introduced. Now, Greater Bharat is basically their Greater India. It's this belief that's used to be very fringe in the BJP, but is very quickly becoming the mainstream position that India should expand its borders. That not only should India encompass the gigantic country that is India, basically they want the...
So to Iran's east is India, and to the west we have Israel. Bro, we can't take it. We can't get a break, bro.
entire British Raj plus all of Afghanistan and some parts of Iran, claiming that this was promised to them 10,000 years ago by their
Oh no, not the 10,000 years ago.
Lord Vishnu. So you heard promised to me 3,000 years ago, but no, they were promised this 10,000 years ago by Lord Vishnu. Honestly, it sounds like a more legit claim. I mean, 10,000 years is a lot longer than 3,000 years. And so while all of this is very wacky, and these people are constantly being embroiled in all sorts of scandals, they're constantly getting caught in sex scandals like every other day. I mean, this is a wacky group, but the reason why I want to highlight this is the fact that not only is it a wacky group in India, it's a wacky group in your country. In 2020, the Australian government caught a, quote, nest of spies living inside of Australia, spying on the Australian government, actively funneling Indian money towards politicians and activists in Australia for open border agreements. They were caught and then promptly expelled, but none of the politicians involved were indicted in any way. It's also been seen that in Canada, they do similar things, but except in Canada, they're allowed to actively fund political campaigns. You can see in Canada here that a lot of political campaigns have become very, very skewed a certain way. I'll say that, to say the least. And I've spoken about this before, that yes,
Canada is being one shot by Indians.
what they have created
Canada is being one shot by cow shit and piss.
is a form of ethnic nepotism to be used politically. See, you have to understand, a sizable amount of India's economy is remittances. That's just a fancy word for people sending money back home to mama and baba and their aunties. That makes up a sizable chunk of the Indian economy. If they were to lose their remittances ability, they would collapse. Like in a day. The only way they can get remittances is through migration. This is why people have noted it's interesting that a nationalist party that just did all the things I described to you, literally fought and died for nationalist causes, yet they're incredibly pro-migration. And there's a reason for that. It's because, like I said before, remittance politics, diaspora politics. See, people don't realize that America, the Indians have their own APAC. Yes. This is what I meant by saying it's Hindu Zionism. They also have their own APAC. It's an organization called U.S.
Damn, bro, forget about Israel, bro. We gotta be afraid of India now.
PAC, the United States India Political Action Committee, staffed entirely by American Indians, receives tons of support and money from the BJP in India for the express purpose of supporting candidates on either side that are going to be in favor of explicitly Indian migration. Most notably, one of their most recent pet projects was one Vivek Ramaswamy. Huge donators to Vivek Ramaswamy. So, by the way, when Vivek talks about opening up data centers and creating jobs, he wants to create jobs, just not for you. This is why you're seeing so much appeasement in our politics for Indian foreign nationals and the expansion of H-1Bs, because yes, they are forming their own APAC.
And so like earlier, right, it's like, oh, for American interests? No. CIA, FBI, not American interests.
Looking at the Israel model and are attempting to copy it. They're just like a lot sloppier about it. Like really, really sloppy about it. At least AIPAC knows, don't put one of your own as the face of it. But
yeah,
I'm
too busy to
pick up on that
consider.
one. And they are doing this across the West.
Right now, yeah. I'm so sorry, dude. D&D sounds fun. I wish I had time.
world. And all the trade deals that we're currently making with India are based around this idea. I spoke about this in a live stream that right now, all these trade deals involve
Thanks
us
for being
moving
so
our
chill, my
manufacturing
guy.
from China
Thanks for
into
the invite,
even
though.
cheaper
I've never been
India.
invited
The
to a
BJP is
D&D
ensuring
game.
that every single contract comes with a clause. That clause being, you're going to allow XYZ amount of migrants into your country. This
That's
is the final
insane.
stage of Hindu Zionism, is the fact that they are literally using diaspora politics a la American Zionism, of just Zionism in general. And by the way, anybody who's a fan of mine from Australia or Canada, they're probably recognizing this, that like the Indian vote, the Indian voter bloc is beginning to play a much, much larger role.
But how do you fight against this? How do you fight against people who are using the law to, in your own country that is law written for you, to fuck you in your own ass?
Role in elections and in previous years. America, the community is still very small, something that
How can you fight this without looking like a racist? Looking like a whatever, dude, a bigot. Insane.
they're very quickly attempting to change. This is all to say that politics in America aren't real and just go to the highest bidder. And this is the reality that you live in and that I live in and that we're supposed to call America, even though no aspect of it is truly American. Folks, that's going to do it for us to...
God save America, bro. Y'all are cooked. I mean, we've been cooked for 47 years. Y'all are cooked. You can't fight it. It's built into the system. That's what I'm saying. How can you fight it? You got it. That's impossible. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Hey, bro. How you doing? Back to Japan. I hope to see you soon. Oh, my boy. Oogie. Oogie. Oogie Washi. My boy. When did you arrive, dude? Hell yeah. Dude, this is really interesting. You just arrived. If only if I own the F-15. No, forget about F-15s. F-14s is where things are at. But also, yeah, welcome back, Ugiwashi, my boy. I literally restarted my streaming today. I've been AFK for 10 days. Can you believe that? Back to Japan. I hope to see you soon. Yeah, me too, bro. I gotta plan my trip to Tokyo. Maybe for my birthday in June. I've been following. I see your reels. Nice, my boy. If you could fight against by allying with pro-Iran, pro-Palestine Indians, but you can't even do that. Exactly, bro. I can't align with pro-Iran, pro-Palestine because they don't understand why they're pro-Iran or pro-Palestine. If an American owned these, USA government would be no more. I thought Americans can own like tanks and stuff and helicopters. Isn't that true? Why do I think they don't know what they're supporting? Misinformation, bro. They just don't have the tools, and also they don't know how to look for information. They don't know how to differentiate between psyop and like real information that they can reflect off of on their own. Bro, I've had enough Goy Beam today. Yeah. Yeah, it's been one hell of a stream. It's good. It's good. I used to stream like 16 hours a day, but that was like back in the day, beginning of the war. Let's just see if there's any new news, and then let's wrap up. Thank you for coming. You're a new viewer, right? You joined today. If that is true, thank you. If you're a returning viewer, even more thank you. I learned a lot from today's streams actually, and I got a lot of good. Wow, that is insane, boys. Jewish synagogue in Tehran was caught in the fire, dude. Okay, explain this, you Israelis. Explain this. Explain this. Nice. Okay, then thank you very, very much for joining us back. Nice. I'm glad you enjoy the chats. I do too. So, a little more pictures of Tehran. I think this is Mehrabad. Oh my god, that's a beautiful picture. Ooh. Oh, that looks like a... What kind of animal? I'm making light of the situation. This is my city on fire. Friendly fire, yeah. Damn. Damn. Holy. Where is this? ویدیوی رسیده به ایران اینترنشنال وقوع انفجارهای محیط را نزدیک شهر یزد. Yazd is where they keep all the ammunition, so maybe they're attacking the military reserves, like ammunition reserves, ammunition banks. Insane, dude. Yeah, I do want us to move to Yazd because it's the center for, it's the city of fire, baby. It's the, oh, these are the, exactly, the Zartosht, the Zoroastrians. I think it's in Yazd as well. They have the gold mountains. We can go dig some gold from the deserts. See, my country really beautiful, really beautiful. Look at this sky. Bro, what are you saying? Letting hold on. You think they'd let him? First of all, it's not confirmed that the second guy got rescued. It's not confirmed, okay? But look at all the helicopters they lost trying to rescue. This was the picture they used to like show that they were able to rescue. No, this is, you know, their planes being shot down trying to rescue. But one of them has been confirmed as rescued. Hold up, I think on this channel there was a list. Oh yeah. So, Iran shut down an F-15 and had the opportunity to capture the pilots alive. But finding a needle in the haystack is not an easy job, especially when the U.S. keeps bombing those who got close to the pilot. Nevertheless, despite the heavy losses of the U.S., one destroyed A-10, one damaged A-10, several damaged Black Hawks, damaged F-16, 2 destroyed C-130 aircrafts, 1 or more MH-6 chopper destroyed, destroyed F-15, shut down MQ-9 drone. This is how much they lost. They still managed to extract their pilot, which in itself is an achievement, but faced many losses as a result. In theory, Iran lost nothing here, but only achieved hits and kills. The only loss was a loss of opportunity, though Make no mistake, the war is still not finished, and we may see more interesting turns of events. So America's air superiority is starting to show a lot of weaknesses, and they're being chipped at. And Iranian civilians are getting in on the action. There's been a lot of reports of Iranian, people in the suburbs, in the villages, just taking their hunting guns and rifles and shooting at these helicopters or drones. There was even one case of this one dude who shot down 4 drones, but then it turned out to be just Iranian drones. So he just ended up shooting down his own Iranian drone, like an Iranian shooting down Iranian drones. But the thing is, the guy shot him down with his own gun, and so of course he's gonna shoot down American drones if he sees them as well. So, but they're very involved. And so, yeah, their air superiority is showing a lot of it's being broken down. And everybody's saying this war, it's a war of attrition. It's a war of it's like they're reshuffling power in the world, right? And America wouldn't want its power reshuffled. Right, that's not in American interest. So I don't see how this war could be of American interest. Israel dragged them into it, like they did last year. The thing is, right, America had Israel under control because no, I didn't see the clip of them laying that artillery fire while they're trying to rescue it. That sounds insane. Alright, folks. I got shit to do, honestly. I thought I can, multitask. Stream, watch a few videos while working on my own thing. But I ended up having really good chatters today. So we just ended up going more in depth with other conversation. Empires can't survive without constant expansion if there are other powers nearby, like China expanding. Absolutely. These wars are a must. Yeah, but there's a lot of better battles America can take than this. Shit, bro, go sleep, bro. 3:30 a.m. You're insane. 4:25, bro. You're insane. It's 6:25 here. Anyways, Esh, I love you guys, and don't let the world ruin you. Like always, Khoda negahdar. See you guys next time. Make sure you guys are following so that you guys will be notified whenever I'm streaming. I also have, of course, my Discord channel that you guys can follow for the community. Leave messages there, or if there's anything interesting conversation you guys want to have outside of stream, or just want me to see, things like that. Zabun Farsi baladi. What kind of question is that, bro? معلومه بلدم. خدا حافظ. On God, bro. من فارس ایرانی هستم. من ترکم. ترک شیراز. ترک شیراز از ترک شیراز فارس در پیدا نمیشه. من خیلی فارسم. عشق عشق عشق. تا بعد. به امید دیدار.